If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 281, Beneath the Hound. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Fleur Delacour was anxiously waiting in the Beaux Batons preparation room, readying herself for the second task of the European School Tournament. After her quick thinking and performance in the previous task, she was a shoo-in for this one. She didn't even get a choice in the matter. To be fair, Madame Maxime had faced a lot of criticism considering how the first task was concluded. The fact that the Beaux Batons champions ended up in second place was the only reason the politicians were placated. Still, logistically, the two-day event stopped being relevant after just a few hours, and that had left a lot of businesses which had rented stalls or even put up a few shops, in a very awkward position. Fleur, in return, was lauded as the savior of Beaux Batons. She had never been this popular with her schoolmates due to her nature, and she didn't expect it to be so uncomfortable. It had been something that she'd wished for when she was younger, but she felt undeserving of the title. She hadn't done anything impressive, she just faked being stunned and followed the Hogwarts champions. That was it. The end result was undeniable. She felt shackled by the expectations of others. She saw people instinctively look at her, not because of her beauty, but because of her deeds, and she hated it. More people paid attention to what she did, and it was just so stifling. It was especially bad considering what would happen in the second task. It was barely more than an illusion that the tasks were not biased to the schools that were hosting them. In Beaux Batons, they were taught in their first year which creatures lived in the enchanted forest surrounding it and how to deal with them in case they accidentally ended up there. They also knew the general organization of the forest and where the safest areas were. Even if they'd never entered the forest, the information was a goldmine. It was a subtle way for Madame Maxime to give her students an advantage. The Romans had done the same, but they weren't nearly as subtle about it. Apparently, the task was a more difficult version of their war games. Students had classes where they had to face magical creatures in an arena or fight other teams of students as well. It was an obvious way to give an advantage to their school. Madame Maxime entered the room and all three champions stiffened. She spoke in a neutral tone, "I know that this task will not be easy. It will be chaotic and unpredictable. However, I entrust our school's honor to you. I want you to go into this arena, fight as a team, and do your best." They all nodded, and the headmistress gave them a soft smile, "All right. The task will start in just 5 minutes. You'll hear a loud bang, and the gates will open. Revise your plans, prepare yourselves. Good luck." She then turned and left, leaving Fleur alone with her fellow champions. She was thankful that her best friend, Aurélie Dumont, wasn't forced to compete. The girl's strength was in the subtle arts, especially in alchemy. She had drooled at the idea of Nicholas Flamel's diary being a prize for the first task and wished that she could have competed, if only for the small chance of getting this treasure and becoming the best alchemist in the world. Realistically, she wouldn't have won with Harry Potter participating, but it was nice to entertain her thoughts. No, Fleur was joined by Héloïse Fontaine, who hadn't had the opportunity to show off what she could do in the previous task, and Arthur Laurent, a muggle born in the year below her, who was rumoured to be very good at dueling. She gave Héloïse a pointed look, "Do you remember the plan? We're not idiots, Delacour. I know you're France's darling and all, but that doesn't give you any authority over us. I wasn't aware that I had any. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page." Arthur, ever the conciliator, decided to intervene, "There's no harm in doing it." Fontaine groaned, "Fine. Arthur will conjure a wall to prevent us from being attacked from all sides, and the two of us should sneak under a disillusionment charm to see the location of each team and which beasts they're forcing us to face. We'll target the weakest beasts first to get more people in. The idea is to get 2, but 1 would do if only to not be at a disadvantage. Then, we'll either fortify our position or go to attack the remaining teams, depending on our position and who is left. It's not a complicated plan, Delacour, so stop being a bitch and leave us in peace." She was going to return a cutting remark, but Arthur decided to change the subject. "What about Potter? What about him?" Fleur returned. "Well, did you seriously believe his headmistress when she said that he wasn't participating in the task? It could easily be a ploy to lower our guard and just have him come onto the field when they beat one magical creature. They have to know that everyone would target them if Potter could be participating." Fleur nodded. She could understand the skepticism. Harry Potter had ruffled a lot of feathers during the first task. The Italian ministry didn't want to suffer the same fate as the previous organizers, and there were even rumors that they'd asked a few seedy businessmen, which was a nice way to say members of organized crime, to intervene. Anyway, things had started to calm down when the headmistress said that Harry had no intention of participating in the second task, but the Vila thought that there had to have been a few deals made to get Minerva McGonagall to essentially give up on the second task. Either way, since only the initial champions were announced and Harry wasn't among them, people had started to calm down, but there was always the implicit threat that they might bring him on later, which was why everyone was targeting them. Still, Fleur wasn't exactly convinced. I think the British wouldn't go back on whatever deal they made with the ICW. They're not in a position to risk angering anyone, really, especially after the Quidditch World Cup. I hope you're right, Fontaine said with a cautious tone, because if you're not in Hogwarts manages to take down even a single creature. She didn't have the time to continue since she was interrupted by a loud bang and the steel gates to the arena opening up. They quickly got up and ran forward. Just 10 seconds in and half of the plan was gone. A giant sandstorm was enveloping the arena, blinding everyone. The sand was fast enough to hurt her, and the wind was making it hard to move. Cursing, Fleur conjured a weather shield, a surprisingly handy spell considering that she had leaned it on a whim. Fleur extended her shield to envelop her fellow champions and spoke up, "Arthur, the wall, now." Understanding what she meant, he raised his wand and moved the earth itself into a raised wall. Fleur quickly enchanted the wall itself to create a weather shield for whoever was behind it, as well as put up a few fast war wards that her tutors taught her. By the end of it, her magic circuits were burning from the exertion, and she hissed in pain. Eloise looked surprised and spoke up, "Are you all right? I used a bit too much magic at once. I need a few minutes of rest." The other girl seemed to hesitate for a couple of seconds before she grabbed Fleur's hand, which started to glow white. Suddenly, the burning and the aches disappeared. "What did you do?" "That's not important now. We need to figure out what to do next. This fucking sandstorm is a nightmare." Arthur spoke up, "We need some more information about what's happening. Do you have any ideas?" Fleur nodded, "Sure, but I'll need someone to cover me." They both nodded and Fleur grabbed the roundest rock she could find and started to enchant it while carving runes into it. It took almost 10 minutes, but she had a working artifact. It was shoddy work at best, but it was the best she could do without any proper materials. She threw the rock into the air, which started floating and activated the enchantment. She saw the rock move near the middle of the arena. The other competitors had created safe zones from the sandstorm, which seemed to have originated from the Spanish champions. They were switching every couple of minutes to power an artifact that activated the sandstorm. It seemed like they were immune from its effects, or at least could see through it easily enough considering that there were 4 of them. They must have already taken out a beast. Shit, this was really bad. She looked to the other side and saw a vortex of wind which held a miniature battlefield inside. 5 people in Roman uniforms were fighting off 3 people in Dumstrang uniforms. Damn, that was another beast taken out. She saw one of the Dumstrang competitors get overwhelmed by 2 spells at once, before disappearing into mist. Hey, so that's how they made sure no one would get hurt. The Dumstrang students were very good, but the experience and teamwork from the Romans gave them a large advantage over their opponents. The fact that they had 2 extra champions probably helped matters. They were the most likely victors. As for the other delegations, she couldn't see them. They were probably fighting in the fog that she couldn't see through on the other side of the arena. The Nibelheim and Olympus champions had probably gone after each other or Hogwarts. Now, she needed to look for the beasts. Considering that 3 of them were gone, they were quickly running out of time. She quickly found them. There was a griffin flying around, dissipating the sand on their way. She saw a minotaur come out of the fog on the other side of the arena, and what seemed to be a giant wolf approaching the Spanish champions. She kept looking for the 4th beast, only to hear a loud roar. She made the enchanted rock turn and saw a giant lion giving her a dirty look. With another roar, she felt her connection to the rock disappear. Did that thing just disintegrate the rock with just a single roar? Still, it was similar to one of the creatures she'd read about in a book, a Nemean lion. She murmured, "There's no way in hell we're going after that thing." "What did you see?" Eloise asked. "The other side has this weird fog. Couldn't see anything there, but 3 of the beasts have already been taken out. The Spanish are the ones who are powering the sandstorm. There's also a giant wolf near them, which looks like an alpha mongrel. It's the best option considering the rest. Eloise and I will go after them. Arthur, we need you to defend this place. If we beat a beast and grab its key, you'll need to tell our reinforcements about our plan. The Vila then summoned a stick. I just enchanted this. Break it as a distress signal and we'll know that you're under attack. The two girls immediately nodded, and Fleur put on the weather-blocking charm once more, and they quietly walked towards the Spanish camp. It was pretty well defended, but she knew from watching what Harry did in the first task that their security wards weren't that great. Suddenly, she had an idea. It was something that she had practiced before, and she loved it. She removed her bracelet, which set her allure free, and started to sing. Enchanting a voice was something of an art. It was a personal thing, which singers all over the world mastered to the extreme to fully convey the meaning of their songs. Fleur had taken it to the extreme and had put on a compulsion with her allure on it. It bypassed the feeble wards that the Spanish had put in place, and the Spanish champions started to feel dizzy and fell asleep quickly enough. Fleur pointed at Eloise. The alpha mongrel should be around. I'll take the sandstorm artifact that they were using and see if they have anything else that's interesting. Don't touch anything, it could be cursed. Let me know if you find the alpha mongrel. Eloise nodded without saying a word, and Fleur quickly dispelled the curses that the Spanish had put up and stunned them. Each time, they disappeared when she did so. And just like that, the Spanish champions were gone. She grabbed the sandstorm artifact. There was nothing about stealing your enemy's weapons in the rules, and this could be useful later. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar scream. Eloise, she must have gotten into trouble. She ran towards her teammate and found her limping while doing her best to fend off the giant wolf. Fleur summoned her by her robes, making her groan in pain. I thought I told you not to fight it alone. It ambushed me. She gaped back. Send your strongest stunner at it at the count of 3. 1. 2. 3. 2 jets of light hit the snarling giant wolf in the head, and it was knocked unconscious. Fleur, victoriously, grabbed the key. We need to get back to Arthur and regroup now. She was about to do just that, but she felt something fall all over the Spanish camp. It was some kind of red liquid that she quickly recognized to be blood. Disgusted, she quickly put on a detection charm to see what had happened and was confused when she realized that this was goat blood. It didn't make any sense. It didn't have any particular magical use outside the fact that it was a lure for griffins. Right as she noticed what was happening, she heard a loud screech and saw the flying griffin leap towards her with incredible speed. It was too fast to do anything or to conjure any shield. As she looked at her certain doom, her life flashed in front of her eyes and her thoughts turned to her sister. She wished she had spent more time with Gabrielle. She expected this to be her last though. She expected the world to turn dark. However, she was baffled when the world turned a blinding white instead. What the fuck had just happened? Chapter 282, Crimson Devil. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry had left the cheering crowd the moment the task started. It was a shame, since he would have loved to see what was going to happen, especially considering the sandstorm that the Spanish champions had spun up. His prediction was that half of the teams would go directly at the Hogwarts delegation, while the others, the smarter ones, really, would go after the beasts and the keys they hold, since taking them all out would mean that Harry definitely wouldn't enter the task. Unfortunately, Harry had more important things to worry about, mainly Dumbledore's plan, whatever that was. He wanted to locate the release of magic. The moment the task began, Lily's detectors started going wild. The task was definitely involved in the magic somehow. But, that didn't make any sense. The magical release was far more powerful than what it was taking. It had to be a seal. There was no other explanation. Harry followed the trail outside the giant gladiator pit that the Italians had built for the task. The ritual couldn't be too far away from the crowd, since magic does tend to dissipate into the atmosphere surprisingly quickly. Hundreds of thousands of people cheering, releasing their feelings and their excitement, meant that a minuscule amount of this magic was released as well, which was then collected by whatever Dumbledore had planned. The former headmaster wasn't even stealing the magic, he just used the fact that there were so many mages in the same place, so it had to be some released filter magic. It was strangely similar to what the man had planned to do to Harry with the Gardens of Avalon, only instead of just stealing all of Harry's potential magic, he was taking just the waste of hundreds of thousands of people at once. The tournament had made it so there would be at least 7 events which should have similar attendance records. But, what did Dumbledore do with the harnessed magic? The magical release was many orders of magnitude more powerful than whatever energy Dumbledore could ever harness in just a day. There was a reason why Harry was so overwhelmed by it during the first task. Harry followed the trail with his wand raised, which kept taking him deeper into the Roman countryside, then a forest, where the air felt strangely alive. It wasn't any kind of specific enchantment, but there was magic in everything there. Leaves glimmered with a spectral light, and every tree seemed to whisper in the wind. Flickering sprites danced between branches, leading him onward. The flora was vibrant, with flowers glowing softly under the moon's caress, their colors more vivid than any artist's palette. The entire woodland thrummed with a harmonious magic, so potent and pure it felt as though the very earth under his feet pulsed with the heartbeats of centuries. Which made the dark ominous portions inside all the more concerning. He felt the forest grow dark as if someone had turned off a cosmic light switch. It was odd. He felt as if everything around him was illuminated by moonlight and yet there was no moon in the sky. There was no sun. There were no stars. Just darkness. Harry heard something approaching him very quickly with his arcane hearing. He quickly warped space to the side and dodged whatever was coming at him. He groaned when he realized what it was. I hate vampires. With a flick of his wrist, the vampire froze into solid ice and shattered into pieces. It was just a thrall, but he could feel the forest was filled with them. It definitely wasn't their natural habitat, and the forest was trying to reject them. Harry noticed that he was being swarmed. He conjured a quick ice blade, cutting a few of the thralls that tried to sneak behind him, and then transformed it into an arrow that kept going after the thralls with blinding speeds, killing them all. It was a pretty handy spell that Harry had modified. Harry had tried to create a spell that could change directions mid-flight, but all he had managed was a conjuration with a few animation charms and space manipulation to create the illusion. It was far too much effort for a single spell, but it was surprisingly efficient when it came to fighting multiple enemies that didn't have a strong resistance to physical objects. He heard clapping behind him, and another vampire materialized from the shadows. It was an elder vampire. Harry could tell by how similar it felt to the one that had attacked the Quidditch World Cup finals. Immediately, the young wizard was on guard. Recognized what I am, have you? I'm even more impressed with that than with your fight against my thralls. Why is a vampire elder working with Dumbledore? Oh, the little dear knows a lot, doesn't he? He does indeed. I wonder if I should tell you? I wonder if you'll even be able to handle it. Harry started to grow irritated. Are you going to make sense anytime soon? Oh, so hasty. Patience, young one, is a virtue. You're so fascinating, you know that? I haven't seen someone with such skill in magic in a while. Maybe a last remnant of the Age of Gods. No, that's not it. It's something more. Something sinister. Something cold. For fuck's sake, just answer the question. Is that so damn hard? Why are you working with Dumbledore? The elder vampire giggled. Oh, you mean the white one? He's so passionate. Filled with so much hidden anger. He's our natural enemy, but for the first time in eons, the light and dark have become grey, because the circle must close. Or else everything will be lost. The circle must close. The white and dark have become grey. Harry asked out loud. Dumbledore is working with Grindelwald. It not the time for answers, young Peveril. The circle must close. Yeah, I got that. My question is about what you're doing here. What are you using all this magic for? The vampire smirked. Leave this forest while you still can. You will walk no further down this path. I think I'm going to risk it. You're not the first elder vampire that I've fought. Perhaps, but I did not come here alone. Harry turned and saw 4 other elder vampires appear from thin air, and with them at least 50 vampire lords, and an entire army of thralls. He couldn't help but gulp slightly. To his arcane hearing, it was like a fifth of the forest had gone dark. Instead of looking intimidated, he gave them all a large smile. Greetings, elders, lords, and thralls, if you can think, that is. As you all probably know, my name is Harry Potter. I'm guessing you're in the middle of something. I'm guessing some kind of ritual or unsealing. I'm very curious about that, but I don't think you're going to tell me about it. I want you to know before we start fighting and everything, that I'm fully prepared to accept your total surrender and let you go in peace. That seemed to have stunned them into silence, exactly like Harry wanted it to. I know what you're going to say. I'm being extremely generous. But what's the point of being human if I didn't have a bit of mercy in me? Or so they say. I'm not really sure about that one, but what's life without trying out new things? Silence. Absolute silence. That was what met Harry's little speech. The sheer incredulity and confusion that the vampires expressed almost made the young mage burst into laughter. Unfortunately, it seemed like this was all the time he could buy. A few of the vampire lords, accompanied by their thralls, were leaping towards him. Hey, it was enough to put a plan together. 5 elder vampires, dozens of vampire lords, an entire swarm of thralls. All of them protected whatever ritual was being performed. It had to be something very important. Dumbledore definitely didn't want whatever this was to be interrupted. Harry tilted to the side to avoid a spear of shadows by one of the vampire lords, before warping space to dodge a few of the leaping thralls. He quickly created a space pulse that threw them away and summoned one of them to block a beam of blood coming at him. He used his amateurish knowledge of alchemy to turn the cursed body into flames, which he quickly manipulated using his space warping. The flames quickly morphed into a giant ring of fire that Harry pushed outwards. The vampires did their best to either stifle or swallow the flames using their shadow magic. Unfortunately for them, this was not elemental magic, but primal fire created using alchemy and imbued with their own blood curse. Almost half of the vampire lords and their thralls had perished in the attack before one of the elders sent a giant ball of darkness that swallowed the flames whole. Harry wiped some of the dust from his coat and gave them all a large smile. See what you made me do? I was all for talking and accepting your surrender. But no, you had to go out in style. The vampire elder who had stopped the fire gave him a pointed look. I was not aware that you were well versed in alchemy, child. As odd as your use of it is, I recognize the principles used. Well, I always did like being different. You know, there was this whole rave about Flamel's journal and I thought I'd at least have a passing understanding of his field so that I could get something out of what was in there when I won. Unfortunately, it seemed like people had other ideas, but you know what that's like. But, there's something I noticed. You don't seem so broken up about me essentially killing off your lieutenants. They were disposable. Harry didn't believe that. During the event of the Quidditch World Cup, the vampire elder attacking didn't care about a single vampire lord dying but became extremely agitated when Harry killed a lot of them. From what he had learned about vampire elders, they tended to gain long-term power from the vampire lords sworn to them. If they didn't care about their underlings dying, it meant only one thing: you don't care. We live to serve our lord, one of the elders simply retorted. Harry decided to file that away. You know, there's something I'm very curious about. I know you won't say anything about your lord's plan or whatever, and I'm sure I can figure it out. But what I did notice is the fact that people just do nothing when I talk. People never asked me why I do it. But if you examine things very carefully, I only really do it when I'm surrounded. It's often considered foolish to talk during battle, as many of you know. Unless, of course, you're stalling for something. Before they could do anything, Harry opened a portal in front of him. The other side wasn't far in any way, just outside of the forest. More importantly, the location was fully exposed to the sun. And the moment the sunlight appeared from the portal, every single vampire lord and thrall turned to dust. Just as they were starting to come to terms with what had happened, Harry conjured another blade of ice which he imbued with the power of the Resurrection Stone. He warped space in front of the elders and stabbed them each with the blade as he had done to the elder during the Quidditch World Cup finals. He had hoped to take them by surprise, and all but one, the first one who had spoken with him, had immediately turned to ash, dead. It was a lot easier to deal with them when he knew how to kill them. The last remaining elder vampire had somehow conjured a blade of shadows and blocked his sneak attack. Harry conjured an illusion of himself that the enraged vampire elder pretended to be fooled by and suddenly leapt towards Harry. Just as he had planned, the last Potter activated his cloak and phased through the vampire's incoming attack, stabbing him in the back with his enchanted ice blade. Unlike the others, Harry's last opponent didn't immediately turn into ash. He must have been stronger than the other elders as well. The vampire went to his knees and gave the young mage a victorious look. Do you seriously think you've won here? Distraction and misdirection can be very powerful indeed. For all your talent, you have much to learn, young Peveril. Harry didn't let him continue and just threw the blade at the vampire, impaling him once more. He quickly dissipated into dust, but Harry didn't have time to celebrate his frankly very impressive victory. He felt the stream of magic coming from the stadium stop and heard a very loud scream on the other side of the forest. He warped space at a ridiculous degree towards the noise. By the time he arrived, he noticed that the screaming had come from a glowing ritual circle, where a masked man was raising a glowing ritual knife towards a bound young girl. Just as he was going to bring it down, Harry instinctively opened a portal in front of the blade to protect the girl. However, he gaped when the blade just cut through the portal as if it wasn't there. What the fuck? He didn't have time to think of a magical explanation for what had happened, as the blade reached the young girl's heart. He felt like the entire world held its breath, then screamed. An immense pulse of magic originated from the girl's corpse, vaporizing the wizard in question, and Harry created a portal to outside the forest, landing heavily on the ground. Harry slowly got up, feeling disoriented, and looked at the forest once more. He saw the woods darken and the leaves visibly fall. It was as if the forest itself had died during the ritual, whatever it was. The last Potter found himself processing what the fuck he just witnessed. He had never heard or even read about something like this. He needed to speak with someone more knowledgeable than him about this stuff. Harry looked at his watch and winced. He had disappeared for almost half an hour. He needed to get back to the tournament or his absence would be noticed, if it hadn't been already. He couldn't help but feel like things had gotten a lot more complicated with this. Chapter 283, The Cursed Reaper. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry looked at his watch and winced. He had disappeared for almost half an hour. He needed to get back to the tournament or his absence would be noticed, if it hadn't been already. He couldn't help but feel like things had gotten a lot more complicated with this. The last Potter used his cloak to sneak past the second task's security. He slowly walked to the stands, where the rest of the Hogwarts delegation sat in anticipation. And yet, he couldn't really care about the outcome of the task, no matter how much he had planned for it. Instead, his mind was occupied by what he had just witnessed. He hadn't had the time to even digest what he had seen. He couldn't shake the image of the small girl with olive-colored skin pleading silently for her attacker to spare her. There was no justification for Dumbledore allowing this to happen. The girl was innocent. She was just a child. Harry wasn't the most emotional of people. He would admit that fact easily. He could be apathetic sometimes, and he rarely cared for the fates of people he considered to be strangers. It was why, for all the lives he had saved, for all the extraordinary things he had accomplished, he would never consider himself to be a hero. He was just too selfish to be one. But this was the first time he had seen a child die at the hands of another, and it disturbed him immensely. He didn't know how to describe it. It was a mixture of grief for the lost potential of the girl, mixed with regret and hatred at her assailants. He couldn't refute that he also had his part to play in this. He had done as he always did and kept talking, hoping to distract his opponents so that he could put in place his convoluted plan, to be so clever. He had never considered the fact that the vampires allowed him to talk because they were also buying time for the ritual to be ready. He could have probably saved the girl by avoiding the fight altogether and creating a portal to the girl and getting her out himself. But no, he had to fight. He had to be clever. Harry had failed before. Voldemort had almost killed him in his first year, Tom Riddle had tricked him many times in his second year, Dumbledore had trapped him in his third year, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. But he was always the one who paid for the consequences of his failure, or at least, he was able to stop them from affecting other people. This was different. The girl, whose face just wouldn't leave his head, had died. She was a complete stranger, and it didn't make sense for him to be so hung up about it, and yet he was. He knew that Dumbledore could be ruthless. Harry was 13 years old when he'd trapped him in the Gardens of Avalon, but he always thought that it was about future-proofing his plans. Harry was a threat and he wanted it to be dealt with easily enough. But he never expected the Light Champion to allow the killing of a girl in cold blood, just to power a ritual. He needed answers. Something just wasn't right. Harry's train of thought was interrupted by the masked form of Lily nudging him with a worried tone. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Yes, I'm fine." "You sensed the magical release?" She nodded. "It was stronger than the first task." "A lot stronger." "Hey, I thought so too. But then again, it happened right in front of me." "What did you see?" Harry swallowed and forced himself to speak. "I followed the trail of magic. There were vampires using some kind of shadow magic to be able to move around. We fought and I beat them. But, I wasn't fast enough. They were protecting this ritual. The magic from the stadium was powering this knife. They used it to kill a girl, barely more than a child. I tried to stop it, but it cut through my portal somehow. That doesn't make any sense. A magical release of this size can't have been done from the sacrifice of an entire city, let alone a single person. The magic taken from the stadium alone would have been more than the sacrifice of a single girl. It just doesn't add up. A girl died. A child, not even at the age of coming to Hogwarts. Dead because of Dumbledore's plan. Dead because I was overconfident, and all you care about is how it doesn't make sense. The woman's voice got softer. Of course I do. I know you probably feel like shit. I know I have, and I made a lot of mistakes, trust me. A lot of people died on my watch. It's a horrible feeling. But the sad truth is that hundreds of little girls, just like her, die every day. One more or one less doesn't make a difference. Dumbledore's plan, whatever it is, can have large-scale consequences. Stop thinking about the little girl that you failed and focus on the wider picture. Harry wanted to yell at the woman but thought that it wasn't fair for him to do so when she was trying to comfort him, in her own weird way. He just nodded. The masked redhead continued, "From what you said, I think that the purpose of the magic was to enhance the knife. The fact that it cut through your portal meant that the magic it absorbed was so overwhelming that any spell wouldn't affect it. It's a pretty old art, used in the old days to cut through certain wards during sieges. Using something like this to kill a girl would have been very counterproductive, but using it to bypass some kind of protection that she had, something that kept her safe, could explain the magical release. But, it had to be one hell of an enchantment, though, to cause something of this magnitude. Was she trying to distract him with arcane knowledge? It was strangely working in this weird way. Harry decided to humor her a bit, I guess so. But what kind of magical enchantment could be this powerful? An old blood curse, maybe. She replied sounding relieved, technically speaking, a blade imbued with such magic could cut through a blood pact, and the magic release from the blood pact could have a similar effect. But, the curse would have to be very powerful, considering the magical release. Still, a blade enhanced like this could cut through the magic itself, killing the girl was completely unnecessary. And it's definitely not like Dumbledore to do something like this. Sure, he could be ruthless and pragmatic, but killing kids for no reason isn't something he would condone, especially if there's another way to achieve the same result. Are you seriously defending the man? And the vampires did say that he was working with Grindelwald for some reason. Lily froze. Are you sure about that? Yes. They said something about the light and dark ones becoming allies. You seem worried. Why are you worried? No, it's just that the light and dark champions should instinctively want to kill each other. Any partnership always ends in a battle and suffering. There is a reason why the Great War was so destructive and left massive scars all over the continent. For Dumbledore to risk another partnership with Grindelwald. Something big has to be happening. We've been planning on another Great War, another fight, but what if we were going about things all wrong? Flamel's words about Ragnarok came to mind, but Harry didn't say anything. He was still coming to grips with the situation. The hidden redhead continued, I'll try to figure out what I can. Give me a couple of days to figure this out. Tonight, I want you to conjure me an illusion of the girl in question, and I'll try to figure out who she was. It might give us a better idea about what's really going on. I can do that myself, Harry protested. I know you can. But can you do that and also take care of the situation with Isabella Zabini? He suppressed a groan. He had almost forgotten about the woman. As satisfying as it would be to wipe her smug smirk from her face and stop her from killing Tracy, he was so preoccupied with what had happened in the forest that it almost felt underwhelming, in a weird way. You have a point. But, tell me when you find something. By the way, what's happening on that front? Are they doing well? This task was actually pretty interesting. Every beast other than the Minotaur, the Griffin, and the Nemean Lion has been eliminated. 2 by the Romans, 1 by the Spanish and 1 by the French. As for the teams, Durmstrang couldn't really do much against the Romans, even if they were able to take out just one of them. The Spanish were eliminated first at the hands of Beau's batons, which was pretty surprising. The Vila girl, Delacour, I think, charmed her voice and put them all to sleep. But, the Italians are sending some goat blood at her to get the Griffin to do their job for them. Pretty efficient, to be honest. He hummed in approval a bit. She was right, the task sounded pretty exciting. What about Hogwarts? Your teammates were immediately swarmed by Nibelheim and Olympus. The Gryffindor girl, Johnson, was taken out early on, but she took 2 Nibelheim champions with her. That fog spell of yours was very effective. Diggory took out one of the Olympus champions as well. They're looking to get the Minotaur to win, but elemental magic from Olympus is pushing them back. Harry snorted, a surprisingly good showing considering that I trained them for just a few days. He grinned as the crow cheered when Cho lured a Nibelheim champion in with a spell, only for him to be stunned in the back by Diggory. Since they had full vision in the fog, that gave them a tremendous advantage. And the fog was very hard to dispel or dissipate with wind magic. The spell didn't even conjure a fog. It was a large-scale light illusion that was already calculated when Harry created the spell. Honestly, they would have been screwed if the competitors specialized in illusion magic, but Harry had checked the list of competitors beforehand and there wasn't anyone who really bothered with the field. Illusions weren't all that flashy, really. Magic or no magic, teenagers still liked flashy things. Speaking of flashy things, Fla's partner sent a blinding white spell at the griffin that was attacking the blood-soaked villa. She hadn't even used her wand, so that must have been a family crest. Interesting. Harry didn't know that there were any crests remaining in France. The revolution a couple of centuries prior had caused the extinction of most old family lines in the country. Anyway, the spell did not hurt the griffin. Instead, the eagle-lion hybrid froze. She'd taken control over the beast. Hey, it must have been a very powerful spell to subjugate the will of a creature that strong. The girl took the key from the griffin's body, and quickly checked over Fleur. With a flick of her wand, the blood had disappeared, and with a glare, she said something to the griffin, which flew up into the air and in turn, started to attack the Italians with unnatural ferocity. On the other side of the stadium, the Olympus champions were attacked by the Minotaur. They were able to defeat the beast without too much trouble. Harry saw the new Olympus champion enter the arena after speaking with one of their professors. He went in front of the fog and waved his wand in a complicated manner. A spell appeared from his wand and dissipated the illusion. Chong found her position exposed by the lack of mist and was immediately accosted by the three Olympus champions. Diggory, instead of capitalizing on their distraction and taking a few out, decided to run and conjure a shield in front of him. Of course, the shield shattered from the attack of three opponents, and he was immediately taken out of the fight as well. The last Potter smirked to himself. Everything was going remarkably smoothly. Hogwarts was doing quite well, considering that people didn't think they could last long without Harry being there. Because he hadn't trained them to win. He had trained them to last as long as they could. And as Cho did her best to fend off the Olympus champions, and the French and Italians went at it, he wondered how people were going to react when his plan was activated. Oh, he was looking forward to seeing the looks on their faces. Chapter 284, Distorting Influence. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Fleur expected this to be her last thought. She expected the world to turn dark. However, she was baffled when the world turned a blinding white instead. What the fuck had just happened? Her answer came quickly enough as the griffin froze just inches away from her. What was peculiar was the fact that its eyes were glowing white. She struggled to get up, but she managed to do it quickly enough. She turned and looked around to find out what had happened and saw that Aloise Fontaine's eyes were glowing the same color. The witch slowly walked towards the beast and grabbed the key around its neck. If no one had tried to attack their camp, Beau's Batons had just gained 2 extra champions, meaning that they held a very real numerical advantage. She turned towards Aloise, wincing with every step she took. "Thank you." "You're welcome," the other girl simply responded. "So, the rumors are true. You do have a family crest?" She nodded. "My family agreed to let me use it during the tournament. I didn't really get to do it before. It's not that handy during dueling, but it would have probably been handy if we had done the first task the proper way. Still, as you know, that didn't happen. So, what now?" The Vila responded, "Well, the Spanish are out. Hogwarts, Nibelheim and Olympus are at the other side of the arena, under some kind of mist. Durmstrang and the Romans were fighting each other near us, and considering the use of bait, one of them must have won. I'm personally thinking the Romans. So, do we go back to camp to regroup and plan an attack?" "We probably should," Fleur hummed. "Aloise, how good is your control over the griffin?" "Pretty good, if I say so myself." "You're not seriously planning on attacking them with just the 2 of us?" "Well, think about it. If we leave now, we run the risk of being ambushed by them. Their plan was to use blood to make the griffin attack the Spanish. Either the Spanish would have won, or the griffin would have beaten them. Either way, the Romans would either want to beat the griffin and get the key or defeat the remaining Spanish champions whose numbers were probably going to be reduced. So, if they're coming here either way, The Fontaine Scion grinned, we can set a trap. We don't even have to beat all of them, just a few of them to lower their numbers. Most of the magical creatures have been defeated already. There's just the Minotaur near the other side of the arena, and the Nemean lion. I think they must have put that creature in as a joke or something since beating one is almost impossible. She was right, of course. Nemean lions were creatures of legend. They were bred by someone back in ancient Greece. They still had no idea how someone had managed to do this. The creature's hide wasn't magically resistant but actively repelled any signs of magic, that's not to mention the fact that it was also immune to physical damage. There were attempts at replicating the effects, but the very nature of its hide meant that it couldn't be analyzed using magic. Defeating a Nemean lion wasn't impossible, but it required an insane amount of preparation and planning. You needed to create a trap that could somehow bind it in place, like unbreakable chains that would stop it from moving, and that was already difficult because of its frankly insane strength, and then keep it bound until it starved to death. And even then, if you wanted the hide, you had to wait for the corpse to rot off. Asking students to defeat one was about as reasonable as telling them to fight a dragon. So, that meant that there was only one beast in real play, and the worst-case scenario was for Hogwarts to get it and Harry to enter the arena. She hadn't seen a lot of the Nibelheim fight, so she couldn't really say much about what they could do if they beat it. But the Olympians, on the other hand, would probably add another elemental specialist to their midst, which was dangerous. Their main advantage now was their numbers, and they needed to use that. So, the Romans, then Hogwarts, then Olympus. Eloise smiled in approval of her plan, and they got to work. She got the griffin to visibly fly in the air, around the Spanish camp, making it seem like it had beat them. Meanwhile, they had put a few obscuring charms up to hide from any detection charms. They weren't foolproof, but considering the fact that the Romans specialized in battle spells, they would probably do. Exactly as she planned, a group of 4 Romans entered in formation. The 2 in front were holding their physical shields, while the 2 others were trying to scout ahead and identify any threats. They entered the camp warily, and Fleur took the initiative by actively using her allure. Normally, she wouldn't have done this. She disliked using her heritage to her advantage. It reminded her of how her father used her mother's charm against his political opponents. The allure did its job as it distracted the Romans, and even when they tried to fight it off, it broke their formation. Of course, that was when Eloise commanded the griffin to fly down at great speeds and attack them. In the chaos, Fleur followed up with a few spells of her own at their backs, eliminating 2 of them. She left the griffin to deal with the other 2 in the meantime. She quickly grabbed Eloise and ran away from the former camp. After having walked a sufficient distance, the Vila groaned, "So, how did we do?" The griffin was defeated, and he took one of them with him. "You got 2 others. There's only 1 Roman left. Should we go after him?" "No, their greatest strength was their teamwork. Just one of them is not enough of a threat. It's better that we regroup with the others. The situation might have shifted, and it'll be better if I use my scrying spell again to figure out what to do next." They quickly ran towards their teammates and saw Arthur Laurent standing with 2 new teammates, François Moreau and Céline Bernard, who had also participated in the previous task with her. They didn't get the chance to show it in Beau's batons, but she knew that they were some of the best duelists in their school. Personally, Fleur would have picked one of them and followed up with some kind of curse breaker specialist, but Madame Maxime knew what she was doing, especially since she had more information than her regarding how the task was progressing. She gave them a nod and spoke up, "Moreau, Bernard, any news or tactics from Madame Maxime?" "Well, since Damstrang and Nibelheim are gone and you took care of the Spanish, she told me to focus on the Romans, then the Olympians." The boy retorted. "What about the Minotaur?" "The Olympians took care of it. The Nemean lion is the only beast left and I'm not risking going after it. So, yeah, there's no risk of Potter ruining this task for us. Tactically, the Romans are the bigger risk if only because of their numbers." Eloise snorted, "Not anymore. We took care of 3 of them. There's only 1 left. So, Olympus then? How many of them are left?" Céline answered passively, 3. I was the last one to come here and they were just bringing in their 3rd one. "What about the mist?" "An illusion. It's a very elaborate one, but wind magic didn't do much to clear it up. I can counter it easily enough. It's still very impressive, all things considered. I didn't really recognize the spell." Arthur retorted, "I don't think you'll have to. I think the new Olympian figured it out." The Vila looked at the other side of the arena and saw the mist slowly dissipate into a faint light. They all ran towards the Greeks and saw them trying to attack the 2 remaining Hogwarts champions. The boy tried to shield the girl but ended up being eliminated. Deciding to use their distraction, Fleur motioned to sneakily attack the Olympians from behind. They managed to get 2 of them by surprise, but the third one summoned a bolt of lightning at them. Celine conjured a lightning rod, shielding them, but she was knocked unconscious by the process somehow. Still, this was enough for them to eliminate the last Olympians. That left only the girl from Hogwarts, who had disappeared in the middle of the chaos, and the last Roman. The Centurion showed himself when he tried to ambush them. To be perfectly fair, it was his only real option. Fighting the Nemean lion was beyond foolish, and he wasn't going to get a better chance at attacking them than this. He actually managed to eliminate Aloys before being overwhelmed by the 3 remaining Beaux Batons champions. So, that left the 3 of them against the Hogwarts girl. To be perfectly honest, no one really expected Hogwarts to reach this point without Harry participating. However, the girl had managed to somehow crawl into second place without any issues. They found her just a few yards away, being attacked by the Nemean lion. Fleur decided not to risk it being a trap and told the others to wait the fight out. The girl was doing surprisingly well against the mythical beast and her hand started to glow. Suddenly, the lion was stopped in its tracks for a fraction of a second and some kind of earth magic then sent the beast tumbling away. No, not away, towards them. Fleur, out of pure instinct, overpowered a digging spell and created a large crater in the ground that the lion landed in. The idea came to her in less than a fraction of a second and the Hogwarts girl would have won if it hadn't been for that impulse decision. The Nemean lion was momentarily trapped, and the 3 of them walked towards the limping girl who looked strangely resigned. I almost thought I was going to do it. Did you really try to bait a Nemean lion to attack you just to make a trap? That's beyond stupid. Look, I'm 2 years younger than you, and there are 3 of you. I thought either I'd get eliminated, beat the lion and get some backup, or redirect it towards you as a distraction. Arthur snorted, you seriously thought you could beat a Nemean lion? Potter taught us to attack the inside of the mouth of creatures with resistant hides and scales. Said that it was the most effective way to get spells to affect them. The damn thing was too smart to open its mouth for too long, and immediately realized what I was trying to do. Harry trained you. The girl gave her a smirk. Harry, is it? Well, he trained the 3 of us for a few days. I really should have trusted his judgment more. How is that? Fleur asked, curious and a little embarrassed. Well, you see, this plan was entirely made by Potter. The fog, the earth spells, everything. Don't get me wrong, he never planned on competing, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to win. He predicted who would go after the beasts and who would go after us. He was wrong about Dimstrang going after us, though. But he was bang on about the rest. And what's his master plan for this? Francois snarked back. The girl simply shrugged. He said to do my best. Fleur, let's just stop talking. She's obviously stalling and throwing Potter's name around to make us scared. Let's just get this over with. The Vila nodded and attacked the British girl who was barely able to use something to send Arthur flying back, probably with a family crest of some sort, before being overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Fleur and Francois. Right as she was falling, disarmed, and with half her body petrified, the girl smiled faintly. He also told me that the moment you all entered my mist, I would win. Just as the girl was falling unconscious, Fleur felt her own body freeze up. She heard Francois also yell out behind her. And after that, there was only darkness. Chapter 285, Cornering a Spider. November 21, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry grinned at the sight of the uproar that was the end of the second task. The judges looked absolutely confused about what had happened, and so were the rest of the spectators. The chaos was just so beautiful. Before the situation with the Zabanai matriarch, he had no plans to interfere in any way in the task, but he was glad he did, if only to see other people's reactions. He saw Daphne physically gaping in front of him. Her expression quickly morphed into annoyance, and she hit him in the shoulder. He pretended that he was hurt. What was that for? You tell me. How the fuck did you pull it off? Harry's smirk grew even wider. It wasn't that hard if you know how to place the pieces. Please tell me you didn't put runes on the competitors before they fought, because that's just plain cheating and you could get into a lot of trouble. Of course, I didn't. Do you seriously think I'm some hack or something? No, Everything that happened here was caused by spells that the competitors cast with no intervention from the outside. The blonde frowned, I don't get it. How could they cast spells without knowing what they were doing? Oh, they knew the effects of the spells. I just didn't tell them everything. You tricked our school into winning. He grinned, even better. I tricked our school into drawing the first task. I personally think that is even more impressive. But how? And why go through all that effort? The way I did it was surprisingly easy. I taught them a handful of spells, but the more useful ones were the fog spell and the earth spell. What I didn't tell them was that both spells were connected and had a few hidden features. I had Lily steal samples from every delegation, which I used to craft a spell which would recognize any of the signatures and mark them. Daphne hummed, you created a spell which would only locate the enemy champions and included it into the fog. It is the fog, right? Yes, the moment any other champion entered the fog, they would be marked, even if they left. Even then, the fog itself was a mixture of conjuration and illusion. I'm a bit proud of that one. Of course, there's also the Earthwave spell which happened to also be a long-term charm which would absorb the surrounding magic and target the marked individuals the moment the last Hogwarts champion gets eliminated, which would immediately knock out everyone else. A guaranteed tie for Hogwarts. But only if Hogwarts wasn't eliminated before the spell activated and if all the champions went through the mist. Still, the fewer champions remained, the less energy the charm needed. He gave her a grin, exactly, and I had no plans for them to win. I just taught them how to survive and hide. It was why I chose those two spells to combine their strengths. There was a bit of risk, but that risk slowly decreased with every second that passed. And the best thing is that the spell is layered in a way that even if someone happens to dispel the illusion, its true purpose would still continue to work without anyone knowing. As you can probably tell, I'm a little proud of this little spell, to be honest. And even then, I didn't expect Hogwarts to be in the final two. Pretty neat plan, don't you think? Sure, but why not just give them an activation spell or something to win? Why only knock out everyone else at the last moment? Because that's exactly what I wanted. A tie. She snorted, you almost didn't get one. Chang's last gambit with the Nemean lion could have worked. She would have won. And while it wouldn't have been my ideal scenario, it would have satisfied with my agreement with Isabella Zabani, and Tracy would have been safe. So, a tie does more for you than simply satisfying the agreement, some kind of loophole perhaps? Or even better, it somehow ruins whatever Blaze's mother was planning. But that'll only be valid if the judges don't rule this as cheating. The last Potter's face turned amused, and why would it be considered cheating? Every spell that was cast can be retraced to a participant in the competition. They won't find any signs of cheating or outside interference because there just isn't any. The most they could complain about would be the magical signatures if they even figured it out, but even then, there was nothing wrong with creating targeted spells. They were just too impractical and too time-consuming to make, especially since they only work in very specific scenarios. And yet you made one just for the tournament. And I'm not talking about your bullshit magic prodigy crap. You literally created a spell, crafted it to be usable by other people who didn't even understand what they were doing, and you did that in just a couple of days. Let's just say that I have a better grasp of the intricacies of arithmancy than most people. But you're missing the point. The judges have to rule it as a tie since everyone with an omniocular would know that they were all knocked out at the same time. And, since they won't find any signs of cheating. The endgame is the same, a tie. And for all her passionate words, I have a feeling that the Zabani matriarch isn't going to like this little fact. Do you think that she'll do something rash? Tracy's life is on the line, after all. Don't worry about it. I have something planned for that too. Oh, look, they're announcing the winners. The whole speech was about what Harry expected. They had investigated the whole event thoroughly and found no signs of malfeasance. The spells were directly cast by the Hogwarts champions and were verified through their wands and a team of expert arithmancers. And, of course, they announced that the final result was a tie between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. The French spectators apparently didn't like this judgment, and Harry was sure that there would be a lot of controversy around the judge's decision. People were still confused about what had happened and how the task had ended. He turned towards McGonagall who gave him a warm smile and a nod. They had made a deal. She would not push for his participation in the tasks, and Harry would not have to participate in any task if he got Britain to win another one. He had kept his side of the bargain, and he liked to think that the headmistress would keep her own. The way back from the stadium was interrupted by a group of Italian wizards blocking his way. Harry Potter. You will come with me. The Potter scion smirked. He knew exactly what was happening. He motioned for the rest of the Hogwarts delegation to continue. Even Daphne, don't worry. I'll be back in a few minutes. They walked in silence until they arrived at a rather lavish mansion on the beach. The guards guided him to the entrance. The lady will meet you now. Harry walked inside confidently and whistled. Well, isn't this a fancy place? He wasn't lying. The walls were filled with dozens of pieces of art. There were handcrafted statues and weapons. All the works. I'm glad you think so, a voice returned behind him. I believe we have a lot to talk about, Mr. Potter. Ah, Mrs. Zabinai. It's a pleasure to see you again. You have some nerve standing here as if nothing has happened. Harry snorted. Well, why would I be nervous? I did everything you asked, didn't I? Hogwarts was in first place in the task exactly as you wanted, right? Your rivals will have no reason to doubt your son's education or Hogwarts competence. So, problem solved. Problem not solved. I wanted Hogwarts to win. No, you didn't. You wanted Hogwarts to be the only winner without me competing. But you didn't specify this in our agreement, did you? Of course, politically, this wouldn't have been an issue, but this was never about politics, was it? The woman flinched. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, let me refresh your memory. You made a sizable bet on Hogwarts winning the task without me competing. It was some very good odds and you stacked them in your favor. Only, you didn't really have enough gold to bet, just investments and properties, so you bet portions of your business empire in Rome instead. They agreed, of course, and you were so confident. This would have been such a massive stroke of genius. You could have expanded your empire throughout Italy and even most of the ICW. And if you lost, the worst that would happen is having the shares of your properties that you bet distributed amongst hundreds of debtors. You could recoup your losses easily enough with your next husband. Sure, you would have lost a bit of income, but it would have been a temporary setback at best. But, you got greedy. You were so confident of your hold over me that you bet more than you should have, and now, you're screwed. They won't acknowledge that a tie for first place is the same as Hogwarts winning. I'll deal with it. Harry gave her a smug look. I don't think you will. It's too much money. If they make an exception for you, they'll have to do it for all the bets on the French winning. And, of course, there's also the little fact that Arcturus Black happened to make a nice sizable bet that Hogwarts would tie for first place and that I wouldn't participate. And the odds on that bet? Well, let's just say they're very nice. He's looking at quite a nice payout, including your own properties. It looks like you're going to have a partner in most of your ventures. Isn't that great? The woman blanched at this. It was different to lose a portion of her investments to hundreds of people, each with a small percentage. She would still have had control over the situation and her investments. But, with a single person holding a big part of each investment, they could be a threat. And Arcturus Black had a reputation all over Europe for his ruthlessness. You bastard! You planned this? The Italian woman snarled. Yes, I did. Believe me, it was harder than just giving them the win. A pretty nice challenge all things considered. I could have the bets cancelled, go to the ICW and... Harry interrupted her, and what, exactly? Tell them that I gave my schoolmates a tactic that would ensure the task would end in a draw? That I tricked them into casting spells that would give them the win because that's exactly what I did? Everything that happened in that arena, every effect, was due to one of their spells. It was why the judges didn't disqualify anyone. You lost, Zabinai, just accept it and move on with your life. I could just kill the Davis girl. Sure, and then, I would tell Arcturus to destroy everything you hold dear. Your empire would disappear. So far, he's going to take the softer approach. But, he could just sell his portions of the properties to Gringotts. I wonder how long you'd survive when an entire army of goblin bankers is doing their best to take every single nut from you? Still, you're not getting the point. And what is it? The woman snarled back. It's very simple. Don't fuck with me. You thought you could manipulate me into making you a profit. You thought to use me for your goals. That was a foolish mistake. Dumbledore tried to do the same and you know what happened to him. And that was a fucking archmage who happened to be a war hero. But, in a way, what you did was worse. You threatened my friend. I really don't like that. so, when other people come to you and ask you about using me, tell them to run away." The woman gulped and simply nodded, probably not trusting her own voice. Harry grinned cheerily. "Excellent. That wasn't so hard, was it? Now, one last thing. I figure it was implied, but I think it would be better for me to be a little more direct. If I find out that you so much as hurt Tracy, Blaze, Daphne, or any of my friends, I will burn you. I will find everything you hold dear and make you watch as I burn it into the ground. I will turn you into a lesson on what happens when someone tries to get to me through my friends and family. Do you understand, Isabella?" The room got darker and colder as he continued talking. The woman was trembling in front of him, and he asked once more, "I said, do you understand, Isabella?" "Why yes," she stammered. "Then we have nothing more to discuss." And just like that, he disappeared, leaving the woman kneeling and shaking in fright. It was a shame. Sometimes violence was the only language a few people could understand. Chapter 286, Glowing Petals. November 22, 1994, Rome, Italy. Albus Dumbledore sat in the room awarded to him by the Accademia Arcana Italia. Like the rest of the school, it was as Spartan as it was empty. There weren't any luxuries or any enchanted amenities. As unusual as this was, Albus actually preferred this. The fact that there weren't many objects in the room meant that there were fewer opportunities to sneak and any curses to hit him. Normally, he would either vanish or temporarily store each item in one of his many caches all over the continent and conjure new ones during his stay. The straight approach saved him a lot of time and effort when he arrived. All in all, he had enjoyed his stay in Rome. Everything was going according to plan. The second seal was removed without any issues. The only small thing was the fact that the enchanted forest had been contaminated by the ritual, but it would right itself in time. Everything did one day. Other than that, the task had been surprisingly entertaining to watch, far better than the first one at Beau's Batons, which was extremely boring after the Potter boy finished. People obviously liked fast-paced events better than long and drawn-out ones. The ending was also fascinating. He realized immediately what had happened. The Potter boy, again. At least it didn't really impact Albus in any way. The Diggory boy and the Chong girl cast spells that had hidden components imbibed in them, which then activated just as the last Hogwarts champion was about to be eliminated. This was confirmed when he had personally examined the spell thanks to their wands, alongside a few ICW specialists. They had been quite perplexed with the spell, but the former headmaster could see the Potter boy's fingerprint all over it. The boy had tricked them into winning. Albus didn't know if he should have been impressed or not. He probably should, since he showed that the rumors of the school's decline during his tenure as headmaster being nothing more than that, rumors. His former worries looked so small, now that he looked back at everything. With his grand plan destroyed and Gellert's information about Ragnarok, Albus had a wild shift in perspective, so much so that he agreed to work with Gellert of all people. Oh, he still hated the Potter boy with a passion, but there was something more important than satisfying the urge to kill the brat. Gellert was strangely opposed to the idea, something about the brat being important. Albus agreed not to do anything drastic, which was very tempting when he realized that Nicholas' diary was destroyed and that the Philosopher's Stone was out of his reach once more. Perhaps after the boy fulfilled his purpose. He smiled slightly at the image. Of course, his pleasant daydream was interrupted when he sensed a presence materialize behind him. "Hello, Lily." Yes, Lily Potter, or Evans as she preferred, was another complication that he wished would just go away. Her death had been the only positive point in the fiasco that was the attack on Godric's Hollow, and the fact that she was still alive meant that thousands of wizards, witches, and muggles had died for nothing. He wished her could just kill her and be done with it, but the woman's ruthlessness and intelligence meant that she had so many contingencies for her death that he would end up losing more than he would gain if he killed her at any time. She was expecting it. If it had been anyone else, he would have tried to use her son against her. She seemed to like him in some weird way. Or she just wanted to use him. Albus wasn't actually sure which one it was, and he didn't care to know about it. Harry Potter was a headache by himself, let alone the combination of him and his mother. "Albus," the redhead simply retorted. "I suppose I should congratulate you and your son. I believe he achieved a massive victory over the infamous Black Widow. And Arcturus Black's winnings were nothing to scoff at. Such a precise bet with such great odds being won. Some might call it a wonderful coincidence." The witch snorted, "Let's just dispense of the pleasantries. You tried to play the kid and he took advantage of the situation like he always did." "Whatever do you mean?" I haven't really done anything to the boy. So, you didn't tell the Black Widow to go after Harry? Albus snorted, no. It's true that I contacted Isabella Zabanai and asked her to distract the boy in exchange for me ensuring that her political opposition wouldn't vote in a way that would jeopardize her wealth and power. I even specifically stated that he was not to be harmed. I'm unsure of what she did, and I did not care for it as long as the boy was distracted enough not to be a nuisance. To be perfectly honest, he also wished that the boy would be taken by the Black Widow. Considering his considerable resources, the boy was the exact target that the seductress preferred. She could have strung him along until his majority, married him, then killed him. It was distasteful, but it was an easy way of gaining revenge without really doing anything. Lily gave him an amused look. You thought he was just some hormonal teenager. Did you seriously think that he'd just turn stupid when he talked with an attractive woman? Not really, I asked her to keep him occupied without him being injured. How she did so wasn't any of my concern. Albus really hadn't cared about the method the woman used as long as she kept her side of the bargain and that she wouldn't involve him in any way. Still, he didn't know why the woman had chosen to use him to win the task and overreached by betting too much on Hogwarts' victory. Did the boy pretend to be seduced to counter her ploys? The former headmaster didn't particularly care about the outcome. Even if it was just because of some greedy woman's scheme, the boy was distracted during the second task. It seemed like the best way to manipulate the boy was through challenges. Giving him puzzles to solve. The former headmaster labeled that for a later date. The redhead though, didn't look amused. Well, that also didn't work. Harry investigated the magical release and came to a fascinating little scene in a forest not far from here. And that made Albus freeze. He had thought that the boy would have been too distracted with the task to investigate Albus' plans. This was a problem. What did he see? Enough. Wiped out the vampires guarding your little ritual and saw someone slaughter a little girl. He was really shaken by this. He showed me what she looked like. It took me a whole day tracking her down. Oh, he simply retorted. What do you mean, oh? You fucking killed a child, Albus. Some orphan girl living with Catholic nuns. I know you've always been ruthless. What you did to me, my son, Voldemort, and half our country. I know that you are perfectly capable of killing a child without losing any sleep over it. But you only ever do it as a last resort, using pure cold math, if it would make a benefit in the long run. But this isn't like you. I know I'm not the most ethical person out there, and that we don't see eye to eye. But using a child in a sacrificial ritual is wrong, no matter what you are trying to achieve. The situation is more complex than you could ever imagine. Young Maria's death, while tragic, was necessary. The redhead snarled at him, necessary? Since when is killing children for rituals necessary? And since you did this, what would be the end of it? Will genocide be necessary as well? Where does this stop? That brought Albus short. As much as people like to paint him as a manipulative monster, he never considered himself to be one. Everything he had done was for the greater good, for his grand plan of creating a magical utopia. People might have suffered on the journey, but the destination would have made up for it. He would admit that if it hadn't been for what they were facing, he wouldn't have gone through with the ritual and sacrificed the child. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of morality. Ragnarok was coming and they needed to be ready. It's necessary when the outcome is far more terrible than the life of a single child. What could possibly justify this, Dumbledore? The end. The witch seemed confused. The end of what exactly? The end of everything. Something is coming, a very old prophecy was activated, and we are now facing something that could cause the end of everything. Every human being, mage or muggle, every magical creature. Everything. So, tell me, Lily Evans, how does the life of a single girl matter in front of this? Do you think I like this, working with vampires and killing children? Do you think I would have done any of it if I had any other choice? As for the girl, do not mourn her. It was better that she died as an innocent child, anyway, considering the alternative. The moment he spoke that last sentence, he knew he had made a mistake. The truth was that Lily had poked in right in a sensitive spot. He had been doubtful when Gellert had told him about the plan for this particular seal. It had made him feel like a monster until he was reminded just what they were trying to prevent. Of course, then Gellert told him what the girl's fate would have been, and in a way, what they had given her was a mercy. And what role does the girl play? Why would sacrificing this random orphan cause anything? Oh. A prophecy, that's what it was all about. The girl was the subject of a prophecy, one that was probably negative. You decided to play God, as you always do, and decided not only to stop her prophecy but to use it for your ritual. That's why you needed the task. You used the large amount of energy to get past Fate's protection for a fraction of a second, enough to use the magical released from the prophecy. You didn't just want to kill her, you wanted to do it in a way to benefit as much as possible. This was why he hated dealing with Lily Potter and her infernal son. There really was such a thing as being too smart for their own good. Her guess was quite close. There really was a prophecy about young Maria. Well, not her specifically, but about a new conqueror from the bloodline of Emperor Nero. She was the only remaining descendant of the tyrant. Even if she wouldn't have been responsible, how many lives had he saved by simply sacrificing the girl? Even if the whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth, allowing something like this, even in the far future to come to fruition, was just as evil as killing the girl, perhaps even more so. It was the exact definition of the greater good, of making difficult decisions when no one else could. Of course, the witch had to continue. My question is, what could you possibly do with 7 prophecies? What are you planning? I am not going to answer that. This isn't about you or about your child. This isn't some fight between good and evil, but preparations for humanity's survival. Yes, what I did was wrong, but it was the right decision. I have no time or energy for your games considering what's at stake. And yet you went after Harry again. Albus corrected, I kept him distracted. But you're right. I will not do so again, as long as you leave us be. I will not be tolerant. Not when it concerns humanity's survival. Do you remember the promise I made you weeks ago? The former headmaster shivered at the memory. You would destroy the world, just for him. Yes. The madness in her eyes was enough for him to believe her. He really needed to speak to Gellert. They needed to make a few amendments to their plans. Chapter 287, Azure Tantrum. November 22, 1994, Rome, Italy. Fleur Delacour sat as Arthur paced around, complaining, it's not fair. It was obviously him. Aurélie Dupont, her best friend, asked brightly, who? The Vila suppressed the urge to giggle. Aurélie always liked to mess with people with obvious questions, and Arthur was getting pretty annoying with his constant rants. As expected, the boy's face turned a very funny shade of red. Potter, of course. Were you not listening to me or something? It all just keeps blending around and you know how I get horribly confused about this stuff. However, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Potter wasn't in the task. Are you sure you're talking about the right person? Aurélie replied with barely hidden sarcasm. Of course, I am, and don't be so daft. What happened had Potter written all over it. He obviously cheated somehow. The whole thing stinks of Potter. It was just like him to trick anyone and make everything into a joke. Did you see how he beat the first task in his school's tournament last year? Aurélie pretended to be fascinated and nodded. How? He conjured a white piece of clothes and hid under the snow until he took out the last person standing to win. And remember what he did to the Durmstrang and Nebelheim champions back in Beaux Batons? He didn't even cast the spells that took them out, just redirected it. And that's not to mention the runes when he took out the Spanish. I bet he put runes on us before the fight and activated them. Fleur rolled her eyes. We were checked for runes and enchantments before stepping foot into the arena. None of us had any suspicious magic on us that we didn't personally approve to the officials. No one had any foreign magic on them. Then fucking how did he do it? Why is no one talking about this? We all know that there's a reason Madame Maxime is appealing the decision. Everyone knows that Potter did something, and we should have won. I don't understand why no one is caring about it. What he said seemed to have grated on Fontaine's nerves. Arthur, just stop ranting like an idiot and sit down. We did win. Just because we tied doesn't mean that we lost. Yes, we all know that Potter did something, but we also don't have any proof, and from the looks of it, neither do the judges. Madame Maxime appealed the decision so that she could find out what he did, which would stop him from doing it again. But he cheated. The boy whined. How exactly did he do that? That's the entire point. Plus, believe me, or not, a lot more people than just us will want him dead. I heard a lot of people lost money betting on the outcome. No one expected a tie. Honestly, I'm just happy that he only activated this at the end, meaning that we tied. If you think about it, the trap could have been activated before we almost eliminated the last Hogwarts champion, and then we would have lost. My guess is that he was aiming for a tie for some reason. Arthur started to pout. It's just not fair. Nothing is ever fair, Fleur retorted, and we did sort of screw up the last few duels in the task too. Even if we had a sizable numbers advantage, we should have been a lot more careful. We were lucky at the end with the Nemean lion. I could have easily not reacted in time, and we would have lost, and that's without Harry Potter being involved at all. Madame Maxime entered the room and spoke up. Quite right, Ms. Delacour. An advantage is only one if you are not reckless with it. I have come here to update you on the investigation of Mr. Potter's involvement. So, did they catch him? Arthur returned looking excited. Unfortunately, no. The decision is final, you have tied with Hogwarts for first place. That's absolute nonsense, he tried to continue only to be interrupted by his headmistress. Please let me finish, Mr. Laurent. It's very rude to speak over me. As I was saying, the decision is final because, to make things simple, Harry Potter was not the cause of your defeat. Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory were. That froze the entire room. What? I suppose I could understand your surprise, but the spell that took you out was cast by both of them, some weird hidden enchantments in certain spells. The officials did interrogate the two of them and apparently, Mr. Potter taught them both spells when they trained under him for a few days. They did not know of their secondary use in any way. So, he did cheat? Arthur yelled out. Orally rolled her eyes. No, he didn't. Teaching someone a spell and lying about all their effects isn't cheating. At the end of the day, Diggory and Chang cast the spells themselves without knowing their full effects, and that's not cheating. Harry Potter didn't use any piece of magic to impact the match, he just got the Hogwarts champions to do it. That's actually a lot more impressive. Which spells were the ones that had the trap in them? The fog illusion spell that the Chang girl cast at the start, I believe. It was some kind of marking spell that tracked everyone in the arena, and that earthwave spell that had an enchantment to attack the targets if its caster was being eliminated. As Ms. Dupont here said, there were no grounds to disqualify Hogwarts since there was no outside interference in any way and it was the competitors that cast the spells. The good news is that knowing the marking spell meant that we could counter them easily at a later date. I would recommend that you do a few marking detection spells to check if you would have been under one. The bad news is that the decision is final, we have tied with Hogwarts for first place, and as far as the judges are concerned, they earned this fair and square. Arthur looked perplexed, he tricked them into winning. Was that boy an idiot or something? Fleur honestly thought him to be reasonably intelligent, even if she didn't really know him. And Madame Maxime did personally ask him to compete. From the glint in the headmistress' eyes, she was not going to make that mistake again. Yes, Mr. Laurent, I suppose he did, and unfortunately, this wasn't against the rules. Nevertheless, even with that small incident, I wanted to tell you how proud I am of your work during the task. You have done a great job at representing Beaux Batons. As of now, our prestigious school is in second place, just after Hogwarts, and given the circumstances, I couldn't have been happier with your performance. Now, as you probably know, there was a small caveat in the previous task about getting a key from the magical creatures in the arena. As you probably know, Ms. Delacour and Ms. Fontaine have gotten one each. Can you show them to me? Fleur had almost forgotten all about this part of the task, she was confused about what happened in the end and hadn't really thought about the magical creatures. She supposed that Madame Maxime cleared a lot up, all things considered. Still, she took out the key from her pocket and gave it to her headmistress. Héloïse also handed hers. With a wave of her wand, two large chests materialized. They looked rugged and definitely well built. The wood from which they were crafted appeared ancient, its surface edged with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories of old. The iron bands that reinforced their corners were adorned with symbols, each linked to different beasts that they had beaten. Héloïse was the first to step up upon the chest with the carved griffin roaring around the chest. She used her key, which opened up to reveal sandals. They didn't really look remarkable, other than the white wings that kept flapping around them and the fact that it was floating in the air. Héloïse grabbed it with an odd look on her face and Madame Maxime explained, Mercury's sandals. They're not the real thing, of course, but it's a very well-made replica from one of the country's best enchanters. It's worth a fortune, alone. The entire room was staring at the artifact with awe and Fleur looked excitedly at her own key before stepping up to claim her own prize. The dark elder mongrel was staring at her, snarling, as if it wanted to attack. She opened the chest and retrieved a glowing dagger. No, the dagger itself wasn't glowing, but the word runes on it were. The moment she grabbed it, she felt its savagery trying to influence her. She felt strong, very strong, as if nothing would ever hurt her again, as if her father would never be able to influence her again. That was until Madame Maxime took the weapon from her, lupus dagger. Quite a history with those. They were quite popular with centurions back in ancient Rome. Those who held the dagger had their physical strength and speed enhanced massively, but that came at the cost of the blade's bloodlust. I didn't think there were many of them left. They must have really thought that their school would have won the task handily to give artifacts like these away. That made sense. Without the dagger's influence, she was able to think clearly once more. An imitation of Mercury's sandals and something like Lupus dagger, being given away was a bit of a foolish move, especially if it was done behind closed doors. These legendary artifacts should have been displayed in public. It would have been a great way to show their school's superiority with the gifts. They probably would have if the Italians had won. Show off their heritage while bragging to the other champions about what they could have won. Unfortunately, even if the Italians took out 2 beasts, they had lost handily to Beau's batons. Eloise's trick with the griffin had cost them a lot, and they had finished them off without too many issues. It was embarrassing, to lose to their own event, especially one that they practiced regularly for years. No wonder they didn't want to announce the prizes publicly, all it would have done was show what they had given away due to their confidence in winning. To be honest, the only people who had benefited from the tournament so far were the Hogwarts champions, and Britain in general. Quite right, Ms. Delacour. Oh, she said that out loud, didn't she? Fleur steeled herself and continued, well, to be frank, everyone other than Hogwarts was a loser in the previous task. Our school faced a lot of criticism because of how low the stakes were after Harry Potter finished. This one would have been good, and honestly, even without that last trick, the British did pretty well, but that's all overshadowed by how the task ended. Everyone ended up losing, except for Britain. Well, you're not wrong about that. Thankfully, with that task out of the way, I have it under good authority that Mr. Potter's involvement in the tournament will be minimal, the headmistress commented. You said the same thing about the last one too, Arthur said. Yes, but from what we could gather from our investigations, a local influencing figure tried to have him secure their desired outcome. From what I could discover, Mr. Potter made them pay very dearly. I do not believe that anyone is going to attempt to do the same again. Who was it? Fleur asked. No one important. But this did shake the local underworld, and no one is going to risk an event like this happening on their own territory, especially not the next task since it will be at Dumstrang. Now, I suggest that you get some sleep and prepare yourselves. There will be a feast tomorrow to celebrate the end of the task. As for now, I suggest that you make the most of your stay here as we will be leaving in a week. With that said, the giantess turned and left. Fleur didn't focus on the others' conversation, choosing to just go to her room instead and put her new weapon somewhere safe. Unfortunately for her, the moment she entered the room, she heard someone cough behind her. She turned and pointed her wand towards the intruder, her hand to freeze in mid-air. She heard a snort from behind her, revealing an unfamiliar woman in business clothes. Don't be alarmed, Ms. Delacour. I am not here to harm you. So, you snuck into my room and attacked me without causing me harm. The Vila returned sarcastically. You're the one who attacked me first. Don't worry, I'm just here to give you this. The woman put a piece of parchment on her dresser. And what is that? An invitation. My employer has an offer for you. And who is this employer? She snarled back. Oh, how silly of me, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gemma Farley and I work for Arcturus Black. I believe he and your father are friends. The details of your invitation are on your dresser. Oh, and the spell should deactivate in a couple of minutes. Goodbye, Ms. Delacour. Right as she was going to protest, the woman walked behind her and vanished, leaving her alone in her room with half her body petrified. Who the fuck was this bitch? Chapter 288, Whatever It Takes. November 22, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry wanted to bash his own face in as he heard Diggory whining for what must have been the 100th time. I can't believe you tricked us into winning. Harry didn't even bother dignifying this with an answer, and thankfully Chong of all people came to his defense. Look, Cedric, I don't know why you're so hung up about this. We won, didn't we? Yes, but even when he doesn't compete, everyone is still talking about him. It's really not fair. He wasn't even in the task. But he has used up a lot of his time and put a lot of effort into our training. Let's be honest, do you seriously think we would have gotten to second place, which we did without his trap? Cedric raised his hands. Exactly, all his trap did was take us from second place to joint first. I'll be honest, I'd rather have just gotten second place on my own than be in first place and have everyone say that we did it because of Potter. The Ravenclaw seemingly didn't like this. So, you care about your pride more than your school winning. Is that what you're saying? I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? Harry suppressed the urge to groan and pretended he was focused on reading his book. They were at it again, arguing like a married couple. He didn't know why Johnson, Chong, and Diggory had decided to just hang out with him anytime he was alone, but he knew one thing, he wanted it to stop. The arguing was just the worst. Chong and Diggory were most likely romantically involved, but they didn't have to fight in front of him. All the time. It was so aggravating that Harry was just one argument away from hexing the both of them out of sheer annoyance. Of course, Diggory just had to dig an even bigger hole. I don't mean it like that. All of us joined the tournament to showcase our skills and make connections. The whole school points thing is secondary at best. But, because of Potter, we don't get any attention from other people and the other schools despise us for winning through cheating. The two main reasons for even coming here are useless because of him. I know he's the reason we won, and that's nice and everything, and training us was a very good idea. But, the fact remains that I would rather have the opportunity to actually achieve something and maybe even lose, instead of piggybacking on Potter's weird schemes and win. The Hufflepuff's argument wasn't really all that bad. It was true, Harry did technically ruin their chances of impressing the spectators with his antics, and he did ruin their chances of making some meaningful connections with his actions. But, to be perfectly fair, they were going to get massacred without him. Sure, it wasn't something that they would have liked to think about, but without his training, they would have lost by a large margin. And the reason that they did so well was because Harry had literally trained them for the task's exact scenarios. He knew what the magical creatures were going to be, he simulated being targeted by multiple opponents and how to handle it, and most importantly, how to survive for as long as possible. The spells he had taught them were tailored for distractions and getting past a numbers advantage. It was like he had taught them a lesson with the exact answers to the exam, and they got good grades, which made them think that they had mastered the subject. Academically, what Harry had done was wrong on so many levels. They haven't really become better mages, they just learned how to do this particular task well. Without what he had done, they were most likely going to lose, and badly at that. Which would have guaranteed the fact that they would have gotten neither the attention they wanted nor the connections that they were told to make. The three of them looked at him with expectant expressions. He had stopped paying attention to their conversation a while back. Shrugging, he simply asked, "Did you say something?" "Unbelievable," Diggory muttered to himself, deciding to leave the room. Chong went after him, and Johnson followed without saying a word. Well, whatever, it wasn't like he cared what they thought. They were the ones constantly following him around like ducklings. And it wasn't like he was planning on getting involved in the tournament again. Having won 2 tasks, Hogwarts was guaranteed a good final position in the tournament, and that should stop McGonagall from asking for anything more from him. He had more than done enough to honor Hogwarts, and he preferred to focus mainly on whatever Dumbledore was scheming. This time, Isabella Zabanai's scheme had distracted him from his main goal. There was a small part of him that suspected that she had done so at Dumbledore's behest to take the attention away from Dumbledore's ritual. The only silver lining in the Black Widow's scheme was the fact that he had gained a lot from the whole thing. He had a meeting with Arcturus later in the week to go over the properties and shares that he had won in his bet. There was some irony in the fact that Arcturus had gained a very valuable foothold in the Italian economy in just a single day. It reminded him of how the ICW did the same to Britain with the events of the Quidditch World Cup finals. Unfortunately, this advantage did not in any way help discover what Dumbledore was planning. Harry didn't really like to admit it, but the ritualistic killing of a young girl had shaken him. Sure, he knew that it hadn't really been his fault, that his mission was supposed to be about gathering information. The thing was that he hadn't gained much, other than the fact that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had, for some reason, joined hands, and that nonsense about the circle that the elder vampire kept talking about. So far, he hadn't really found out much. Everything was just out of the norm. The pattern of Dumbledore's behavior had become useless because the former headmaster was many things, but he did not condone senseless killing. He would sacrifice the girl to save 100 others or for some vague plan of a utopic future. It was his nature. But for a ritual? No, he wouldn't. Harry groaned to himself. When did everything just stop making sense? A familiar voice interrupted his musings. So, what's got you so down, kid? He turned and saw Lily Potter, without her unspeakable outfit, which was weird since she rarely did this in public in fear of being recognized. Nothing much. What's with the change in outfit? Well, the unspeakable robes got really boring very quickly. You would not believe just how stifling it is to wear a mask and a hood all the time. I just created a quick spell so that no one would recognize me other than people who actually know that I'm back and decided to let my hair down for a bit. But, don't redirect the question. I can tell when you're frustrated. You have the exact same look on your face that James used to have. So, what is it, kid? The Potter scion rolled his eyes. Well, I wonder what it could be. Maybe it's the fact that I'm playing catch-up for a plan that was probably decades in the making. Lily stiffened. Decades. Harry nodded. Well, considering the details, it's obviously not Dumbledore's plan. He would have tried something else, something a bit less bloody. This whole thing is just too elaborate to have been done on the fly. No, someone has been planning this for a long time. The pieces are a little too perfect, too planned. There was no improvisation. A ritual of this scale can't have any. The planning of the tournament, including 7 schools, and 7 tasks, all over the continent. The fact that it's only a European tournament, instead of a global one. There are so many things that just don't make sense if this plan was just made up on the fly. And considering that Dumbledore was too preoccupied with his plans in Britain. Someone else has been planning this for a long time. Someone who was able to recruit Dumbledore, so, someone that the former headmaster respects. You think that this was all Grindelwald's plan? It's the most logical conclusion, isn't it? He's had half a century of time to plan something. I think this is it. Lily nodded. It's the most likely conclusion, yes. It would make a lot of sense. And considering that Grindelwald is rumored to be a seer. We're pretty much fucked, aren't we? The redhead replied, mind your language, Harry. And I do get your point, but it wasn't like we didn't all know that the chances were slim anyway. You'd need a seer to mess with another seer's visions. Harry stiffened. How is that? I don't know if you ever came across the difference between seers and prophets, but prophecies are absolute and enforced by the natural laws. However, seers are able to have visions of the future. And when 2 different futures of an event are seen, well, then we have a conflict, a paradox, in a way. Possible futures become invalidated by certain actions, and a lot of parameters can change randomly, ending up with very unpredictable results. Harry didn't know about that little fact. He had never told Lily that he was a seer himself, and for some reason, he instinctively wanted to hide that bit of information from her. Daphne could end up telling her, but he didn't think that the fact would come up during their lessons. It could be a potent weapon against Grindelwald, to cause his prediction to wildly misfire during one of the tasks. But the time he'd met Grindelwald in a vision still reminded him of how outmatched he would be. Lily snapped her fingers. Hey, look at me. I know what you're thinking, and we can't get some seer to mess with Grindelwald's visions. For one, it would get them killed, and the second thing is that we don't know what the plan is in the first place, and destabilizing it could have disastrous consequences. Maybe the whole thing is benevolent. He slaughtered a small girl to power a ritual. I have no idea how this could be considered benevolent. Speaking of which, what did you find out about the girl? Lily's slight pause did not go unnoticed by Harry, and yet she replied, nothing. I looked at all the missing person reports on both the magical and muggle sides. I found every single orphanage in Italy and looked at every child with her description. I followed through a few leads, but every time the child was still there and alive. What about looking for curses? You did postulate that the magical release could be the result of a blood pact being voided. There aren't that many blood curses around, Harry. The family lines that suffer them tend to, you know, end prematurely. Harry audibly groaned. So, we have nothing. For the first time since this started, we had a lead, which brought us nowhere. It happens sometimes. And we know a few specifics about the ritual. We have 5 remaining tasks and 5 remaining clues. We have time. Harry suppressed the urge to yell at her. It wouldn't accomplish anything. Her dismissing tone just made him angry. To be perfectly honest, he wanted to know who the girl was. The image of another child in her place, begging for her life as she died for the plans of old men, just made him sick to his stomach. No, he wouldn't take her words at face value. He would look for the girl himself. He wouldn't forgive himself if he didn't at least try. He owed the girl that, at the very least. Chapter 289, Emancipating Darkness. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Arcturus Black sat at his office as his new assistant, Gemma Farley, gave him the reports of the acquisition of his new properties in Italy, mainly in Rome, that his ward had won from the Black Widow. Honestly, he hadn't seen this coming. He hadn't even known the peculiarities of the situation and was just asked by the boy to put over 500,000 galleons on the faint chance that Hogwarts would draw in first place while he wouldn't participate in the task. It might have been a veritable fortune to most, but to the Black family, it wasn't really anything substantial. Arcturus had just made the bet without even thinking twice about it, which was funny since they had to create the bet for him. No one had expected this outcome in any way. Betting in the magical world was different from the Muggle one. For one thing, gambling wasn't illegal in the magical world, and the bets were mostly handled officially by banks. Oh, sure, there were many banks in the magical world, but the biggest one was, by far, Gringotts, and by that same logic, they had the most efficient betting infrastructure in the continent. It was all a big history lesson, but the main story was the goblins were never going to create bets without knowing how to make a suitable profit. Well, no one really knew what their process was, only that the odds they made were pretty indicative of the true chances of success, and that the bank always made a profit during any betting sessions. Arithmancers did their things and tried to see a way they were cheating the systems, and found that the odds were, in fact, better than anyone else's. There were a few crackpot theorists who thought that they had kidnapped an army of seers to predict the future, but that was just ridiculous. Anyway, the point remained that sometimes upsets happen, sometimes, their odds are taken completely by surprise, which was probably what Isabella Zabani wanted to use. Which was what Arcturus' own ward used to essentially guarantee that his bet would win. Truth be told, Arcturus hadn't known the outcome when he had made the bet. He hadn't even known that the Black Widow was involved. However, he learned not to doubt Harry from the dozens of times he managed to do something ridiculous. And it wasn't that much gold, at least not for him. Which brought him to this ridiculous position of owning a good share of most of the properties and business in Rome. If he had known just how much work his bet would have resulted, he would have at least protested while making it. It was just so much work. Who knew that the Zabani matriarch owned so many businesses? He groaned audibly and he heard his assistant chuckle, "You're the first person I've ever met who is complaining about the fact that he won a veritable fortune." She wasn't wrong. The odds on his bet were so low that he had won a veritable fortune, in both gold and properties. Everyone who had bet on any school winning had lost their gold. This little fact hadn't gotten him a lot of goodwill, but the gold did make up for it. However, the endless paperwork that came with his winnings frustrated him to no end. There were Italian ministry workers that needed to file certain paperwork on foreign owners, and the bank needed to run some investigation, to make sure that he hadn't cheated, which he didn't. And that's not to mention the ICW who seemed to take his victory as a personal challenge. Arcturus released a growl, "Well, if the idiot politicians in half the continent would leave me alone, I would give away half that fortune without question. Even the properties." Arcturus snorted, "Of course not. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to own things outside Britain? The ICW regulations alone to prevent foreign economic influence just made this little dream a living nightmare." Fortunately, to avoid a goblin rebellion, they agreed to make Gringotts a neutral nation, and own businesses in their territory without too many issues. Gringotts wouldn't be much of a bank if it couldn't buy anything. Winning the properties in a bet meant that they would have to be given to Goblin Nation first for holding, and its ownership would be transferred to me afterwards. It's a nice little loophole that the ICW is determined to stop but can't do so without a direct insult to the Goblin Nation. I have no idea if Harry planned this or this is just pure coincidence, but it's working out to be massively in my favor if a little overwhelmed with the amount of paperwork." Farley snorted, "I never would have imagined him of all people causing this much chaos." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I don't know if I ever told you, but I was the prefect on Potter's first day in school. Merlin, it must have been 4 years ago now. Time does pass very quickly. Anyway, he always seemed like a quiet boy there, bookish. I thought that the other Slytherins were going to eat him alive, at first. You know what I mean. He was a half-blood orphan at a time when half the house was bigoted. No one touched him because he was a first year. But I thought he wasn't going to have a good time in Hogwarts. Merlin knows I haven't. Anyway, he managed to not offend anyone, with barely any fights with his classmates, and even then, only when he had no other choice. He always sat around with a book in his hands, without even bothering to socialize. I'm pretty sure that most of his friends had to make the effort to be so at the beginning. Then, you know, he got into a fight with Dumbledore during the tournament, and you know the rest. The Black Patriarch snorted, I forgot that you knew him before all of this. And believe me, what you know isn't even close to the tip of the iceberg. The things you don't know would blow you away. Like what? She asked. He didn't get the chance to tell her as he heard a knock on his door. The young woman got up quickly and walked towards the exit. I'll go see who this is. A few dozen seconds later, she returned with a blank expression on her face. Mr. Black, Ms. Zabanai is here to speak with you. Sure, let her in. He answered while masking his surprise. Sure, he had expected the Black Widow to come to see him, but not this quickly. As she always did, the Pearl of Rome walked confidently and sat in front of his office. Quite a pretty young assistant you've acquired, Arcturus. Are you sure you could keep up with someone her age? My dear, not everything has to do with S**x. It's perfectly possible for people to know each other without having a S** soul component in their relationship. In this case, my assistant is just that, nothing more. I guess it was sad of me to hope that you'd even be able to perform in your old age. Arcturus smirked. While this is a very interesting topic, I would rather know the reason you came here. I never expected you to admit defeat so quickly. I expected you to try to fight the bet, try to get me to admit to cheating or that I fixed the event or something. And only when you would finally realize that I really did not cheat in any way, then you would try to come see me. The woman paled for some reason, and that was when he saw it. The thing that he had found odd the moment she stepped into the room. You're afraid. That's what it is. Even if you think you could somehow change the outcome of the bet, you're still afraid of doing so. Why? The Zabanai matriarch answered with her eyes open. Why? You're asking me why? I'll tell you why. Your little ward is a monster. I want to just get this over with and ignore everything that's ever happened in this cursed competition. So, I'm guessing he went to see you and did the whole never threaten any of my friends and family again speech. He asked. Yes, was he bluffing? She replied with a hopeful tone. Not a chance in hell. Normally, he would have just given you a faint warning and just gotten rid of you when you eventually ended up trying to do something else. Unfortunately, he was investigating something during the task, and you ended up distracting him. Whatever happened shook him rather more than I expected. More than even, he expected, I think. He was in a foul mood when he went to see you, so do take that with a grain of salt. So, all you're saying is that he meant everything he said, but he could have been nicer when he was threatening me, she retorted while slumping in her seat. He simply shrugged in return. Harry is usually a polite young man. But that's not why you're here, are you? Because I have no intention of telling the kid to forgive you or anything like that. I don't think I can even force him to do anything really. No, I just wanted to talk to you about your shares of my properties. And just like that, Arcturus was in his element. They had talked for hours on end. Isabella Zabanai's main goal was to give up a few businesses fully to stop them from being partners in any way. They ended up agreeing on her keeping the clothes shops, the beauty shops, and the few hotels and inns she owned, while he would get all of her potions and ingredients shops and the rest of her shops that sold varieties of charmed artifacts. It was a bit more than his share of her entire empire, but it seemed like the Zabanai matriarch was wary of him just selling his shares of everything to the goblins and worrying about the constant attempts at taking over her businesses with some obscure laws. Arcturus hadn't found the need to tell her that he had no intention of doing so. While it probably wasn't the main goal, Harry had given him an immense gift. Ever since he had regrouped with his old war friends, they had done their best to consolidate their influence for the eventual war that would spark up. None of them had any pull in Italy, and a small fleet of shops and businesses was everything he would have needed to make connections and get started on that front. All in all, the meeting ended as a win for Arcturus, and he now officially owned dozens of shops all around Italy but centralized around Rome. The Zabanai matriarch left more relaxed and sure of herself than when she entered. Of course, that was when his assistant entered his office and asked, Ms. Delacour is here for your meeting, as you requested. Ah, yes. I almost forgot about that. Let her in. The Vila entered the room looking slightly hesitant. He rolled his eyes in amusement. I'm not going to bite, Fleur. I'm a friend of your father's. What are you scared of exactly? I don't know, she replied hotly, maybe it's because your assistant snuck into my carriage like some kind of assassin just to give me your letter. Ah, she seriously did that? I just asked her to give you the letter discreetly and without an owl. There was no assassin and sneaking necessary, really. Sometimes that girl could take things a bit too far. Or she just found it amusing to freak you out or something. The witch rolled her eyes. Fine, whatever. Just send me a normal letter next time or something. What did you even want to talk about? Well, I spoke with your mother. Don't worry, it's not a big deal, but she expressed the fact that you were interested in being slightly more independent after you graduate. Now, I know that you probably have a few plans lined up, probably with Enchanting in mind, but as you probably know, I've gained quite a few properties with my last gamble. And since I'm too old to run businesses in another country, I thought I'd get someone I could trust to do it for me. So, what do you think? Do you want to run my businesses in Italy? For some reason, his answer seemed to freak her out. Hey, that hadn't been his intention at all, even if he found her facial expression to be amusing. Chapter 290, Blood Moon. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Daphne Greengrass knelt as she cut her own palm with a knife. The moment the blade touched her blood, the previously hidden runes started glowing bright red. She heard her mentor encourage her, "All right, that was very nice. You have given a sliver of your life force into the blade to store. Now, carefully use it to power the spell." Blood magic is not as technical as wand magic and relies a lot more on visualization. Think very carefully about the contract that you have chosen. Make it very simple and very balanced. Overreach and the magic will backfire, underreach, then you would have wasted your life force and would not regain it if you dispel the curse. Yes, she remembered those lessons very well. Daphne's mentor had stressed that overpowering blood magic was very harmful in the long run and could drastically shorten someone's natural lifespan if they regularly made this mistake. However, as a beginner, it was better to overpower the magic than underpower it and cause an accident. But it was better not to make a habit of this. Following her teacher's words, she channeled the power inside the dagger and used it to power a curse instead of her magic. The dagger itself was designed to absorb life force from blood very easily. It was the tool of a beginner blood mage. Lily Evans did not need such shortcuts to make miracles happen, but it was useful considering that it was her first time casting any type of blood magic. A beam of blood-red light came from the edge of the knife and hit the bound pigeon on her table, with seemingly no effect whatsoever. However, Daphne felt drained and dizzy from her spell, and her mentor held her to stop her from passing out. Lily Evans gave her a smile and spoke up, "Everything looks good from what I could tell. Now, let's see if your spell worked." With a flick of her wand, the room darkened, and the previously flying pigeon fell to the ground, with her wings entirely motionless. When she turned on the light, the pigeon flew far faster than it used to. The older witch smiled proudly, "You took away the bird's flight in the dark in exchange for enhancing its speed and power in the day." A classic example of blood magic, and the exchange was essentially on the same subject, flight, but it's a very good first try, even if it was a bit overpowered. "I feel drained," the blonde explained slightly. "I'm not surprised. It's something that doesn't really go away and that you'll have to get used to. You used your own life force to stabilize the spell, making its effect almost permanent. This drain is the price you pay for losing the energy that keeps you alive. Now, undo the spell. You remember how to do it?" The blonde witch nodded. This wasn't an open-ended curse like her sister's sickness. Her spell was simply an exchange, and that exchange could be cancelled using her own blood as a medium. Daphne cut her palm once more and used a minuscule amount of her life force, not to cast another spell, but to act as an identifier. She used it to affect the spell on the bird, who glowed bright red for a fraction of a second, but whose flight returned to normal. The young Slytherin felt slightly more energetic, meaning that her stabilizing life force returned to her, but there was still something wrong. "I still feel drained." "That's because you underpowered the spell. You still lack the efficiency needed for something like this, and you'll only gain it through practice. Until then, do not attempt to use any blood magic without my presence. A mistake as a beginner could have disastrous consequences," the redhead chided. Daphne smiled weakly, but it was a genuine one. To be perfectly honest, as harsh of a taskmaster as Lily was at the beginning, the moment they began practicing actual blood magic, she became strangely supportive. It was like the lessons prior were simply to teach her resolve. She was wrong to have doubted Daphne for a moment. There was nothing she would not do, no depth she would not sink in, for the goal of saving her sister. She had been transparent on that side from the start. Her dedication had doubled when she got a new letter from Tracy. She was worried about her sister's health. She stopped running around like she used to before, stopped taking walks outside. She felt like she had less life in her. The bracelet that Daphne had made stopped working and her symptoms were returning. She hadn't told anyone this. Not even Harry. She wished she could have found another counter curse, but without Astoria near her, it was impossible to know what could temporarily halt the curse's progression. Daphne had stopped doing anything other than studying curses and working on blood magic with Harry's mother. She knew that it wasn't healthy, but it was the right thing to do. For Astoria. And it was working, she was making some good progress. For the first time in her life, she had a clear path to helping her sister. There was nothing more important than that, and she felt great about it. Unfortunately, ever since she started her lessons with Lily, she felt a slight distance grow between her and Harry. Was he angry that she was doing her best to save her sister? Or maybe it was because she was growing strong on her own without him helping her. She didn't really understand, but couldn't help but feel her stomach drop every time she thought about it. Ever since their fight about Lily's lessons, things haven't been the same. Daphne wished he would just talk to her, and explain the reasons for this distance. She didn't know what to do. She felt a hand rest on her shoulder and turned to see a concerned pair of familiar eyes. Why the long face, kiddo? Harry has been pulling away and I don't know why. The redhead gave her a slight hug. Look, I'll be the first to admit that I don't know Harry all that much. It's completely my fault, but it's the truth. What I do know is how men generally behave. But Harry isn't like any other guy. Maybe, but for all his intelligence he's still a young man, just like I'm still a woman. People can be different, but their priorities could still be the same. For example, have you thought about how he feels about our lessons? Daphne nodded. I talked to him about them, and he said he didn't like me specializing in blood magic. Exactly, but he understood why you're doing it. He understood what your sister meant to you, but as much as he's drifting away, you are too. I'm not, she protested. The older witch gave her a dry look. Have you or have you not spent hours alone practicing what I teach you instead of spending time with him and helping him with his plans? But he's done the same to me for years, the blonde complained. Sure, but he's not the most social person, is he? From the moment I saw you two interact, I noticed a dynamic between the two of you. He studied magic, and made long-term plans, while you made sure that he still interacted with other people. No matter how healthy or unhealthy this was, it was something that the two of you spent years perfecting, and it's also something that you threw away for our lessons. That delicate balance is now gone and the strain on your relationship with Harry is the result of that. Are you saying that I have to choose between a relationship with Harry and saving my sister's life? The redhead shook her head. Not at all. What I'm saying is that you have to very clearly make your priorities. I won't blame you either way, believe me, but you do have to choose whether to dedicate your life entirely to saving your sister, or to sometimes take breaks to explore the possibility of a relationship with my son. I'm not saying that you have to do it now, but the sooner you do, the better. Because the more time you take, the further you drift apart from Harry. Daphne's eyes burned, but she controlled herself like her father taught her. I don't want to lose him. Then you'll need to put in the effort to show him that. It's not my place to interfere in your private lives, but sooner or later, you'll have to decide to either make a move or give up on the chances of being in a relationship with Harry. Saving your sister doesn't have to consume your very life. I am not giving up on her. The blonde explained. For Merlin's sake, girl, just stop overreacting. The redhead retorted, all I'm saying is that when I was your age, I was so obsessed with my freedom, with my research and plans that I barely even got to live at all. That day, in Godric's Hollows, as I watched my flames burn thousands of people, wizards, witches, werewolves, vampires, and muggles alike, when I thought I was going to die, all I could feel was regret. I regretted the fact that I didn't live my life. I hadn't fallen in love or had anything to live for other than my son. I regretted wasting the time I had on my goals and forgetting to actually live my life. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Daphne nodded. I should balance my life. Exactly, and why don't you start with tonight? Harry will be coming to the feast tonight. Why don't you use this to hang out with him a bit? He won't be at the champions table this time, right? She snorted and nodded. The older witch then winked and left the room. Lily was right, as she usually was. Was she burning herself out? Did she do what Harry did before and ignore everyone while focusing on some project? When was the last time she had sent a letter to Astoria, or to her mother even? Was she willing to sacrifice all of this just for the chance at healing her sister as quickly as possible? She needed more time to think about things, and in the meantime, she had the rest of the night to enjoy with Harry. Right as she was crossing the entrance to her room, she was grabbed by the side suddenly. She whipped out her wand quickly but froze when she realized who this was: Hermione Granger. "Daphne Greengrass, we need to talk." "We have nothing to talk about. And please don't tell me some idiotic sad story about how much you miss Harry and that you'd like to be friends again, because that got old considering just how many times you did that, and I have other things to do." The Muggleborn flinched slightly but continued, "No, it's not about that. It's about Lily Evans." How the fuck did she know that the unspeakable that came with them was Harry's mother? No one was supposed to know, unless you're working for the Department of Mysteries, and she took it over. That's a polite way to put it. It would be better to say that she invaded it, and the whole thing wasn't really clean. But I didn't come to talk to you about that. Look, if it was up to me, I wouldn't do anything. I'd rather just stay in the background doing nothing while taking care of Neville while the lunatic woman who's blackmailing me using my soul does her thing, but unfortunately, this is a bit beyond that." The blonde shifted in unease. "What is it, Granger?" "I have reason to believe that Lily Evans is working with Albus Dumbledore. I think that they're planning to kill Harry and Neville." Daphne would have told her to get lost if it wasn't for the damning moving picture in her hand, which had her mentor sitting right in front of the man who had almost killed her son and sipping tea of all things. The older witch hadn't said anything to either Harry or her about talking to Dumbledore. If this picture was indeed true, then they might have a big problem on their hands. And a messy one at that. And, again, this chapter was pretty rushed, but I think it was a bit necessary since I'm planning something with Daphne's character. Honestly, I think I neglected her a bit since the start of the story, so that's my bad. The good news is that I'm going home tonight, meaning that everything should be back to normal on that front, and I'll have time to properly reread the previous chapters in case I need to change anything. Anyway, I have something pretty cool planned for the next few chapters. I think the story hasn't progressed a lot since the second task, so it's time to pick up the pace a bit. As usual, please tell me what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 291, Shades of Crimson. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry Potter was on a mission. He needed to find out who the girl who was sacrificed in the ritual was, and he only had an entire country to search to find out who it was. Lily had told him that she had already done it and had found nothing. It was perfectly possible for the girl not to have been Italian, that Dumbledore had found someone in another country, maybe even not in Europe, to sacrifice for his ritual. After all, if that vampire was telling the truth and Dumbledore was really working with Grindelwald, then kidnapping some girl from halfway around the world was perfectly possible. He wanted to take Lily's word for it. But there was something on the back of his mind, a weird feeling in his gut that something was missing, that something wasn't really right. There was a very good chance that Lily had missed something when she looked for the girl, and he wouldn't be satisfied until he saw it himself. His first stop was one of the police stations in Rome, which would have helped him eliminate the Muggle world as a place to look for. The truth was that the girl had to be a young witch. So, as unlikely as it might have been, there was the possibility that she was Muggleborn. It was a very remote possibility since it was unlikely that any Muggleborn would have a magical effect that could release so much power. But eliminating the Muggle world was a good first step. Mages tended to neglect the Muggle side of things. If a child was missing, there was the very possibility that a Muggle missing persons report was filed. A quick visit to the Muggle police station was a very easy way to confirm this. Harry used his invisibility cloak to sneak around the police station, and found one of the detectives sleeping in the break room. It took a simple compulsion charm with a mental image of the girl for the man to start investigating the disappearance. It took half an hour, and a bunch of calls, but he confirmed that there was no girl with the same age and looks that was missing sometime in the last 3 years. The man quickly started to suppress the urge to find the girl and continued his nap. This was his best lead in the Muggle world. If the girl was Muggleborn, then whoever covered things up must have a very deep knowledge of the Muggle world to pull off such a disappearance without the police noticing. That left the magical world. Harry had already checked the 3 magical orphanages in Italy, one in Venice, one in Rome, and one in Milan, and found nothing unusual in them. He only had to check with the ministry if anyone filed any missing reports with the Auror's office. It would make sense for them to hide any signs of crime with the huge spotlight they had over them because of the European magical tournament. It was a lot easier than it should have been to sneak into the Italian Ministry of Magic. All it took was some directions for the Muggle entrance, a compulsion charm for one of the workers to take it just for the fun of it and sneaking in with his invisibility cloak. Honestly, the cloak was such a cheat during stealth missions. Everyone relied very heavily on magical methods of detection like wards. The fact that he could bypass most wards with his cloak made things very easy. There were ways to bypass the cloak like Lily had done before, like through detecting the oxygen and carbon dioxide output, or it would be easier to just use some kind of mist which would detect if it touched any physical object, maybe even pressure plates. Then again, no one really knew about the real power of the cloak and Harry wasn't planning on advertising them. The Italian Ministry of Magic was a lot milder than the British one. Well, it would be better to say that it was more organized. The fact that most mages must have had some kind of military training must have engraved efficiency in their brains. Harry also noticed a distinct lack of women. There were a few walking around, but not nearly as many as men. An interesting effect of having the main magical school in Italy for boys only. Harry didn't really know how the girls in Italy were educated, but they had to be. An untrained mage could be a severe danger to society after all. Unfortunately, Harry didn't have the time to explore women's role in magical Italy. He had a mission to accomplish. He followed up one of the wizards wearing a military uniform, hoping that it was an Auror. He was proven to be correct when he arrived a few minutes later in a large room that looked more like a war camp than an office. Inside, the room was buzzing like a busy command center. Maps of various regions were spread out on large wooden tables, surrounded by all sorts of magical gadgets that glowed softly, kind of like the ancient tools Roman seers might have used. There were piles of scrolls and books everywhere, not too different from what you'd imagine a Roman general's strategic pile to look like. The walls had moving pictures of wanted dark wizards, similar to how the Romans might post drawings of their enemies. The Aurors moved around with focused energy, their robes sweeping over the stone floor edged with runes, giving off the vibe of a Roman war room just before a big battle. It was definitely more of a tactical hub than a typical office, alive with the buzz of impending action. Harry quickly snuck into the archive room, specifically missing persons. He checked over a year of missing reports, parsing through an entire cabinet worth of parchment, and found nothing that could match the description of the girl he saw that day. Perhaps Lily was right. Perhaps there were no traces of the girl anywhere. Lucky for him, he had one last method to find out more about the girl. It was more of a last resort and Harry didn't really want to use it, but he had no other choice. He knew that this would continue to grate him until he solved it. He walked out of the ministry and whipped up a quick portal to the forest where he'd battled the vampires. The ritual had clearly taken its toll. The forest was totally dead. The trees were just bare sticks reaching up into the sky, and the ground was covered in a carpet of dry, crunchy leaves. It was eerily quiet, no birds, no little critters rustling around, just the sad whisper of the wind moving through. Everything felt still and lifeless, like the forest had just given up. It was more like wandering through a ghost town than a forest. Harry walked towards the ritual's location and for the first time, channeled his magic into the ring on his finger, which also held the resurrection stone. He used his arcane hearing to filter through the ritual, trying to find a magical trace of its source to use as a reference for the stone. It took some time, but the stone finally reacted to one of the signatures, and suddenly, a familiar young girl was floating in front of him. This was very lucky. He had no connection to the girl, not really. He knew practically nothing about her, and it was firmly the ritual itself that acted as an anchor, which allowed him to summon her shade. Even months after acquiring it, and Harry barely knew anything about the resurrection stone. He was acting on pure instincts, helped out a bit by his magical crest. The girl gave him a sad and surprised look. "Who are you?" "I'm Harry. I was the one who tried to save you before. I remember. You came for me. I was so scared." "I'm sorry," he uttered, "I wasn't fast enough." The girl gave him a small smile. "It's all right. You tried. That's enough for me. It's not so bad here, really." Harry did his best to ignore the last comment. There were rumors that the shades of the stone always tried to advocate for death. He didn't know if this was true or not, but the girl's shade was not alive. It was not her soul, just a bastardized mimicry of it, like a floating painting more than anything, that was created through the world's memory of her. "I'm trying to find out why those people used you in a ritual. So far, I haven't been able to find anything about you. What's your name?" The shade visibly brightened up, Oh, my name is Maria de Luca. I'm 8 years old and I live at the St. Clair Orphanage. I like swimming and dancing. What about you? I told you, I'm Harry. I'm from England, and I like studying magic. It's very nice to meet you. I wanted to ask you a few things first if you wouldn't mind. Do you know why those vampires took you? Those were vampires? Magic is real. The girl shouted excitedly. Well, that was a way to confirm that she wasn't from a Muggle family. He needed more data. I think you might have been too. Have weird things ever happened around you when you're angry or scared? Not really. Well, there was this time a dog ran at me, and then it was gone. I was so scared that I didn't know, but there was a man that tried to look for it afterwards. Asked the nuns and everything. But I was too scared to say anything. So you did have magic. Did you know who your parents are? The girl shook her head. I was put in the orphanage when I was a baby. No one knew where I came from. I just appeared one day and that was that. And you never felt weak, or became very sick sometimes? Not more than any of the other girls, I guess. It didn't make any sense. The girl had to have had some kind of curse, and a strong one at that, for a magical release of this size to be remotely possible. Something wasn't adding up. He needed more data. Can you tell me where your orphanage was? I don't know. Which city at least? The girl looked puzzled. Rome, of course. Harry nodded. Thank you. I'll figure something out. Can I ask you something, Harry? Sure. The girl's smile turned sad. There's a nun in my orphanage. Sister Sophia. Can you tell her goodbye for me? Harry gave her a soft kind smile in return. Of course, Maria. And just like that, Harry stopped powering the stone and created a portal to Rome. After asking a few directions, it didn't take him too long to find the orphanage in question. As Maria had said, it was managed by nuns. Harry went there with the illusion of a surprise inspector and asked for a Sister Sophia. The woman who came to him was shockingly young, probably in her 20s. She had bags underneath her eyes, but she must have looked quite beautiful without them. Ah, Sister Sophia, I wish to speak to you. What about? Well, I wanted you to clarify a few things, specifically your role in this orphanage. The young nun shuddered. I'm in charge of the kids' basic education until their 10th birthday. Any special children that you like to speak of, Sophia? Any that you had a special connection to? She looked lost for a fraction of a second. I don't like getting attached to the kids. It's just a recipe for heartbreak later on. They were walking around. That's a wise attitude to take if you wish to protect yourself, not so much if you wish to truly help the children. Speaking of them, are all of the students accounted for? Yes, we do a name check every morning. Very suspicious. Can you tell me about if this place has empty rooms? There are a few, but not many. We like to help the children be as comfortable as we can. And are there any rooms that you feel particularly strong about? The woman froze. How do you know about that? About what, my dear? Well, one of the empty rooms on the first floor just makes me feel sad whenever I get near it. It was already odd that it was empty in the first place. We tend to prefer giving rooms on lower floors to the kids and I don't really remember why we skipped this one. Harry hummed, and have these mood swings been happening a lot lately, specifically in the last few days? Yes, how did you know? The young nun exclaimed. Well, she was obviously obliviated. Harry would probably cause more harm than good for messing with it. It was probably cruel, but it was probably just better for the memories to fade properly and for the young woman to move on without knowing what she had lost. Just a guess, dear. Out of curiosity, can I see the room? The young woman took Harry into the room and her breath hitched as she watched the bare room. He did his best to ignore the woman obviously mourning Maria's death. Harry slowly entered trying to see any sign of anything. There wasn't anything clear, but the clear signs of magic. Hopefully, scrying would reveal something. It took Harry embarrassingly too much time to find anything, just flashes of images of what happened. The first one was of the girl being abducted by wizards wearing masks. They were the ones that obviously obliviated the girl. Frustratingly, he couldn't see the faces of any of them. The girl had surprisingly used accidental magic to throw a few of them around until one of the wizards stunned her. Her head was hit on the side of the bed. Harry knelt down where it was and saw a small dry piece of blood. He could tell instinctively that the blood was important. Maybe he could use it to track his parents, or maybe he could ask Lily to do something with it. He wasn't really an expert in blood magic. At least it was a lead. Before he could leave, Harry received another quick flash. It was of a woman standing in his room, pointing her wand at Sister Sophia. It was a woman with familiar red hair and green eyes. It was far more recent, and it was after the attack. Lily Evans had been there. She had discovered who Maria was when he asked but hadn't said anything to him. In fact, she had probably obscured things even further. But why? Why would she do this? He had his doubts about Lily Evans, but he had hoped that he could trust her. No, it was too soon to make any judgments. He needed to gather more evidence and figure out what else she had hidden from him. He learned a very long ago that it was a bad idea to rush into things and confront someone blindly. It still did not stop him from feeling enraged and betrayed. He doubted any discovery would stop that. He could only hope that whatever he discovered wouldn't make him lose control like he was very tempted to do. He took a deep breath. His fingers gripped the edges of the desk as he steadied himself, his mind racing through the possibilities, through every conversation, every look that might have meant more than it seemed at the time. The dim light of his lamp cast long shadows across the room, mirroring the darkness of his thoughts. He resolved to find the answers, no matter how painful they might be. And if Lily Evans had truly betrayed him, then he would make her pay dearly. Chapter 292, Verdant Dilemma. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. I have reason to believe that Lily Evans is working with Albus Dumbledore. I think that they're planning to kill Harry and Neville. Daphne would have told her to get lost if it wasn't for the damning moving picture in her hand, which had her mentor sitting right in front of the man who had almost killed her son and sipping tea of all things. The first question she asked was, "How did you get this?" The Muggleborn looked strangely smug. Daphne wanted to punch her in the face. "I have my ways. It doesn't matter where I got them from, only that I did. You're not giving me a lot of confidence that those are genuine. Illusions are a thing, after all." She rolled her eyes. "Look, you're the last person I would have gone to for something this serious. I would have liked to speak with Harry, but I haven't been able to find him all morning and I don't think he'd like to speak with me." "You'd be right about that. And it's not like you made any effort to be friendly since the tournament began. You and Longbottom have barely spoken a word to anyone else for months, just stuck to yourselves." Daphne was right, and she wasn't the only person who had noticed this. From the way he had acted in the previous few years at Hogwarts, everyone had expected Neville Longbottom to demand being in the spotlight, to try to join the tasks and fail miserably and very publicly. Before Harry stole the show with his performance, the boy who lived was Britain's star, their greatest hope of another archmage, especially with Dumbledore getting older. And with the former headmaster being exposed to the myriads of unethical practices and almost killing his students, the British Ministry of Magic had put its hopes on Neville Longbottom. Anyone who knew the boy would have immediately considered this to be a good idea. Unfortunately, desperation tended to make people overlook certain flaws. However, deciding to surprise everyone, Longbottom decided against participating in the tournament and stayed relatively quiet during the two first tasks in the tournament. Granger had obviously a calming effect on the boy. Perhaps a bit of her personality would finally bleed over to Longbottom and get him to think before acting. No one knew, and to be perfectly honest, no one cared. Longbottom wasn't as deified or demonized as he was in Britain. The amount of propaganda after Lord Voldemort's demise was ludicrous. It had probably been designed this way, to give hope during a hopeless situation. Nevertheless, Neville Longbottom had suffered for it, whether the public opinion was on his side or not. Back to Granger, she didn't seem impressed with her explanation of what happens between Neville and I is our business and no one else. I'm giving you a warning that someone is after your boyfriend. Oh wait, he isn't your boyfriend, is he? How long has it been? Almost 4 years now. Are you still pining after Harry after so much time? Daphne blushed in anger, and yes, it was entirely out of anger, nothing else, and growled back at her, "At least I'm his friend, unlike some." The brunette ignored Daphne's comment. "You're making this personal, trying to create a confrontation between us to distract you from the inevitable truth. Lily Evans is going to betray you and Potter. Normally, I wouldn't have cared, but considering the fact that Dumbledore is unusually interested in both Harry and Neville, as well as the fact that she personally asked me to keep tabs on Neville, I don't see how this could be a good thing for either of them." The young Slytherin digested this. She hadn't known that Granger was asked to keep tabs on Longbottom. Lily had never told her or Harry about it. It made sense, though. Granger was completely under the Department of Mysteries' control, and Daphne's mentor had confessed to controlling said department. And yet, she hadn't said anything about Granger, barely a peep. Harry had also not said anything, which was unusual, since he was usually more observant. Or maybe he did know and hadn't told her about it. It did tend to happen far more frequently than Daphne liked. Anyway, while the photo's legitimacy was questionable and Daphne didn't trust Granger at all if it was true, there could be a very real threat to Harry, and she couldn't allow this. Why didn't you confront her about it first? Granger looked at her like she was an idiot, and do what exactly? Get myself killed for no reason? If you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly a willing employee of the department, let alone the woman who has my very soul in her hands. Oh right, she had forgotten about the diary thing. There was so much going on that she sometimes forgot stuff. Look, I'll talk to Harry about it. He should know what to do. The brunette looked relieved. That's reassuring. Tell him to speak with me and Neville before doing anything drastic. We'd all like to know what the hell that woman is planning. It was Daphne's turn to snort that time. Do you seriously think you could tell Harry to do something? He'll understand. For all his flaws, he isn't insensitive. If Neville is in danger, he would tell him. After all, he has done so in the past. Ask him on my behalf to be appraised of any plans he makes regarding Evans. If he does not accommodate me, then at least I tried to reach out to him. The Muggleborn turned and walked away, leaving a pretty distressed blonde to her own thoughts. She needed to find Harry, and quickly before her mentor realized that something was wrong. Firstly, she needed to go to his room to see if he was there. She walked into the metallic dragon trying to find him, only to find his room completely empty. Come on, Harry. She muttered. Where else could he be? Maybe she could use Hedwig? No, an owl would be very easily traceable. Of course, that was when a familiar voice spoke up. Oh, hello again Daphne. Have you seen Harry? He's been gone for an awfully long time. The blonde froze and paled. It was literally the last person she wanted to meet, Lily Evans, with a questioning expression on her face. I don't know. I haven't seen him for hours. He really should stop disappearing on a whim like that. It's very rude, not to mention very dangerous. What if Dumbledore ambushed him or something? Daphne gulped in response, and the older witch just gave her a concerned look. Are you all right, dear? Yes. I'm fine. Just worried about Harry too, I guess. Are you sure? You look awfully pale. The blonde growled slightly. I'm fine. Her mentor's voice turned soothing. Of course you are. You know you can trust me with anything, don't you? I'm already trusting you with my knowledge. She was right, of course. Lily had trusted Daphne with some very dangerous knowledge. Blood magic wasn't a field of magic that was widespread. She could trust Lily, right? No, the information was about Lily betraying Harry. She couldn't talk to her about it. The older witch continued, I'm just worried about you and Harry, my dear. Haven't I proven just how much I cared about the two of you? Haven't I shown you why it's so important to talk to me, to trust me with your problems? Absent-mindedly, she answered, oh, I found out that you were working with Albus Dumbledore and wanted to tell Harry about it. And just like that, it was like a spell was broken, and the haze in her mind, the one that she hadn't even noticed was there, was lifted. She thought back at what she said and blanched. What had she done? She meekly turned towards Lily, who had a very serious look on her face. Any trace of warmth was gone, and the killer inside, the woman who had slaughtered her husband in cold blood, the woman who had manipulated the werewolves to her side, the woman who committed so many untold atrocities was there in front of her. Is that so? That's a very interesting claim, girl. You used magic on me. She exclaimed. The redhead looked impassive. I replicated my own version of the Vila's allure. You would not believe just how useful a spell like this could be. They tend to bypass the inherent protections on magical crest. Of course, they need to be on the subtle side, but that's not what's important. You wished to ruin my relationship with my son. Ruin? I didn't want to ruin anything. If you're working with Dumbledore, then you're a danger to Harry. There aren't really any other alternatives. That's a very admirable bit of loyalty, except that I am not working with Albus Dumbledore. Daphne grew enraged at the dismissal, then explained this. She took out the photo that Granger had given her. You look awfully cozy for supposedly being mortal enemies. The redhead took the photo and hummed, oh, yes, I remember. It was right after the second task. But I still wasn't working with the man. We were just chatting. About what exactly? Was it which Quidditch team you like the most, or maybe it was about how to kill Harry more easily? He has tried to do that before. And you have a history of kinslaying. The woman's slightly amused expression disappeared, and Daphne thought that she had crossed some kind of line. No, believe it or not, I was protecting my son. And I don't like you accusing me of otherwise. I simply have an arrangement with Dumbledore. I would make sure that Harry wouldn't interfere with his plan, and he would not actively go after my son. You're distracting him. That's your goal. But why? Why not work with him in stopping Dumbledore? You don't understand. This isn't about politics or anything this asinine. Something happened after the fiasco at Hogwarts, something that shook him to his core. It was enough to scare him enough to join hands with Grindelwald, trying to stop it. Some very old prophecy or something. I didn't particularly care since it didn't involve me or Harry in any way. Daphne looked at her, outraged, and you seriously just believed him, just like that? He just killed a little girl for a ritual, for crying out loud. Yes, but in doing so, has saved countless lives. You're trying to put absolute boundaries on people, but you're forgetting that people aren't so limited. Everything is on a spectrum of some sort. Albus Dumbledore is a manipulative, ruthless piece of shit, but he's not comically evil. Every single time he did something was because it advanced his plans for the magical world, plans that weren't all that bad. Are truly surprised that someone like him would stop acting on a grudge he has with a teenager to focus on a far bigger, far more serious matter. The blonde restrained herself from exploding and instead thought about things logically. Maybe you're right, but that doesn't change the fact that Harry has to know. What you did was a betrayal of his trust and mine as well. I suppose it's very fortunate for me that Harry is never going to hear about this. Hey. Are you threatening me? Daphne asked. No, I'm not. The truth is that I'd be very surprised if you told him, especially after you have time to think properly. If you tell him, then you run the risk of him not believing me. You don't know if I'm telling the truth or not, and you have no way to find out without going straight to Dumbledore, asking him. I don't think he'll be very accommodating. Anyway, if Harry doesn't believe me, then he'll probably ask me to stay away from him. That's in line with his character, I think. And if I'm gone, then who will continue to teach you about blood magic, who will help you heal your sister? Even if he believed me, it's likely that he would be cautious to be around me since I broke his trust, meaning that he'll ask you to stop your lessons in fear of me tricking you into something, which also would hamper your goal of healing your sister. So, this is not me making you a threat, just a normal prediction of the future based on your decision, nothing more. You know Harry, do you think I'm wrong about how he would react? And just like that, her entire plan shattered. Lily gave her a triumphant look. So, Daphne dear, you have a decision to make. Will you heal your sister, or will you tell Harry about my actions? I'm not going to stop you either way, and I have a feeling which one you'll choose. Now, why don't you freshen up a bit and wear those nice robes of yours? After all, you have a feast to attend. Chapter 293, of Choices Made. November 23, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry sipped on his goblet, doing his best not to cringe at the bitterness of the juice. After all, it wouldn't do to insult the hosting school publicly. It came as a bit of a surprise, but he grew to like this school. Its library was sparse, to say the least, the spells were publicized, and he heavily believed that any sensitive tomes were hidden from the public. However, there was something nice about the lack of nonsense that was seen in everything around the school. There was still a weird obsession with ancient Rome everywhere, but there were no hidden passages, no secret chambers, no confusing corridors. Sure, a lot of the wonder was lost, but it was efficient, Spartan for the lack of a better word. It provided a lack of distractions that Harry found to be very valuable since he had a lot on his mind. The revelation of Lily hiding pertinent information from him was weighing very heavily on his mind, and he needed to delicately decide what to do. The situation was delicate. Lily was possibly his greatest ally against Dumbledore. She had gained frightful control over the British Ministry of Magic in just a few months, and had an entire army of enhanced werewolves supporting her. He did not want her to be an enemy, and yet she had broken his trust. It was probably the first time that he had tried to trust someone else. To be completely fair to himself, it was a very impulsive decision. However, he was so caught up with the allure that there was someone else like him, someone who could keep up with him and be on his side, that he ignored a lot of warning signs. There was also Daphne to consider. She was very attached to Lily and was convinced that she was the key to saving her sister. As he had stated before, the entire situation was so delicate. And to make all of this worse, he had to attend some mindless feast to celebrate the end of the task. The champions all came and showed their prizes. It was funny that the Hogwarts champions, who actually won the task, didn't get any prizes since they hadn't defeated any of the beasts in the arena. It was just hours of showboating that Harry barely had the patience to sit through. Thankfully, no one tried to engage him in conversation. Daphne was surprisingly quiet during all of this. Speaking of the blonde, she spoke up, "Do you mind if we talked privately for a second?" Deciding that it was a great chance of getting away, he nodded, and they snuck out of the hall under a notice me not charm. They ended up in one of the corridors and Daphne quickly put up some privacy charms. "You weren't kidding about wanting to be alone. Is there something wrong?" "Yes." "No. I don't know," she stammered, "it's all so complicated and I don't know if I should just go ahead and say it. I thought about not doing anything, but I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened." "What's going on, Daphne?" he asked. "Just say it and be done with it." "Your mother is working with Albus Dumbledore," she quickly spoke up. Harry froze. He hadn't expected that. No, that wasn't completely true. He expected that Lily was doing something else behind his back. But working with Dumbledore, the man that she had claimed was one of the main instigators in the fire of Godric's Hollow, the man who had almost killed Harry numerous times. He didn't expect that much. To be honest, he didn't think she was Dumbledore's subordinate. He had a good estimation of her personality. She was ruthless, pragmatist, power-hungry, and obsessive, but her most defining character trait was her pursuit of her freedom. So, either Dumbledore was offering her something she desired, or his goals were also something that she wanted. But no, there was no need for speculation without additional information. "Explain." He simply retorted. "Granger gave me this photo of her and Dumbledore talking to each other in his office. I wanted to tell you immediately, but she used some kind of compulsion charm that bypassed my family crest and made me tell her everything. She said that it was to help you, to protect you from Dumbledore, and asked me not to say anything. But I just couldn't. What if she was lying? What if she wanted to hurt you? I just couldn't." Harry quickly analyzed his friend's rambling. It didn't make sense that Lily would protect him from Dumbledore without asking him first. Sure, it was a plausible idea on the surface, but they both knew that Harry was a reasonable person and that he definitely wouldn't have tolerated someone going behind his back to Dumbledore to protect him. And she definitely wouldn't have hidden Maria's origins from him for no reason. No, the former headmaster must have asked her to stop his investigation as much as possible. He wouldn't have done that if what he was planning wasn't delicate enough that Harry could stop. And Lily must have agreed to let his plan continue. She must have planned to use it to her advantage somehow. The fact that it was Hermione Granger that told her was very interesting. He had no illusions that she was completely under Lily's control since she probably had the diary. So, that meant that the girl must have wanted the leash around her neck gone and thought that his making Lily leave was the best idea to have more freedom. But one thing was for certain. By telling him this, Daphne was putting her lessons with Lily, and the potential of a cure for her sister's condition, in jeopardy. He appreciated the show of trust and her dedication. She threatened to stop her lessons, didn't she? Daphne looked down. Yes. But what would they have mattered if we were both dead before I found a cure for my sister? We both know that it would have taken years to figure that one out. And Dumbledore's plan ends in June. I wouldn't have been able to help my sister if I was dead. Yes, and Lily also wouldn't have agreed to her lessons at all if Daphne wasn't his friend and held some influence over her decisions, but Harry didn't voice it. Instead, he gave her a warm smile. "I appreciate your trust in me, Daph." "Oh, isn't that cute?" A familiar voice spoke up from behind him. Daphne stiffened, but Harry turned unconcerned to stare at his biological mother. "Hello, Lily." "Oh, Harry dear. We're quite in the predicament, aren't we?" He snorted. "You could say that. While I admire Daphne's loyalty to you, she's not really giving you the full picture." "And what is the full picture, then?" Her smile became slightly more assured. "All right, I made a mistake. I wanted you to be safe, so I made a deal with Dumbledore to keep you out of his, and in exchange, he wouldn't kill you. I know that this is a breach of trust, but you can see my point here." "I do see it, and I also know that it's full of shit." That seemed to take her aback. what are you talking about? Maria de Luca, he retorted, you didn't seriously believe that I would take your word for not finding the girl. You're many things, Lily, but you're not incompetent. But imagine my surprise when I used a bit of scrying and saw you at the girls' orphanage and even obliviating the nuns there to hide her involvement. You were probably the one who made sure that there were no signs of her disappearance in the Muggle authorities, weren't you? Now, there's misleading my investigation, and there's hiding evidence. Lily frowned. Hey, you found out about that, hey? Yes, maybe I am, but that's not it. The way you hid is an unspeakable in our midst, the way you tried to obliviate me. You didn't think I'd forget about that, did you? You were never planning on me knowing you were there, or even alive for that matter. If you didn't want to speak with me, you could have had an actual real unspeakable here, since you're in control of the department, instead of personally coming to find me. So, you need me for something. You're my son. Harry hummed and continued, maybe, but you waited months and took over half of magical Britain before even thinking about me. Maybe there's a part of you that cares about me, but there's something else, something more to it. Something that you want enough to go through Dumbledore's insane ritual. Don't pretend like you wouldn't have done the same. You're just like me. You're right. Maybe I would have done something like this to protect Daphne. Maybe I am just like you, but there's one fundamental difference. You're ready to betray everything and everyone to achieve your goals, whatever they may be, but I'm not. Then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're telling the truth. Maybe you're an idiot who trusted Dumbledore enough that he would keep his word. Maybe you're even his lackey, one of his mad followers, and you lost your precious independence once more. Maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. Maybe you were dumb enough to lose your freedom once more. That's enough. I'm just using Dumbledore, exactly like I'm using. She stopped herself in the end. Harry hummed leadingly, like you're using who? Me. Lily stayed silent and her entire countenance changed. Her pleading expression morphed into a frosty neutral one, the slight passion in her eyes fizzled out and she spoke up in a monotone voice, what a disappointment. Because you couldn't trick me. No, because you cannot see the bigger picture. You threw away an entire army and a nation supporting you because I did something without telling you first. I tried being the loving mother, I really did. But you made it so hard. It was the first time that I struggled while doing something. It was a frustrating experience. Harry hummed, one that mothers everywhere experience. But you're not a typical mother, are you? And you are not a typical son. I was actually looking forward to meeting you, to see if you inherited anything from me. And you did, that mind of yours is spectacular. It's a shame that you waste it the way you do. How am I wasting my intelligence then? She snorted, you're quick to judge the world, too quick. You're impulsive, but I guess you got that from your father. But you're thinking too small. You use your brilliant mind to mess with people, watch them slowly tie a rope around their necks with your tricks, instead of doing anything proactive. You're just so passive. Why didn't you try to actively go after Dumbledore? Why didn't you actively try to impact magical Britain to make it serve your needs when you graduate? You certainly could carve out a small piece of the world, a heaven for your own desires. You try to distance yourself from the game, while messing with people left and right, finding pressure points, and not using them. You live your life on a knife's edge, not accomplishing anything without it being a reaction, not realizing even a fraction of your potential. Then I should have been like you, then? Take over werewolf packs and ministries like some kind of shadow leader. No, you should have a goal, an ambition to follow. Something to strive towards instead of just trying to find out what Dumbledore is planning and paranoia about being used as someone else's pawn. That struck home, oddly enough. When was the last time he had a proper goal to strive towards? Sure, he wanted to be remembered, to be someone important, to discover the mysteries of magic. But he hadn't built a new artifact in months. He hadn't challenged himself without it being a crisis for so long. No, this wasn't about him. He would deal with that later. Now, the main issue was Lily. Maybe you're right, but you're still trying to distract me. Tell me what you really want from me. The redhead chuckled bitterly, no. Maybe you're right, maybe I was planning on betraying you in a dramatic fashion. Maybe I was planning to sacrifice you for some obscure ritual. But maybe I just wanted to be a mother to you, to experience what it was like to be my son and you spit on my face. That's your punishment. You don't get to know. Maddening, isn't it? You're like me. You need to know, to unearth the truth. Not knowing is like this itch on the back of your head, one that you can't scratch. Maybe you revealed an enemy. Maybe you lost the chance at having someone to relate to and one of the greatest allies against your enemies. You'll never ever know. I'm not going to fight you because I know for sure that you'll regret this. One day, you will wake up alone and in danger, and you will see just how much you messed up. You will come to me, begging for help, and I hope, for your sake, that I will be in a generous mood then. I will not fight you because there's no reason to. No matter what you think my plans are, you will always come back to me. She turned and started to walk away. I will admit that I'm not a good person. I've done my share of atrocities and I haven't hidden any of them. But you're not a saint either, Harry. You have lied, just as I did, made hidden plans, just like you did, and manipulated people for my own ends, just like you have. And as much as you dislike me, all the paths you take, if you survive your journey, will lead to you becoming me. Don't worry, just give it time. One day, you'll wake up and see me in the mirror and I hope you remember this moment when you do. And just like that, she was gone, leaving Harry just as confused as he was irritated. This had definitely not gone well, and he might have just lost his biggest supporter. This was a fucking mess. And, I don't really like the resolution of this. Especially the way that Harry reacted. Then again, he didn't really have time to think about what Daphne told him and he's not really rational when it comes to Dumbledore, since he tried to kill him and all. I was also going with Harry being blindsided since everything happened on the same day, and both he and Lily lashing out. Still, Lily has her own reasons, no spoilers sorry, laughing face, but it was supposed to be somewhat emotional, but I don't think I did it right since I didn't write any chapters that highlight her feelings. You should have a better idea of that in the next chapter but I probably should have found a way to put it before this one. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any way to do that without some major spoilers. Still, the outcome was always going to be the same since it's important for the next arc, but I think I handled the entire confrontation badly, starting from the previous chapter. I think I didn't show just how desperate Lily was for Harry to not suspect anything and also grow to like her. It was enough to threaten Daphne, enough to lash out when he says something that she doesn't like. Anyway, I rewrote this chapter twice and this was the best I could come up with. Anyway, I might rewrite this part, I'll notify you if I do, and I'd really appreciate your suggestions on how to make it better. I've been in a bit of a rut since my trip, but things should be a lot better going forward. I feel like I have to apologize for how I handled this. Anyway, I'll have a lot more time and will put in a lot more thoughts in the next chapters. I'm really excited for the next arc, it's a lot more eventful, trust me. Chapter 294, Hour of the Wolf. November 25, 1994, Wolf's Den, Republic of Ireland. Remus watched as the trainees practiced their transformations while retraining the urge to cheer and cry in vindication. It took thousands of years of suffering, centuries of discrimination and persecution, decades of planning on his part and suffering and indignity, but lycanthropy was finally gone in the British Isles. Hell, it had even mostly disappeared from Europe entirely, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Werewolves were gone and only the lichens remained. There would be no contaminations anymore, no unwanted transformations, and so, most of the dangers that his people posed were gone. The only downside was, of course, the fact that they couldn't have any children, but very few planned to have any, knowing the possible curse and discrimination that their offspring would have to deal with. There was also the increased aggressiveness and the bestiality of the inner wolf. It wasn't really that big of a problem, since Lily had obviously improved the ritual since she did it on Remus himself and they didn't really have to worry about constantly fighting their inner wolf like he did in exchange for being far less powerful than him, but there was a distinct rise in aggressive behavior after the ritual. Lily said that she had ideas on how to fix it, but there were a few that ended up regularly using calming drought, which risked a dependence on the potion over the long term. There were, of course, the werewolf purists. These types always appeared when there was any change that said that they weren't sick and shouldn't want to change. They all ended up caving and just asking for the ritual. There was nothing to really complain about. All they lost was the ability to infect people and the involuntary transformations during the full moon, both being net negatives of being a werewolf. Anyway, these were all small issues compared to their previous curse. There was the chance of being part of society once more and Remus couldn't help but be very happy with it. This small unnamed village in Ireland, which quickly grew with the massive number of werewolves migrating in, became a safe haven, which the locals quickly called the Wolf's Den. Nestled in the lush embrace of rolling hills and verdant landscapes, the village expanded organically, with cobblestone paths winding through clusters of quaint thatched cottages. Ancient oaks and whispering willows dotted the landscape, making it the perfect place to practice the residents' transformations. As the village flourished, it transformed into a bustling hub of werewolf culture. Artisans and craftsmen found their niches, opening shops that catered to both magical and mundane needs, from bespoke wand makers to herbalists dealing in potions and remedies tailored for werewolves. There were enough skilled laborers that migrated from the continent, and it was easy to get raw materials for anything by proving that they weren't werewolves. Their new resistance to silver was God-sent then, even if it did tend to burn if it got inside their bodies. Remus had learned this the hard way when fighting Sirius, or what remained of Sirius. As much as he mourned his friend, it was a fair bargain. Losing one person for the prosperity of his people was something that he could accept. Had Sirius truly killed Harry, Lily would have stayed lost in the lands beyond and this little utopia would have never existed. His people would have been hunted down, discriminated against, and forced to become the danger that the mages preached they were. Remus' musing was interrupted as he sensed someone behind him. His enhanced senses quickly recognized who it was. "Hello, Lily. Did you have a productive time?" Lily Potter stood in her usual glory, trying to look impassive, but Remus knew her better than anyone currently alive. She was sad. Things must not have gone well with her son. It wasn't really a surprise, he knew Lily enough to know that she wasn't really someone that people got along well with. She was a pragmatist at heart, and her time in that hellhole did have a mark on her. She hid it well, but she did have her bouts of unstable behavior. She was still a genius, on a scale that Remus had never seen before, but she was more impulsive, more emotional. Before Godric's Hollow, she was a lot more logical. She wouldn't have handled the Department of Mysteries the way she did. She wouldn't have relied so much on threats and the like. She would have played the long game, and taken over the country without anyone even noticing anything. But she was still a better leader than Dumbledore and Voldemort put together. She still stuck to her promises, and he could respect that. The redhead's expression remained blank. "I achieved my main objective, Dumbledore has given up on Britain entirely. We're clear to continue on that front." Why would he do that? He's scared of something and is working with Grindelwald to solve it or something. Some kind of large-scale ritual using broken prophecies to fuel it. That brought Remus short. 7 prophecies. What the fuck is he planning to do with all that? I have no clue, but the magic discharge alone is insane. Nevertheless, it's really not my problem. Dumbledore will be distracted until the end of the tournament, so we have a few months for our plans in Britain to proceed without too much danger. How are you doing on that front? The former werewolves are acclimating well enough. Gideon is in charge of their training, and since we have competent people from all over the continent, we've had some great successes integrating them into Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade by opening new shops. The underworld was a lot trickier, but we managed to consolidate most of the criminal elements in the country under our banner. We're slowly changing things into the rules you put in place, but it's working well enough. Remus could see where Lily's plans were heading, even if she never explicitly said anything. She was obviously planning on using the fragility of the British magical economy to create cornerstones completely under her influence legally while taking over the underworld completely. She already had taken over the Department of Mysteries, which Snape was busy handling. She was using her control over the former Leakin population to put its skilled laborers into shops all over the country, while she took over the Wisengamot politically through the Not Patriarch. The redhead hummed, "I have good news on that front. Yesterday, tragically, there was a fire in the Ministry, specifically the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It's quite the mystery, some rune misfiring or the like. However, every entry of the werewolf register was destroyed. Quite the tragedy. And considering that the way they check for the curse is through the silver test, it's quite a shame that they'll have a hard time finding any werewolves to fill it once more." He gave Lily a wide smile. "That's amazing news, Lily." The elation that Remus felt was bordering on pure worship. This was the last detail remaining for his people to truly be free. Werewolf registrations were commonplace in Europe, and for good reason. It was a good way to make sure to keep an eye on werewolves and make sure that they don't infect anyone. It should have been a way of making werewolves part of the ministry officially, but it was perverted over decades to get ministry officials to express their prejudice without any issues. People just didn't like werewolves. They presented a risk during the full moon that most people wouldn't like to be around their family members. The destruction of the register meant that the ministry would have to go around to try to make it once more, and when every single one of their tests becomes negative. That would be it. Remus people would finally be free. He expected similar fires to appear all over Europe. After all, Lily's plans probably did not just stop at Britain. Lily coughed, "It is. I'm also thinking about making a play on the political scene. The progressives have been fracturing with Dumbledore's hold on them gone, but their biggest groups are with Augusta Longbottom. I don't think she would bend easily. The conservatives on the other hand." Remus immediately understood where she was going with this. "You're not thinking rationally about this, Lily." "It's a perfectly valid move," she commented. "Yes, but it also probably has you threatening your son's girlfriend's family for support. A family that has been fully neutral in any conflict since Grindelwald's war. I know you're probably angry. I don't know what really happened with Harry, but it's not a good idea to get back at him this way. The very fact that you're here instead of just going through with it means that you do the same. You've never really consulted me with anything that doesn't have to do with the werewolf population. You know that Snape will just agree with anything you say, and you wanted someone to tell you not to do it." The former werewolf knew that he wasn't exactly an impartial choice. After some clarity of mind, he could recognize that Lily probably put some loyalty charms on him during his rituals. She had probably done the same with the rest. They were too organized, too worshipping of her for it to be natural. It was different, seeing it on other people, and it was enough for him to recognize it for what it was. He didn't really mind it. After all Lily had done, she deserved the loyalty of all these people anyway. Anyone disloyal would have been ungrateful anyway. The redhead deflated, looking defeated for the first time since her return. "I tried everything. I supported him and taught the stupid green grass girl my blood magic. I kept him safe from Dumbledore, even saved him from the old man. And after all of this, he says that he didn't like that I went behind my back and that he thinks that I'm using him for something. He's just so frustrating." Remus nodded. "I know you were looking forward to spending time with him, to get to know him properly, but Harry is an intelligent young man. If you tried to do something around him, it's very likely that he could figure it out by himself. And kids his age are rarely reasonable." She huffed, "It's just. I tried so hard. It wasn't even part of the plan. But when I looked at him, I just couldn't. I couldn't not talk to him. I wanted. I guess I don't know what I wanted, really, but it definitely wasn't this. And he's so clever, but he keeps wasting his intelligence with some foolish schemes for no reason instead of being proactive and doing something about them. I wanted to help him with that and not get caught up in Dumbledore's messes again. You tried to manipulate him. He caught whatever you were doing and blew up at you. You, in turn, blew back at him, and you left. Did I get anything wrong?" "Fuck you, Lupin," she muttered. "I just wanted him to stop digging into Dumbledore. It's like the boy has no sense of self-preservation." Remus didn't say that he thought that Lily was using Harry for her own ends. He didn't say that this wouldn't have happened if she hadn't gotten attached to the boy. For all her pragmatism, Lily tended to really be unpredictable when the topic of Harry Potter came up. The former werewolf had no intention of pressing any further. "So, what are you going to do with the tournament?" Lily looked hesitant but with a tint of resignation there. "Nothing has changed. My main objective in my trip there was a success. As for the rest, well, there's no reason to deviate from the original plan." "What about Harry Potter?" "He could interfere. He does tend to do that. The plan comes first. If my son proves himself to be a hindrance, then I would deal with him myself." Remus pretended not to see the sad expression on Lily's face when she uttered these words, deciding to leave the woman to her thoughts and continue supervising the trainees once more. It wasn't his place, after all. Chapter 295, Dancing WIRM. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry stayed silent in his compartment as he felt the metallic dragon spread its wings and fly away. He was still amazed by the way McGonagall animated and charmed the contraption, but he was a bit too distracted to care. He was just too lost in thought, replaying things in his mind. He has been doing that a lot lately. Hell, he wasn't even reading a book when he was alone. He was just staring at the ceiling replaying things. If someone had told him just mere months previously that Lily Evans' departure would have had such an effect on him, he would have given them an incredulous look and ignored anything else they said entirely. Which brought him to what happened with Lily Evans. The truth was that the whole confrontation happened so quickly, too quickly for his liking. Everything happened in just one day and he didn't have the time to process and analyze everything. He tried his luck at finding the girl in the evening, was told by Daphne about Lily's collusion with Dumbledore during the feast and the redhead had forced a confrontation. It was obviously a tactical method, a way to pressure him to make decisions without really taking the time to think clearly. If he had just a few more days of planning and investigation, he would have made different decisions. Or would he have? That was what was making things difficult. What ifs? They were quite the distraction, weren't they? It didn't help that he knew practically nothing about Lily's plans. The moment that she came back into his life, he wanted to have any leverage on her, a way to pressure her in case she betrayed him. A way to maybe swindle her army and hurt her influence. Anything, really, so that he wouldn't be caught off guard if she betrayed him. Unfortunately, most of her influence was in Britain, which was too far away to make any moves and he kept getting involved in one distraction after another. Harry didn't like the hold she had over him through her blood magic lessons with Daphne and wanted to balance that somehow. He had found nothing. Literally nothing. He barely knew anything about the woman, even after months of being around her. He found no pressure points, no vulnerabilities. Just the fact that she was brilliant but a little unstable, which was something that she controlled with an impressive display of discipline. Those years alone in that hellish dimension were not good for her psyche, that was for sure. He was lucky, in a way, that the only way Lily had helped was with Daphne's lessons. If she had been an integral part of any of his plans and she had just left, well, he would have been screwed. Harry stiffened when someone entered his compartment before relaxing when seeing the familiar form of Daphne. Hey Harry. Daph. Are you excited about going to Durmstrang? They probably have the biggest library in Europe after Hogwarts. I wouldn't be surprised if you hold yourself there for the entire task. Harry gave her a slight smile in return but didn't respond. Daphne was obviously worried about him. He didn't blame her. Ever since the Lily incident, he hadn't really spoken to anyone, at the most a couple of sentences at the time. He was quiet and the rest of the Hogwarts delegation did notice this and preferred not to involve themselves. They were right to be wary, but it wasn't like he was going to bite their heads off on a whim. To be fair, a change of environment might do him some good. Durmstrang was practically guaranteed to be at least entertaining, and it would keep his mind off of the confrontation with Lily. The blonde didn't seem to be satisfied by his response, or more accurately, by his lack of one. Harry, please. You have barely said a word for a week. I'm starting to get worried. It's fine, Daph. It's not fine. I know that Lily broke your trust. Harry froze and spoke up. It's not that she lied to me. I fully prepared myself for that. I knew that she wasn't some saint and that she wanted to use me somehow. We both know her history. She killed my father and thousands of other people in Godric's Hollow. She used everyone around her, and it bit her in the ass later. Hell, she even has a werewolf army in Britain. I'm not surprised that she lied to me. I just didn't expect her to leave. That was the most damning thing. If he held even a fraction of affection for someone else and they had a fight, he would try to fix things first. He would not have left in the middle suddenly and disappeared in the wind. This was the complete opposite of what Lily did. She had essentially confirmed the fact that she couldn't be trusted by leaving so suddenly. She did not try to convince Harry that she was doing it for her own good after he calmed down. She just left. Daphne gave him a compassionate look. Harry, she's your mother. It's all right to miss her. She is not my mother, Harry exclaimed loudly before deflating. I never considered her to be my mother. I don't think she even knew how. She was. She was like me. She could keep up with me, think like me. I never had someone like that before. It was surprisingly nice. Fine. But the fact remains that she broke your trust. You couldn't trust her, and she's gone. All of these things were her decisions. Sure, you said some pretty hurtful things, but she did the same. It was just the heat of the moment and you both know it. Harry nodded. He knew that he had been slightly cruel with his words. It's not just that. Even now, I don't know if I would have done anything differently. I would have had to take her word for it, believe her. It's not like I could ask Dumbledore about the confrontation. Logically, I made the right choice. An untrustworthy ally can cause far more harm than an enemy. For all she brings to the table, Lily has done very little for us. She was just this variable that I could rely on in the future. She could have done a lot of damage, especially if she was willing to talk to Dumbledore behind my back, no matter her intentions. But I can't help asking myself if she was telling the truth. What if her plans didn't involve me but the tournament? What if her aim was to protect me from Dumbledore, as misguided as it was? What if I threw away a valuable ally, and maybe even, for just my paranoia every time I hear Dumbledore being mentioned? What if I threw away your chances at healing your sister because I get defensive every time I hear Dumbledore's name? For the first time in days, Harry really expressed how he felt about the situation, the doubt that kept crawling around in his mind, especially in those last moments before Lily left, when he used the Resurrection Stone in tandem with his arcane hearing, to get a gleam of what laid behind her chaotic song, and he felt a mixture of anger, sadness, and despair, for just the fraction of a second before being swallowed by the chaos once more. Daphne flinched at Harry's words, and he knew that he hit the nail on the head. Even he had lost a valuable ally, she had lost far more. As untrustworthy as she was, Lily was a master of blood magic, and teaching Daphne was the key to healing her sister. The blonde had sacrificed a potential cure for her sister just to tell him about Lily, and he didn't know how to express his gratitude for something like that. To be perfectly honest, with the way things were going, he fully expected Daphne to just leave him to focus on studying with Lily. It was something that he didn't like thinking about too much. He dreaded that inevitable moment. Every single day, he watched as Daphne and Lily grew closer. He knew, without a doubt, that the older witch was doing it to pressure Harry, to use his best friend as a pawn in her sick games. He hadn't liked it, but he simply couldn't tell Daphne to give up the chance at fulfilling her dream of saving her sister. Speaking of the blonde, she was looking at him with a strange expression on her face. "We'll figure it out. We always do. I know enough about blood magic to get started, and I could always use your help." "Of course, I'll help, Daph. It's the very least I could do." "Great. Astoria will be coming to Durmstrang with the rest of my family during Yule, and we could test some new charms on her to temporarily halt the curse like we did last time. Now, that we know it's possible, we could do something about it. I'll teach you what I can about blood magic. It's not really much, but we'll figure something out." Harry smiled at her sudden enthusiasm. "Sure. I guess it's your turn to teach me something, hey? How the tables have turned." The girl gave him a cheeky smile. "Oh, I think I'm going to like this. I'll give you homework every day and everything. I remember you preparing us for the obstacle course last year. Let's just say that I have a lot of resentment built up." "Whatever you say, Professor." For some reason, Daphne blushed slightly. She stood silent for a few seconds before speaking up for the first time. "You know, there's going to be a Ule Ball before the task. I heard one of the organizers talking about it. I think it'll get announced when we get to Durmstrang." Harry nodded at that statement. It was probably a stipulation from Durmstrang when they split up the task. Since Bosebatons wanted to have the opening ceremony and Hogwarts was given the last task since the ICW wanted as much time to make Britain as safe as possible, Durmstrang, as one of the main magical schools in Europe, needed something to differentiate it as well, something to bring in more attention, which was why they decided to hold the Ule Ball there. Daphne cleared her throat and continued, "And well, since we're all invited, I wanted to ask you if you'd come with me as my date." The last Potter immediately agreed, "Of course." For some reason, the young witch frowned. "No, I don't mean as a friend. I'm asking you as a date. "Oh." That was exactly what Harry could say in response to that. He wasn't blind. He knew that Daphne had feelings for him. She had them for a long time. He fully expected them to fizzle out a long time ago, since they were too young to entertain the idea of a relationship. He thought that those feelings had faded, but from the way Daphne's face fell at his reply, he wasn't so sure anymore. "I know that this is out of nowhere, especially with what happened to your mother. I feel silly for even asking." Harry interrupted her. "All right." She tilted her head in confusion. "All right what?" "All right, let's go to the Ule Ball together as a date." The smile she gave him in return brightened the entire room, and any hesitation he had left disappeared at seeing her so happy. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to say anything as the entire metallic dragon shook very badly, throwing both of them to the ground. "What the hell is going on?" the blonde groaned. Harry spread his arcane hearing and heard multiple songs around the dragon with malicious intent. "Our ride is getting attacked. Wake up the other students, we need to defend ourselves." Chapter 296, Express Delivery. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Harry spread his arcane hearing and heard multiple songs around the dragon with malicious intent. "Our ride is getting attacked. Wake up the other students, we need to defend ourselves. Daphne gave him a questioning look. Who would attack us? I don't know. We need to get the others, and fast. They ran out of the compartment, doing their best not to fall due to the constant shaking. He felt a wave of magic coming towards the wall on their left and immediately conjured a shield to protect him and Daphne. A fraction of a second later, a giant blast destroyed the wall near them and 3 masked men flying on brooms landed inside. Harry immediately retaliated with a telekinetic push that threw the 3 men back into the sky. He looked around and hummed, McGonagall must have charmed the air pressure to remain constant to avoid someone flying off if someone had damaged the dragon. That was very thoughtful of her. Right as he thought that the walls started to melt themselves back into shape, what's that? McGonagall is keeping the dragon together. That's good news, right? We won't be sucked away easily. Harry nodded, yes, but she also won't be able to fight and she's the only professor currently in the dragon. The rest went back to Hogwarts for their normal classes, remember? He ignored as she cursed their luck, and they walked around with their wands raised. His arcane hearing warned him of a spell going this way. He waved his wand and the spell faded away, its structure being unmade using his arcane hearing. He prepared to retaliate but he noticed something very familiar, something that was wrong attached to that of a young man. Longbottom, Granger, it's me, Potter. Don't attack. Prove it. A voice retorted. I lied to you about what happened in the chamber, and you haven't spoken to me since. The young man came forward with a visible look of relief. Hermione Granger followed him with a neutral look on her face. You have no idea how glad I am to see you, Harry. The last Potter nodded at him, me too. Did you see anyone else? We need to keep everyone's head count and organize a defense. A few tried to attack us, but we stunned them. How did they even get on board? They're breaking into the walls. McGonagall is too busy repairing the damage to avoid straining the air pressure regulator charms so that we won't all be sucked up outside. The Muggleborn seemed to agree with his statement, yes, we need to have a head count of everyone. There's Susan Bones in our year. I think the 5th years are all in one compartment with Chong. The 6th years should be with the twins, and the 7th years should handle themselves without too much trouble. It was a good analysis of the situation. To make a better plan, he used his arcane hearing to modify a quick spell, specifically Hominum Revelio. It wasn't anything really fancy, it was just a range extension to analyze the entire dragon for anyone and get a bit more information from the scan. He quickly recognized Susan Bones, who was huddled under a shield while being attacked by a group of wizards. Harry turned without saying a single word. The others ran behind him, asking questions, but he ignored them. To be perfectly honest, he had pretty much forgotten about Susan Bones being in the delegation and he couldn't help but feel slightly bad about it. The redhead had been a friendly acquaintance for a better part of the previous year. Susan Bones wasn't considered in any of the tasks and for good reason. She wasn't the best representative for Hogwarts skills. She would probably just enter the dueling tournament and lose in the early rounds. Anyway, now that he thought back, he remembered Susan in the background, mostly talking to foreign students. She was probably the only Hogwarts student who actually tried to network during the tournament. And now, she was being attacked. Harry was getting angry. He passed by one of the corridors and saw another wizard trying to cast a spell at him. He simply used an overpowered stunner to knock him out without even looking. With a wave of his wand, the doors vanished as he walked forward. He arrived to the young Hufflepuff being overwhelmed, and quickly took 4 of the attacked by surprise. The last one sent a cutting hex at him, which he destabilized with barely a thought before telekinetically disarming the man and pushing him towards the wall. Harry turned, still pushing the man to the wall, and looked at Susan worriedly, "Are you all right?" She groaned and nodded, "Yes." Almost wasn't though. He looked at her shield and grinned when he saw the runes. "Nice shield. I haven't seen this matrix before." "Your own work." She returned his smile, "You're a very good teacher. We'll chat later. We're all gathering to plan out a defense." He turned towards the levitated man. "Did they say anything to you?" "No, just started attacking. It's weird. They didn't even try to use any serious curses." Harry walked towards the wizard and took off his hood. Who are you?" "I'm not talking," he yelled out. The last Potter nodded. "That's very understandable. Being loyal is important and you're a very loyal man, aren't you?" The man didn't say anything, but he visibly preened. Harry continued, "It's a shame you're not really being trusted with anything. I don't think you can tell me anything important because you don't know anything important. The attacker got weirdly angry at this, and Harry decided to use his arcane hearing to put more pressure. When he did, the song felt more like a shell, a mask that was being presented to the world while the core was asleep. He stiffened. "Oh, you poor man. Damn it. What is it, Harry?" Daphne asked from behind him. "The reason why they're not casting any powerful spells or curses is because they can't. They're under the Imperius." Harry stiffened at the 3 wizards he had sent flying into the sky when they attacked, but he suppressed the feeling. Now, it's not time to think back. He needed to make sure that everyone survived this mess. Hermione seemed to agree with his proclamation. Even if they were forced to do so, they wouldn't be capable of using magic that they haven't already mastered. It would make sense why they're all so mediocre. That doesn't mean that they're not dangerous. We need to get to the others. "I think there's a big group of them near the front of the dragon," the last Potter proclaimed before making his way there, not leaving time for his companions to protest. It didn't take long to see most of the other students being huddled around in the main compartment, surrounded by wizards from all sides. They had conjured a large magical shield whose power was shared between them. He turned towards his classmates and spoke up, "Stay here. I'll be back in a minute." He also didn't give them time to protest and ran towards the main compartment. He immediately activated his invisibility cloak, phased through the wall and quickly stunned one of the attackers. Before the others could even react, he warped space around them and cast around a dozen stunners successfully, each one knocking out one of the attackers. Harry deactivated the cloak and walked back to his friends, ignoring the gaping looks of the other students. "I knocked them all out." He immediately turned towards Diggory. "Is there anyone missing?" "No, just a few stunned people." The last Potter nodded. "They're under the Imperius curse. Conjure some bindings and make sure they're not too hurt." Harry heard a spike of malicious intent thanks to his arcane hearing. "There are still a lot of them outside." "Where's McGonagall?" "At the front. We were the last layer of defense. We think that they were trying to bring down the dragon from the inside," one of the Weasley twins answered. Harry nodded. "All right, Diggory, make a head count of everyone. Try to see if anyone is missing. I'm going to try something, so give me a few seconds." He never expected to use this particular piece of magic when he read about it. It was mostly out of curiosity more than anything. Harry quickly raised his wands and glowing runes appeared in mid-air. It took a bit of concentration to make the necessary alteration, but not too much. Harry then condensed the runes into a ball which he pressed to the ground. Immediately, some kind of magical mist appeared around the room, and he nodded to himself. Angelina Johnson looked at him with a flabbergasted expression on her face. "What the fuck is that? An age line? No one over the age of 19 will be able to enter this room without me removing the curse. I put some basic wards and shields to protect you from most spells. It should buy you some time if they get here again." "Diggory, you finished the head count?" "Yes, we're missing 2. Harry nodded. "All right, Diggory and Johnson, go look for them and be very careful. The rest of you stay here and try to keep down the vault. Granger, you're with me." The Weasley twins gave him an incredulous look. "Where are you going?" "Outside. As long as they're still flying, then they'll have an advantage. There have to be a few people maintaining the Imperius curse on so many people. I'll bring the fight to them." With that said, Harry quickly waved his wand and a part of the ceiling disappeared. Harry sent a telekinetic push upward to send Hermione flying out and following up by jumping while warping space. Less than a second later, the hole had disappeared, and they landed on the surface of the metallic dragon. The Muggleborn gave him a sour look which he ignored. "Cover me. We need to figure out who's responsible for this." She nodded and they walked forward, each at the other's back. They kept walking until they noticed a few wizards landing, only this time, they sent a killing curse at them. Harry quickly conjured an ice wall to intercept the spell and created small blades of ice that he banished at him. The wizard shielded himself and Harry barely had time to follow up since he felt another killing curse coming at him from the left. He dodged this one and sent a wind cutter in the direction of the spell. Slowly, over a dozen of wizards landed around them. They felt different. The malice in their songs was more pronounced and more natural, and Harry knew immediately that these were the instigators of the attack. The main attacker spoke up in an English accent. "Harry Potter. I was told that you would be a problem. Tales of your talent were not overstated as I believed. You're exactly as impressive as I imagined. It's nice to have a fan and all, but why would anyone attack a school delegation of all things? My lord's plans are a mystery. I have learned a long time ago to never question his brilliance. Harry snorted. So, your lord, whoever that is, told you to put dozens maybe even hundreds of wizards under the Imperius, and then tell them to attack a bunch of students who happen to be backed up by a single teacher, who is too busy to stop this whole thing from collapsing. The fact that you are failing is a very bad idea. Am I failing? You're here, after all. McGonagall will soon be overwhelmed, and without any other obstacle, our objective will be complete. Perhaps should I present my lord with your head, I would be suitably rewarded. Harry snorted. Yeah, whatever. You know, you kept saying that you liked my skills and everything. Do you seriously think that you'll be able to beat me? Oh, I have no illusion that you'll probably find some trick that would knock us all out with our own spells or something, but what made you think that we're the only ones you're going to fight? Before Harry could process this, he heard hundreds of cracks arriving at once and hundreds of wizards atop brooms appeared. As bad as it was, that was when the roaring started. He turned around and 5 fucking flying dragons of all things, screeching at him in challenge. Well, fuck. Chapter 297, Budding Rolls. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Before Harry could process this, he heard hundreds of cracks arriving at once and hundreds of wizards atop brooms appeared. As bad as it was, that was when the roaring started. He turned around and 5 fucking flying dragons of all things, screeching at him in challenge. Well, fuck. He hadn't realized he had said this out loud, but Hermione gave him an annoyed look. Seriously, they were being attacked and she cared about his language of all things. That girl really was messed up in the head. Harry casually conjured a piece of ice to stop a killing curse by one of the attackers, while trying to create a semblance of a plan. Hermione was able to counterattack easily enough and stunned one of them. After this display, she spoke up. Their target is obviously McGonagall. They want to ground the dragon for some reason. We need to get back. Harry shook his head while dodging a beam of light. No, my wards and age line should stop most of the attack and Daphne will help organize the defense properly. We can't remain on the defensive, especially against these numbers and with hours left till we get to Durmstrang. We don't have to wait hours. We just have to wait for the Aurors to come after detecting the mass apparition that just happened. I took a look at one of the detectors once. The enchantment only reveals the longitude and latitude, not the height. And considering the speed we're moving at, they won't be able to track anything for a while. I'm guessing at least an hour until someone knows that it happened in the air, and another hour to track us down. Do you think we'll be able to hold them off whilst on the defensive for that long? The Muggleborn muttered something. Fine. But what can we do about something like this? I have something in mind. We need to take care of these idiots first. I'll give you a few openings. Try to take them. He didn't even wait for her to respond as he conjured spikes of ice in the air above his enemies. The ones that were in the clear were able to see the spells and sent a few spells at them, trying to save their comrades. Hermione used this to knock them out. Harry followed up by casting a sticking charm at his and Hermione's feet, gluing them to the ground, before temporarily altering gravity around them to the left. The remaining attackers lost their footing, and which was enough for Hermione to tag a few of them. Right as he was going to finish them off, he felt a dragon leaping at him with a beam of fire. Harry was thankfully able to warp space enough to alter its trajectory, making the fire miss completely. Unfortunately, the distraction allowed the few remaining attackers on the metallic dragon to apparate away. A few wizards on brooms began to leap towards him and he growled, "Hermione, cover me. I'm powering up something." She nodded and he used his arcane hearing to analyze the enchantments of the dragon. He slowly crafted a big stunner modifying its layer to incorporate the counters to the dragon before sending it at the beast. The dragon had obviously not expected the spell to do anything, but it was frozen in mid-flight and started to fall down. The battle froze entirely. No one had expected the dragons to suffer any damage. He gave them all a bloodthirsty smile and waved his wand conjuring a huge fog that hid the metallic dragon immediately. A few groups of wizards came at the fog, ignoring the fog entirely, only for Harry to wave his wand one more time, condensing the fog into a thick cloud that he electrified. Dozens of wizards were surprised by the attack and were electrocuted by the current going through the cloud, taking out a huge chunk of the coming forces. Finally, a few intelligent wizards worked together to create a giant gust of wind that blew the cloud away, and they flew in formation towards Harry and Hermione, casting a multitude of curses at them. Only for them to pass through them entirely. The metallic dragon melted away into nothing, revealing itself to be an illusion, one that Harry had crafted. Instead, there was some kind of glowing globe that kept spinning, until it exploded into a giant telekinetic wave to take out most of the close attackers. It took one of the other dragons screeching and falling back into the ground for the forces to realize that the metallic dragon was behind them. Harry winced as his magic circuits burned slightly and channeled it towards the resurrection stone to manage his casting better. That was a good chunk of the forces gone. Almost half of the wizards and 2 of the 3 dragons. He turned towards Hermione, hoping to ask her to take the lead on the flying wizards, only for the Muggleborn to stare at him with a dumbfounded expression on her face. "Hermione, I'm about to deal with the dragons. I need to keep the wizards off my tail." "What?" she stumbled. "How did you just—" "The illusion." "Enough, Hermione, can you do it or not?" The Muggleborn stiffened. "The dragons." "Sure. Try not to get yourself killed." Harry smirked as he used his arcane hearing to modify another spell. No 2 magical creatures were equal. Every spell to penetrate magical defenses had to be crafted uniquely. It was probably why no one had ever created a spell to generally take out magical creatures. It was also why he took more time to take out each dragon. Still, just as one of the dragons was trying to fly up towards him, trying to take him by surprise, Harry cast the spell right as he reared his head, knocking him out immediately. "Don't worry, I know how to take care of myself." That was what he said until he jumped out of the dragon. He conjured one of his magical circles behind him to propel him into the air, whilst warping space to appear right above one of the remaining dragons' heads. Honestly, before this confrontation, he didn't know dragons could be used for attacks like this. There were historical accounts of battles rumored to have had dragons fighting, but they stopped at Camlan at the latest. Then again, dragons could theoretically be tamed if they were raised from the moment they hatched. It was how dragon reserves were able to stop the beasts from flying off and killing off muggles at every opportunity. But that was it. This degree of control and coordination was completely unreasonable. There was a reason why the ICW invested so much when creating the leviathans and similar flesh-crafted beasts instead of relying on dragons. Harry shook his head. This was not the time to make even more theories. He had to make sure that everyone was all right first. He cast another stunner at the dragon's head, knocking him out and warping space in front of him to get him to fall in the middle of the regrouping attacking forces. He conjured another magical circle to propel himself in the air once more before warping the space to be above the last dragon, which happened to have been heading towards Hermione. Instead of stunning it, he warped the space directly in front of it, making the wave of fire that the dragon breathed head towards its own allies instead. Harry followed up by stunning the dragon one more, taking out a few other flying wizards. Harry leapt away once more and jumped at one of the flying wizards, kicking him off his broom, and quickly carved a giant exploding runes on the broom, sending it towards the group. He created another magic circle to propel him back to the metallic dragon and warp space to make it more efficient. He gave Hermione a nod as she took out one of the wizards trying to take him by surprise. She was still shocked at his performance. "What the fuck, Harry?" he hummed. "What? The dragons are done. You did a good job covering me, by the way." Harry wasn't even lying. Hermione had done a good job at distracting the attackers before every jump. She was able to understand the rough outlines of the plans, which was to take out the dragons, and made herself a very dangerous distraction while he kept doing his thing. He noticed the final group of wizards, around 10 of them survived his onslaught preparing a spell. Now, how should he handle it? Oh, he had almost forgotten the broom. Harry quickly activated the exploding rune which took out the remaining attackers. He turned towards Hermione who was still gaping at him. "Well, that was a thing. I'm more interested in knowing who is responsible for this." Harry's first instinct was to blame it on either Dumbledore or Grindelwald. These kinds of forces, especially 5 dragons, aren't easy to sneak past most countries. However, there was one small thing. Dumbledore was there in the schools. Someone attacking the Express mid-flight must have wanted to avoid the security that the ICW and the hosting schools would provide. Dumbledore had access to the schools and most of the ICW information. If he wanted to pull something, he would have done so without risking an aerial battle, which was inherently risky since stunning anyone could easily kill them. Oh, he had forgotten about that. It was likely that everyone who he had defeated was dead. He knew that those were probably mercenaries of some sort, considering the arsenal of curses that were sent at him, but he had almost killed 100 people in minutes. He steeled himself. No, he would deal with that later. Now, he wanted to know who made him stain his hands so. Harry waved his hand towards one of the bound wizards on the plane. He remembered him being the main instigator. The man groaned as he woke up from his stunner before stiffening when he saw him. Harry ripped off his mask and he was slightly disappointed by what he saw. The man was just so ordinary. So normal. He wouldn't have picked this man out of the crowd as a murderer, and yet, he was. Harry gave him a merciless stare. Why were you attacking us? The man was trembling, but Harry didn't care. Don't look around, look at me. Your forces are gone, your dragons have fallen. There is no need for distractions. The only way you get out of this alive is if you talk. The man tried to lash out with his hand and Harry telekinetically blocked it and unraveled whatever magic the man was trying to make. He quickly noticed the glowing beneath his sleeve and pulled it back, to see the glowing form of a small dragon, a family crest. My guess would either be about dragon taming or dragon control. A very useful and deadly ability. But you haven't answered my questions. Fuck you, the man rasped. Harry nodded. All right, you're the one who made me do this. For the first time in a very long time, Harry met someone's eyes and entered their mind. It wouldn't be lying to say that legilimency was an art. There had to be for someone to tease certain ideas, certain mind links, to reveal hidden information. A simple stray thought could be the key to everything. Harry hadn't teased out anything, he demanded information, but there was something blocking him. Of course, there was. The man had a family crest, and it offered an inherent protection against mind attacks. But Harry kept pushing until his family crest was draining him dry to protect his own mind. And just like that Harry stopped, letting the man breathe, exhausted. Right as the man was relaxing, he used an imitation of the Vila allure, one that promised comfort and peace, having taken inspiration from his mother. Why don't you tell me who sent you, dear? And it all would go away. Just say their name. He wasn't really as good as his mother at it, having deceived Daphne without any trouble. But a tired mind, an exhausted body, did not have the instinctive resistance to this type of magic. This was proven to be correct when he mumbled, Lord Voldemort. The moment he said this, Harry felt a curse take hold of the man and saw him convulse in pain. In mere seconds, the man's skin blackened and withered away until it turned into dust that flew in the wind. But Harry had barely processed what he said. Voldemort? Why would he attack them? The only reason would be Neville. He wanted Neville's blood to resuscitate himself. That was all of this was about. Hermione interrupted Harry's musing. Harry. Yes. He replied. Look at them, she muttered. Harry followed Hermione's gaze and saw the stunned attackers also wither into dust. He really needed a shower and a nap. This really was a fucked up day. Chapter 298, Auburn Conjectures. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. Hermione Granger watched as Harry Potter ran as quickly as he could and warped the exterior of McGonagall's metal dragon. He jumped in without even giving her a look and she had no choice but to follow him. As the walls morphed back into place, Hermione couldn't help herself to reassess her threat assessment of her former friend. Holy shit, this was insane. Nothing in the Department of Mysteries training remotely prepared her to deal with anything like this. Harry Potter had just literally taken out hundreds of attacking wizards, which was practically a small army, and 5 fucking dragons. Yes, 5 fucking dragons that some idiot tamed thanks to his family crest. It took half a dozen of mages trained specifically to handle dragons, to knock a single one of the beasts out, by attacking it at once. And he did it on his own. He somehow got past the creature's magical resistance with a single spell. It was fucking insane. Who did this? And he didn't even look winded while doing it. No wonder he didn't take the tournament seriously. Things would have been boring if he did. The tasks wouldn't have been more than 5 minutes long. It was a nice piece of the puzzle though. Harry didn't like monotony or boredom. He didn't steamroll them, but tried to trick them instead, get them to beat themselves instead of him being involved. She could understand that a bit. In a weird way, he liked the challenge, putting restrictions on himself to win without overwhelming the others. It was evident with the way he handled the second task. He could have easily just put a potion in the competitor's system, or even some kind of rune on their person, and he could have just taught Chong to activate it and that would have been it. A nice clean win. But he wanted to be clever, wanted Hogwarts to win without even knowing that they did it themselves. As far as anyone was concerned, they cast the spells that won them the second task, and that was because they actually did just that. They just didn't know it at the time. This was the first time Hermione had seen him fight without making some kind of quip or some long overcomplicated plan to defeat all enemies at once by tricking them into doing so. And it was fucking terrifying. He was like a storm, obliterating everyone around without even acknowledging them. He hid it underneath his mask of impudence, jokes, and absurd plans, but underneath it all, the storm was still there, waiting to be unleashed, and the Muggleborn shakily thought that she had barely seen a glimpse of what it was capable of. As they walked in silence, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "Why did you ask me to come with you?" The last Potter snorted, "You're capable enough to have my back. So was Greengrass, and yet you left her safe inside." The boy didn't answer for a few seconds before finally saying, "It's not about capability. It's about the mentality. You've been so close to death, undergone training from the unspeakables. You can handle seeing death. I'm not willing to see if Daphne could do the same." Hermione hummed, "This is your first time killing someone, isn't it?" "No, it isn't. But it was the first time where I had a choice in the matter. The other time, it was purely for survival's sake, but here I actively didn't want them to be a threat. You could argue that their kill switches did the most damage and that killing them protected the rest of the students, but it was still my choice. I guess I'll have to live with that." "When was the first time you killed someone?" The young Slytherin chuckled, "Death is such a curious thing. For example, you were so close to it, and yet you keep skirting the line, courting it. It's a very dangerous way to live." "Not so much with a phylactery. It's one of the few upsides," she replied with a snarky tone. Harry turned towards her with a blank expression on his face. "Do you really think there are no ways of bypassing the diary? That no one could hurt you without access to your soul?" The hair on the back of her neck started to tingle. "Are you threatening me?" "No. Just giving you a word of caution. An illusion of invincibility is easily a door to one's downfall. I'm impressed with your work with Lily, by the way." Hermione stiffened. "I just wanted you and Neville to be safe." He shook his head while chuckling. "Perhaps it was a small part of it. Perhaps, it's what you tell yourself at night. But the naked truth is that Lily Evans held the leash around your neck, and you didn't like having such a constant threat being around you. It was clever, telling Daphne, knowing that she would either tell me or stick with Lily. If she hadn't told me, you would have put the blame on them, forcing me to confront them. If she had told me, then someone would have arranged that our conversation be intercepted, forcing a confrontation that would inevitably end with Lily leaving, willingly or not. Either way, you got what you wanted, and Lily wouldn't be with the delegation. So, tell me, how right am I here?" Truth be told, he was very right. Hermione had followed Lily around like a hound for weeks to find anything condemning. She didn't like it, of course, hurting Harry the way she did, but she knew that Lily was probably up to something, and she could have used it. In the end, Lily was gone, and Harry and Neville were safe, which was a win all around. She did them a favor, really. Still, she had trouble formulating a response to Harry, who grinned. "Oh, I'm not complaining. You took me off guard. People rarely do that. Sure, Lily leaving the way she did means that I lost a very powerful ally, and you put me in a very vulnerable position, now that I don't appreciate." "Harry," she stammered. He gave her a serious look. "I pray that you are satisfied with your small victory and that you would not do this again. I cannot promise that I would react the same way." Hermione could barely breathe. It was like someone was pressing down on her chest and she was practically hyperventilating, trying to let some air in. She just nodded her head, shakily, and the pressure disappeared. Harry's jovial smile returned. "Now, was that so bad? With that out of the way, it better that we focus on the attack." The Muggleborn took the olive branch as quickly as she could. "Voldemort." Harry nodded. "Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it? I think the last time you saw him was in our first year, outside the diary of course. But he was present during the World Cup finals, the attack, and he was still a shade. I don't think a few months would have changed that much. And if Voldemort is involved, then, Neville is the target," she finished. This had to be one of Hermione's worst nightmares. An entire attack, an army of wizards, going after Neville. She wouldn't have been able to fight them off, especially the dragons. The plan was quickly coming together. Whoever planned this knew that McGonagall was the only professor in the dragon, but that wasn't supposed to be the standard. There were supposed to be at least 2, maybe even 3 staff members. After all, with McGonagall possibly occupied, someone needed to make sure that the students didn't hurt themselves. Someone had made sure that the staff members were all busy in Britain, and a small trip wasn't a big deal. Someone had planned this attack, knowing that McGonagall would be forced to actively control her construct, and had planned on downing it, taking her out while she was exhausted, and kidnap Neville. The sad thing was that it would have worked had Harry not been there. For all her skills, Hermione couldn't have done what he did, not even close. They walked towards the front compartment and quickly redirected the spells coming their way. Thank Merlin. Everyone was safe. Harry simply raised an eyebrow. Seriously? We thought you were the attackers, Diggory answered seriously. Well, the attack is over. We just need to clear the rest of the ride and put the imperious attackers in another place. Greengrass ran towards Harry looking worried. Are you all right? We heard some weird sounds. Oh, that was just the dragons, the boy casually responded. Dragons. All of them seemed to utter at once. Don't worry about it, although, we might need to talk to the authorities to obviate the muggles. Dragons falling out of the sky might keep them busy for a bit. The last Potter ignored their questions and turned. Where's Longbottom? I'm here, Potter, Neville answered from the back. Harry made his way to Neville and sighed in relief. Good. Were you hit by any spells, or hurt in any way? No, Hermione got us out without any problem, then we follow you and Greengrass. No cuts, bleeds or anything like that? Neville gave him a weird look. No, nothing. Harry sighed in relief and Hermione couldn't help but ask, what is it? I needed to know if someone had taken his blood. Why is that? He simply shrugged, it doesn't matter. I'm going to speak with McGonagall, and tell her about the attack and everything. She must be exhausted, keeping the dragon together like that. I'm kinda impressed, to be honest. And just like that, he walked out, with Greengrass following him. Hermione took Neville aside and put on some privacy charms. Neville spoke up first. What was that about? He was just worried about you. What happened out there? She sighed. There were a lot of attackers and 5 dragons. We think that they came here for you, Neville. For me? Why? Neville looked so vulnerable when asking this. It was hard to equate the person in front of her to the boy who fought a basilisk for her sake, who jumped into the forbidden corridor with barely a year of magical education to face a Dark Lord. It was ironic that these events didn't scar him, but it was the public's opinion of him, the way they targeted him, that truly sapped away from his enthusiasm. And now, it was up to Hermione to bring him back, to mold him into the child of the prophecy, make him become Britain's savior once more. Harry interrogated one of the attackers. They said that they were sent by Voldemort. And when Lord Voldemort is concerned, I'm also involved. He finished. Fuck. Why now? I thought he was gone. We haven't heard anything from him for years. Why is he back now? And why did Potter ask me about my blood? I don't know about the blood. He must know something that we don't. I almost got everyone here killed. I almost got you killed. Hermione shook her head vehemently. I'm here. And so is everyone. Because of Potter. It's always Potter this, Potter that. Look, the fact is that Harry Potter saved our asses this time. But that says nothing about you. I'm telling you this because I'm your friend, but ever since I came back, I've seen you wallowing in the background, almost as if you are afraid that someone would talk to you. You need to get over it and train. If Voldemort is out to get you, then be ready for him. I'm perfectly ready to train with you. But you need to stop hiding and go back to being Neville Longbottom. If you want people to talk about you the way they do him, then you'll have to prove yourself. If you want to regain your honor, show the world that you're not some joke, then act the part. You need to stop wallowing in pity all the time. Neville Longbottom's spine finally straightened, and he stopped hunching in defeat. There was a glint in his eyes that had been missing for months that just appeared to be back. You know what, you're right. If Voldemort is going to come after me, then I'll be ready. I'll show him and everyone else that I won't be so easily taken out, and I'll do that by winning the 3rd task of the tournament. This wasn't exactly what Hermione had been aiming for, but it was better than the blank expression that had been on his face for months. For the first time in a long time, it felt like Neville was finally back. And for a fraction of a second, Hermione started to feel a shade of happiness, before it faded away like most of her emotions, overwhelmed by the coldness of her logic. Chapter 299, of Change and Choices. November 29, 1994, Rome, Italy. He simply shrugged. It doesn't matter. I'm going to speak with McGonagall and tell her about the attack and everything. She must be exhausted, keeping the dragon together like that. I'm kinda impressed, to be honest. Harry turned and walked away from Hermione. This was probably the most time they spoke to each other since her return, and it was very awkward, to say the least. He didn't know why he felt that way, but he always had trouble just treating Hermione like a stranger, as much as he would like to. It was probably a mixture of guilt at her current fate, a bit of nostalgia as one of his first friends, not that it lasted for very long. Nevertheless, despite her training with the Unspeakables, Harry found himself disappointed with her performance. It wasn't that she was useless. She helped and did exactly what she should have, but there was no creativity, no ingenuity. She wasn't like him, not like he expected her to be, not like his mother acted. She reminded him of the perfectly trained Aurors who followed protocol to the letter, but would not have any sort of initiative. He had chosen her over everyone in the room because he expected more from her. Oh, she was miles better than having someone like Diggory or Johnson with him, but he would have probably worked better with Daphne, but that was mostly out of experience fighting together than anything else. Speaking of the blonde, she walked up to him right before he went to see McGonagall. Harry. Hey, Daph. Did anything happen down here? She shrugged, not much. A few attackers tried to get in, but your age line stopped them from entering and we stunned them. They were also under the Imperius. Good job. I'm going to see McGonagall, tell her what happened. Poor woman must be exhausted keeping this whole thing afloat. The blonde didn't dignify this as an answer and changed the subject entirely. Why did you choose Granger? What do you mean? You went out and fought for us and you asked Granger to come with you instead of me. Do you not trust me? Harry frowned. Of course I trust you. Then why? Well, it was the best strategic option. The truth is that this wasn't like our normal fights. My priority. Our priority was to keep the students safe, and to do that, I needed someone I could trust here. While my age line would have stopped anyone from stepping into the compartment, it didn't stop any magic from coming through. The ward I put up was basic at best and I only did it to give you enough time. I just didn't have time to power it and couldn't find anything to do it quickly enough. I needed someone capable of blocking the door. Your skill with ice magic and with your druid magic with your crest instantly made you the best choice. I didn't choose Hermione to go with me, I chose you to stay, because I trusted the fact that you could protect them when I wasn't there. Daphne blushed slightly. So? You don't like Granger better? Of course not, why would you think that? I'll admit that she was somewhat helpful but not that much. She barely handled a dozen mages, while I probably took out over 100, and that's not mentioning the dragons. Dragons, she exclaimed, what dragons? Oh, he really shouldn't have said that. He slowly walked away while she kept yelling out, Harry Potter! Come back here this instant! Harry quickly conjured some smoke and activated his invisibility cloak. Hopefully, Daphne would have calmed down a bit when he came back. He really needed to talk to McGonagall. As the headmistress, she really should know what happened and she would be the one to speak to the authorities about what happened. Because there was definitely going to be an investigation, at the very least, and he didn't want anyone to try to pin something on him. He walked slowly to the control room and was met with the sorry sight of an exhausted Minerva McGonagall. Her usually sharp eyes, now shadowed with fatigue, bore the weight of the responsibility she had shouldered. Her hands, slightly trembling from exertion, clutched her wand with a determined grip. Despite her weariness, there was a steely resolve in her gaze as she turned and pointed her wand at Harry when he dropped the invisibility, before relaxing. Oh, Potter! Thank Merlin it's you! Harry gave her a warm look. The attack is over, Professor. You can rest now. It might have been imperceptible if someone wasn't looking for it, but the headmistress relaxed slightly. What happened? Is anyone hurt? We were attacked by a few people. They blasted the outside of the dragon to get a few attackers in. We got all of the students to the front of the train and barricaded ourselves, as much as we could, at least. No one is hurt, just some broken bones, a few cuts, bruises and the like. Most of the attackers who broke in were stunned, but they were all under the Imperius. Granger and I went outside, hoping to reinforce the dragon or create some kind of ward to stop any more attackers from entering. We ended up having to fight off the rest of the attackers. There were a few of them on brooms, but they also had dragons on them. I took out the dragons and they went after the rest of the attackers. A lot of them operated away, but the dragons fell from the sky. We'll probably need a team of obliviators for that. Harry decided not to mention the curse that had obviously been activated when the leader revealed that Voldemort was responsible for the attack. It wouldn't be a good idea to invite anything that could incriminate him in any way. Having some dragons being responsible for any deaths would have been a far better idea. After all, dragons were unpredictable and known mage killers. They were also a great distraction, which was obvious when McGonagall gaped at him. "You fought dragons?" Harry simply shrugged. "It wasn't like they would have left us alone. I just used the spells I used against the Leviathan during the first task. That did the trick and stunned them. It was the only reason I volunteered, after all." "And what spell would that be?" the Transfiguration Mistress asked with a curious look in her eyes. "It's a family crest spell, I'm afraid. But we'll need to talk to the authorities about the dragons. I don't know if they survived their fall or not, but they most likely ended up in the Muggle world. I'm guessing that the Obliviators are going to have to talk for overtime." The Transfiguration Mistress nodded and cast a Patroness charm, which flew away to the distance before turning to Harry. "The authorities have been alerted. I've already sent them a Patroness before when the attacks started, but I received no word back. I have to admit that I am curious as to how 5 dragons appeared out of nowhere without anyone knowing about them, and how they were trained, for that matter. I know that the ICW has tried to do it before, and it was deemed to be a failure. I don't know if it's relevant, but one of the attackers who operat away had a family crest with the form of a dragon." The headmistress hummed. There were myths about dragon tamers, but they were hunted down before the statute of secrecy was even put in place. "Never mind, it's not that important. I need to warn the other schools, their delegations might be attacked next as well." Harry shook his head. "I don't think that's very likely." "Why is that?" "They were going after Longbottom." McGonagall stayed silent at this. "Are you sure about that?" "Yes, but there are no ways to prove it. It will be prudent that you warn the other schools, but what you make of this information will be your responsibility." The older witch shook her head. "That is very troubling. I'll have to think about that. But the fact remains that you have probably saved my students and I am in your debt. If you need anything that is in my power to aid you, then I will. You have already done more than enough with the tournament, even if your methods were unconventional." "A tournament is for entertainment, Professor. Someone attacking my classmates is not." "That's a very good attitude to have, Mr. Potter. I do apologize that you had to take matters into your own hands. That cursed unspeakable woman should have handled situations like this, but she disappeared a few days before we departed. I'll need to take more precautions during our next ride in the tournament. I'll definitely have another professor, maybe even a small Auror squad. I have been lax when it came to security. I never thought an attack like this would ever happen." Harry gave her a warm smile. "And now you do. No one was hurt in the last attack and now you're aware of a threat. That's a win in my book, even if the paperwork is probably going to be very exhausting for you. Speaking of exhaustion, I think a small nap would be heavenly right about now." The older witch chuckled, "And a well-deserved one, at that. Take some rest, Mr. Potter. We'll speak later." The last Potter nodded and left the room, returning quickly back to the compartment. Well, it would have been better to say that he snuck back in. He was in no mood to answer any questions. He noticed that Hermione was practically swarmed by people and almost groaned. Seriously, the moment the danger passed, they all stopped having any sense of self-preservation. Instead, he sat down on one of the couches and thought about the consequences of the attack. Lord Voldemort was trying to return and had decided that attacking the Express-turned dragon was a good idea. Where he found someone with a dragon-taming or dragon-controlling family crest, Harry didn't know. But he knew for a fact that the man was more than willing to slaughter their entire delegation for no reason. But why would he arrange an attack with Harry there? He had to have known that Harry would have defended himself without too much trouble. Perhaps he was hoping that the dragons would overwhelm him. To be fair, Harry hadn't shown that he was capable of handling such a threat in public. Still, it didn't matter. What did matter was that Voldemort was returning, and it was definitely not a good time for that to happen. To be perfectly honest, Harry had probably done more than anyone other than maybe Frank and Alice Longbottom to destroy Lord Voldemort. He had reduced the man's Horcruxes into just the cup of Hufflepuff, Neville Longbottom's scar, and maybe Nagini. He didn't know if she was even a Horcrux. He couldn't exactly kill Longbottom without repercussion, nor did he want to, and he didn't even know if Nagini was turned to a Horcrux or not, but the cup. It was theoretically achievable. Arcturus Black had tried to gain access to the Lestrange Vault, citing it holding a family heirloom that Bellatrix had stolen, but both the Ministry and Gringotts refused to even budge an inch, citing that only a Lestrange could claim the vault, nothing more. The Black Patriarch had theorized that they had made a deal to split the Lestrange fortune after a few decades of inactivity. It was a pretty shitty move, but it wasn't exactly a surprise. The Ministry needed the gold, and the goblins built their entire business model on reclaiming old fortunes. It was funny, by getting killed, Bellatrix Lestrange had probably helped her precious master the most. Previously, she was a vulnerability. She could have been impersonated, blackmailed into getting the cup, or even just betrayed him. By dying, she made accessing the Horcrux all that much more difficult. He couldn't exactly pretend to be her and try to access her vault. There was only one way to get the cup. His thoughts were interrupted by Daphne, who finally noticed that he was back. She gave him a worried look and asked him, "I said your name like 5 times. What's going on in that head of yours?" "Nothing much, just planning to break into Gringotts." She nodded. "Oh, that makes sense." "Wait, what?" Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Chapter 300, Lines in the Sand. November 29, 1994, Dumstrang. This was a fucking mess. That was exactly what David Roche thought to himself as he watched the boy in front of him, who had an unconcerned look in his eyes as if he didn't care that David's superiors wanted to screw the kid. He hadn't wanted to do it, but he couldn't exactly refuse, not without disappearing after being reassigned somewhere on the other side of the world. David was one of the ICW's main investigators. It had been a relatively easy job. He didn't have to risk his life on the front lines and just handled crime scenes and interviews, where he barely had to cast a few forensic spells to get the job done. Well, sometimes it was frustrating, especially the fact that he could get easily transferred to another branch of the ICW at a moment's notice, but he was comfortable, nonetheless. There were also gruesome affairs, like the ones in front of him. David had seen a lot of fucked up shit in his life, but this had to take the cake. The local authorities had received an alert from their Department of Magical Transportation about mass teleportation. They sent a handful of Aurors to investigate, only to find nothing there. At least, that was until 5 fucking dragons fell from the sky in the next town over and hundreds of splattered dead bodies spread all over the town. They had to obliviate an entire traumatized Muggle village for that. That's not to mention the dragons. It was a miracle that they had survived their fall, but the ICW obliviators had worked overtime to cover that up. It was the first time he had to investigate a crime scene with dragons involved. He didn't think dragons could even be controlled as an attack force. The main question remained was that why anyone would try to use so many resources to attack a school delegation of all things. It wasn't hard to narrow down the list of targets. It had to be someone who couldn't be attacked easily elsewhere, so no easy access to their homes and the hosting schools. It had to be someone who warranted such a force. If he had to guess, there were 3 possibilities: Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter, and Minerva McGonagall. The first 2 were evident. One was a celebrity who happened to be a symbol against Britain's traditionalist faction, and the other had pissed off a lot of people with his antics during the tournament and was an extremely talented mage, probably a powerhouse in the making. McGonagall was the more surprising option. Attacking Hogwarts Ride, especially with her being the only staff member, meant that she couldn't move well. She had to remain in her place trying to avoid their method of transportation from crashing and killing all of her students. She was some easy prey. And a good way to eliminate Hogwarts headmistress, whether wanting to give the position to someone else or wanting to hurt the institution for some other reason. It was all so convoluted, and it didn't help that all the attackers were dead, something that David's superiors wanted to blame the Potter boy for. Speaking of the young Potter, he was giving him a very unimpressed look as he hummed some song, unconcerned with the allegations against him. They were sitting in a classroom in Dumstrang, a particularly cold one at that, hoping to make the boy as uncomfortable as possible. It hadn't worked. The fortress was massive and daunting. Its stone walls seemed to swallow any bit of warmth, leaving the air always chilly. Heavy wooden beams crisscrossed the high ceilings, covered in ancient runes that whispered of the school's long and mysterious past. Despite the intimidating surroundings, Potter seemed completely unfazed, lounging in his chair with a relaxed air. His easygoing attitude was almost infuriating to those who had hoped to scare him, making the whole attempt feel like a pointless exercise. He would have rather done this in some office instead of Dumstrang. Unfortunately, the school wasn't technically part of any country. He wasn't exactly an expert on the matter, but it somehow needed a certain path to get to the fortress, which changed up somewhere near the Baltic Sea. To be fair, most of the mages in Eastern Europe were invited to go to Darmstrang, so it would be fair that the school not favor any country specifically. Still, it was a shame since that limited the number of businesses that could grow in their specific tasks in the tournament, but also the number of spectators. For some reason, Albus Dumbledore was working overtime, trying to get as many people as possible to watch the task. Considering that it was probably going to be one of the more dangerous ones, he wouldn't be surprised if this would have been the factor that would get most people to come spectate. Nevertheless, David had to return to the issue at hand, Harry Potter. The boy tilted his head. That's me. My name is David Roche and I work with the ICW. We're investigating the attack on your delegation, which happened this morning. Potter nodded. Sure, what do you want to know? What would you say, in your words, happened? Start from the beginning. All right. We were on our ride, as usual, but then it started shaking. People were blasting their way into the express. McGonagall must have held the entire animation, transfiguration, and air pressure regulation charms to avoid us getting sucked out. She probably handled the temperature difference as well, now that I think about it. It was very impressive. And what did you do to the attackers? Well, nothing really. We stunned them. Our main goal was to make sure that everyone was alright and to regroup, nothing more. We did just that. You only stunned them? Roche asked, with a questioning look. The boy shrugged. They were sending some pretty tame magic at us. So, stunning them was a safe bet, which was the right decision since I now know that they were under the Imperious curse. Your teammates told me that you made that connection. My question is how? Do you have any experience with such dark magic? Oh, Merlin, no. Of course, I don't practice dark magic. It's just that, if you're going to attack a place, you would not get people to cast common jinxes. You'd hire professionals. No matter how powerful the Imperious curse is, its victim skills are their own. If someone was put under the Imperious and told to defeat Gellert Grindelwald, they would still die. That was actually a very good answer. It would have been far easier for the boy to slip up and get himself arrested for using dark magic. The night was still young, and the boy was surprisingly willing to talk. All right, tell me what happened next. Potter simply shrugged. We got to the front of the express, and I put down some wards to stop any hidden stragglers from getting there. After I made sure that everyone was there, I tasked them to protect themselves and I got out with Granger to see who was attacking. That's when the trouble really started. We knew that they were probably the people controlling the attackers and we fought them. They kept sending killing curses at us, but they ordered their forces to attack us instead and operate away. Did they say who they worked for or anything? Nothing really. Just that it was for their lord, whoever this is. I didn't really care, since, you know, the whole being attacked by over 100 wizards and 5 dragons. David pushed on that. So, 100 wizards, they must have looked terrifying. Did you think that they were also under the Imperious? I didn't really care about the mages. Reinforcing the wards and a few innovative runes could easily turn this into a siege, and since we only had to wait for reinforcements, it wasn't exactly a long time to hold on. No, my main issue was the dragons. Which you stunned. The last Potter looked unconcerned. Well, you saw what I did against the Leviathan. Why would a dragon be any different? Well, David had to admit that the boy had a point. He had been there when Potter somehow knocked a Leviathan unconscious with a single spell. The Research and Development Department had worked for weeks, trying to see how that happened, only to find nothing. The boy's spell had somehow ignored the creature's magical resistance. Still, he had to pry, and how did you achieve that result, exactly? I'm afraid that it's to do with my family crest. Then again, you wouldn't have been here without having examined my wand. So, assuming that you'll have found nothing, you'll have no choice but to agree with me. And you know as much as anyone else on this continent that family crests are off limits. He wasn't exactly wrong with that statement, which was even more infuriating. He had analyzed Potter's last spells. They were just some banishing charms, a few stunners, and a couple of transfigurations, nothing really alarming. Unfortunately, everyone knew that the boy could easily kill people without casting a single spell, especially considering his skills with runes that he showcased in the first task. Unfortunately, there were no carved runes anywhere. David decided to change his angle once more. What about the 100 dead bodies that were found? Tell me how that happened. I only attacked the dragons, but they were in a formation with them. A falling dragon, especially an unexpected one, took a lot of wizards with them. The rest just operate away. For some reason, I don't believe you. You mean to tell me that by just stunning the dragons, they took the rest of the forces with them? The boy shook his head. Well, it wasn't exactly stunning. Dragons are a lot more magically resistant than expected. It was more like they were violently put to sleep. And since it wasn't immediate, they lashed out. Son, you know that if I have enough reason, I could make you drink Verita serum. He had wanted to scare the boy, but he just gave David a pitying glance. The use of Verita serum was banned by the ICW outside of war times, which can only be declared by a country explicitly. And even then, it could only be used on prisoners of war or suspicion of treason. The fact that you're threatening me with this, especially after having taken my wand, is very disturbing. I wonder what everyone else is going to say when they realize how the ICW handles the questioning of a minor. You're joking, right? You just killed 100 people and you're trying to take the high road. I didn't kill anyone, Mr. Roche. I just put 5 dragons to sleep, the rest was just an unfortunate consequence. Although I can't help but wonder why you care so much about the mercenaries' lives. You haven't even tried to ask who sent them. Unless you already know that. Perhaps it was the ICW that was responsible for the attack. It would explain why the ICW is actively trying to pin anything on me instead of looking for who is responsible. Now, wouldn't that be a bad look? You're either attacking children for no reason or you're protecting the attackers. Now, what would anyone who knew that the ICW doesn't like him do? Perhaps contact the press discreetly and tell them that they're being framed by the big bad evil ICW for winning their tournament, that they wanted him dead, especially the big bad investigator David Roche, who's targeting the poor minor instead of doing his job. Sure, the ICW would censor a lot, but eventually, someone is going to print it, and people do love their scandals. You little shit. The boy grinned. Now, Mr. Roche. There's no need for such hostility. I'm sure you didn't mean to accuse me of anything and that this is just a big misunderstanding. You could be bluffing, Roche commented. Sure, but we both know I'm not. I did prove to you again and again just how prepared I could be. I'm sure the Black Widow is a very good example of that. Now, think of it, Inspector, you're risking your entire career and your reputation to blame me for something that you know I didn't do. And all of it, for what? What has the ICW done for you recently? You didn't want to take this case, did you? And they want you to compromise your ethics for some nutjobs who tried to kill children, nutjobs who were probably not under the Imperius like the ones who broke in at first. How do you know that they weren't under the Imperius? David tried as a last measure. Admitting publicly that he knew more than he told would have been a good way to hold him. Still, he was right about this. Every single body that they found belonged to a mercenary, some of whom were wanted for several serious crimes, mostly murder and assassinations, all around Europe. They were scum and David did not mourn their deaths. Unfortunately, the presence of that many bodies was also very convenient to use against Potter. Because you didn't shout it at me when you accused me. Potter replied as if it was the most obvious thing. Anyway, you have 2 choices. Either try to pin anything on me, and you'll be crucified in public. You'll have condemned a minor to defend themselves without any proof and everyone will know it. Or you could focus on the most important part, trying to find out the people who escaped. The people who were willing to send killing curses at children. You'll be hailed a hero when you do, and you'll have my personal support during the investigation, and any expense you would need. There was still something niggling at the back of David's mind. Why do this? You could have just stayed silent and got your guardian to sort things out for you. It was actually part of his superior's plan. Arcturus Black would have needed at least a day to arrive, and considering that the boy's absence would be noticed, it would have been like an admission of guilt. Sure, it would have settled eventually, but it would have stopped the boy's momentum and stopped his rise of popularity in Europe, one that the ICW was very concerned about. Sure, I could have. Honestly, I could have just gotten someone to wear an illusion as me during the feast and wait for Arcturus to come. But then, you'd have been screwed with my guardian leading the charge and you'd have had nothing to show for it. Your superiors would have thrown you out to dry, and that would have been the end of your cozy career. So, why would I make an enemy of you, when you'd be such a useful friend instead? And I'm always willing to make new friends. Now, why don't we go to the feast? I know that it's still in progress but I'm starving. Chapter 301, Spherical Thirds. November 29, 1994, Dumstrang. Harry watched as the investigator, David Roche, very cool name, by the way, stepped out of the room feeling far more conflicted about his position than he ever did before. Harry didn't have it in him to be angry at the guy, especially when he scared the crap out of him just minutes prior. The guy was just doing his job, trying to balance not being an asshole and not losing his job, and Harry didn't really help matters by freaking him out. What it did serve was getting the man to talk to his superiors, to figure out what they wanted him to do and why the ICW had such hostile reactions to him. All it took was a sneaky eavesdropping rune discreetly applied to the man during their conversation, and he had gotten everything they needed. To be honest, if this was what the ICW was capable of, then he was sort of worried about their general competence. The moment they had taken his wand, they thought that he was helpless. To be fair, Harry wasn't exactly in an interrogation room, just some classroom in Dumstrang, and while family crests were a thing, Harry didn't have any signs of one on his arms. Atypical crest expressions, like in Harry's case, were very rare and often documented. They must have thought that Harry lied about having one and didn't want to press the matter to avoid setting a precedent. Still, these disadvantages were in Harry's favor, because he quickly realized why the ICW was acting this hostile. It wasn't because of the dead bodies, since it turned out that the dead mercenaries were mostly criminals and that a large majority of the Imperius victims were alive and well. It wasn't even because Dumbledore had asked them to, which was a big surprise since the man hated him with a passion. No, the answer was far more political. Harry had gotten very popular ever since the tournament started, and that, in turn, had made the citizens of magical Britain a bit more restless. The ICW was relying on the fact that Dumbledore wasn't there to protect Britain and that Fudge's administration ended up ruining most of the economy with his large projects that always ended in disaster. The Quidditch World Cup was a fiasco that allowed the ICW to gain some leverage to gain more influence in Britain to ensure the security and safety of its people. Britain had always been a very delicate entity to deal with for the ICW, essentially being members in name only. The sad truth was that the large concentration of family crests in one place and the nation's very extensive magical history made it very hard to influence. Britain had some of the oldest and wealthiest magical families in the world, and it showed with the way their government was structured. Nepotism was fairly common when it came to employment. People without a similar magical history were seen as outsiders, like Muggleborns. Changing Britain was essentially changing its culture, and in a weird way, Albus Dumbledore had done that for the better part of a century. Young wizards sometimes decided not to activate their crests, especially the progressive faction. The slow decline of magical experimentation just made British mages weaker with every generation, giving way for the ICW to intervene with Dumbledore gone. Harry had unwittingly become a symbol, a new protector of the British Isle, the next Albus Dumbledore, who was defying the ICW in its own game, defeating all the other schools and showing Hogwarts' superiority. That presented a large irritating conundrum for the ICW. Not only were they losing a lot of headway in Britain, contrary to their expectation of Hogwarts being a total failure and leveraging this fact to gain influence over the school, allowing them to gain more control over magical Britain. There was also some doubt all over Europe that the ICW's influence actively caused them to have weaker mages, and that allowed some countries to seek more independence from the international entity. All in all, Harry's actions had caused the ICW to get a lot of headaches that they didn't foresee happening, and they needed to stop his momentum. Honestly, Harry didn't give two shits about the ICW and its influence in Britain. As far as he was concerned, Dumbledore had already ruined generations of mages with his ideology, and the ICW couldn't exactly make it worse. Magical Britain was ripe with corruption and nepotism, especially in the ministry, and someone doing something to make things slightly better for people without a magical lineage was more than welcome. He wasn't Britain's babysitter, to stop the big bad ICW from interfering. Nevertheless, Harry was being used as a figurehead, and the ICW was responding by trying to raise suspicion on him, even though not a single court in Europe would try to convict him with such an obvious case of self-defense. No one would even be willing to risk prosecuting him, especially knowing that they would lose and take a big hit for their career. So, the plan was either to get him to confess to something and hold him for that, or just to stall until Arcturus arrived, but by then, word would have spread about his imprisonment. Unfortunately for them, Harry had called their bluff with one of his own, saying that he had already contacted the press, which would end up causing a lot of damage to the ICW's reputation and doing exactly the opposite of what they wanted. It was amusing to hear them debating about what to do, and whether or not Harry was bluffing. They ended up just deciding to take their losses and let him go after his extensive witness testimony to have a good understanding of what happened. Anyway, Harry was out in less than an hour and his wand returned to him without any issues. Finally, Harry got to enjoy walking around Durmstrang. The school was a stark contrast to Hogwarts, with its imposing, Gothic architecture. Towering spires pierced the sky, and the heavy wooden doors creaked with age as he passed through them. The corridors were lined with dark, polished wood and lit by flickering torches that cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. Despite the cold, there was a certain rugged beauty to the place. Outside, the grounds were vast and wild, with snow-capped mountains in the distance and a thick forest that seemed to get darker the further it got from the fortress. Out of all the schools, Durmstrang was, by far, the more mysterious one. No one knew where it was, not even which country, and access to the school was only achieved using an exact route that could be magically locked by the school. In the centuries of its existence, Durmstrang had never fallen to outside attackers, not even once, which was very impressive. Harry followed the ICW representative who went to get him until they arrived at Durmstrang's equivalent of the Great Hall. The hall was enormous, with high ceilings supported by massive stone pillars that were intricately carved with various scenes and symbols. The room was dimly lit by an assortment of wrought iron chandeliers hanging from the rafters, each one holding dozens of flickering candles that cast a warm, golden glow across the space. Long, wooden tables stretched out in neat rows, showing signs of countless meals and gatherings over the years. At the far end of the hall, a grand fireplace roared with a crackling fire, its mantel decorated with impressive trophies and relics from Durmstrang's past. Bright tapestries depicting the school's history and heraldry hung from the walls, adding splashes of color to the otherwise serious environment. Harry quickly found where the Hogwarts delegation was sitting and he quickly made his way there, ignoring the stares that everyone was giving him. He sat next to Daphne, who asked, "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, they just wanted to know what happened." Apparently, having 5 dragons attack a school delegation is pretty bad. And since I'm the one who witnessed most of it, they needed my help, and that took a bit of time. It's a shame that I missed most of the welcoming feast, though. The blonde visibly relaxed. "I was worried they would try to pin anything on you." "And say what?" "That I should have somehow stunned the attackers and somehow protected their falls, whilst being outnumbered by a small army and 5 dragons. On the ground, sure they could have had a case, but everyone who died, did it by falling to their deaths, and since the dragons were responsible for a large majority of them when they lashed out and pushed them off their brooms, they couldn't really do anything about it. Not that it matters, apparently the people who died were mercenaries who were wanted for a lot of crimes, including murders." Harry said this loudly enough for everyone to hear. He already noticed that people were whispering all around him. He expected that by the end of the hour, all the schools would know what happened, and by the end of the day, most news outlets would know the story. He had made sure not to say anything damning about the ICW or the investigative team since he didn't want to needlessly make enemies. It also essentially protected him, since the public would be on his side if anyone wanted to use the situation to cause trouble. With that done, he erected a few privacy charms, allowing him to speak privately to Daphne. The blonde immediately understood. "What really happened, Harry?" "Nothing much. They tried to pin anything on me, but I bluffed my way out of it, and they let me go. Apparently, they're under a lot of pressure. People have been using my name to reduce the ICW's influence on Britain, and they wanted it to stop. It's all just political." "I hate politics," she grumbled. "Me too. But unfortunately, it is a fact of life." "What have I missed so far?" "Nothing much. They just announced the Ule Ball, and that the task will be announced at the end of it, and will take a week afterwards." Hey, that meant that they would spend at least 6 weeks in Durmstrang, which was far more than either of the previous schools. They had more than 3 weeks until the ball, and then another week until the task, and finally, one last before they left. That was 6 weeks. They had spent around 2 weeks in France and around the same in Rome. Hey, Durmstrang was really milking this for all it was worth. Still, that much attention in one place was going to be very beneficial for what he had planned. He couldn't really do anything with Dumbledore's plans before the task. He just didn't know enough to do anything beforehand. He only had that old blood sample of the girl that was sacrificed during the second task, as his clue, and he was researching a way to detect any blood curses and find any blood relations to see where she came from. It was unlikely that such a magical release was done at the hands of a normal Muggleborn. He wasn't being dismissive of the option, but the truth was that powerful magic tended to have old origins. Hopefully, Daphne would help him on that front. What he could do was try to plan to get Hufflepuff's cup. Everything was already messy enough and he didn't need Voldemort coming back to mess things up even more. The man thrived in chaos, and that wouldn't be good for anyone, especially with so many factions being involved in the tournament. Lily, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, the ICW, and now Voldemort. All with different goals, all with different methods. Things were about to be messy. Harry hummed, "This is good. We should have enough time to prepare." "Prepare what? Don't tell me you're going to bail on me with the ball." He shook his head, "Of course not. But why don't we make the ball a bit more exciting?" "And how is that?" The blonde replied with an unimpressed eyebrow raised. "What do you think about us breaking into Gringotts during the ball?" The unimpressed stare she gave Harry made him shiver slightly. Yet, he was kind of pushing things a bit. Then again, what was life without a bit of excitement? Chapter 302, Preparing a Heist. December 20, 1994, Dumstrang. Life in Dumstrang was surprisingly nice for Harry. It was a nice way to decompress, after months of constant action and pressure. Despite the school's reputation, it remained as such, a school. There were combat classes and an entire class for the study of curses, but that was it. There were no hidden duels to the death, no lessons on the Cruciatus curse, no muggle baiting class. Nothing like what the average British wizard thought happened in Dumstrang. To be fair, having a member of a terrorist group that ended up being exonerated for making a deal, and selling out his associates, was not a good look. Unfortunately, the man was very well known in academic circles and was a very successful ward specialist before joining Voldemort's organization. It took some time, but the man did prove to be a competent headmaster, and no one really batted an eyelash. They did keep a very close eye on his activities, and there was an entire board above him, in case he had to present any reforms or the like. Still, classes were normal, if a bit more advanced than the ones at Hogwarts. It mostly had to do that arithmancy wasn't optional in Dumstrang, and some of the theories went over the head of anyone who hadn't taken the electives. In the case of Harry's classmates, they were around a year behind their counterparts in Dumstrang, which was why they had a bit of trouble. Nevertheless, Harry appreciated the monotony more and more, even if the weather was frankly horrible. Even with warming charms, he could still shiver out of nowhere. The view was beautiful though. Sure, things had been a bit awkward after word spread around about the attack on the Hogwarts Express, and that Harry had personally defeated 5 dragons. He expected the number of deaths in the attack to make people wary of him, but for some reason, it was the complete opposite. At first, they were wary, until the ICW revealed a few days later that most of the causalities were mercenaries and criminals, and that was when everyone's attitude changed. They hailed him as some kind of hero who protected his schoolmates against an entire army. They turned him into a romantic story, and he couldn't help but be a bit uncomfortable about the whole affair. The stares that followed him everywhere he went, were very bothersome, to say the least. Deciding to take some time to himself, Harry was currently standing on one of the balconies just watching the mountains. There was something just relaxing about the view, something that made him feel peaceful. His musings were interrupted by a small cough. He turned and saw a redhead wearing a Beauxbatons uniform. She looked hesitant but steeled herself and asked, "Hi. Would you go to the ball with me?" Well, that was direct. Normally, people introduced themselves first. "I'm sorry. I'm already going with someone else." "Good luck, though." The girl looked disheartened, and he could hear her sniffling as she walked out. Great, now he felt bad. Harry had received dozens of those invitations ever since the ball was announced, and he got tired of it after the first day. It seemed like his actions during the last few tasks made him an attractive prospect as a date. He didn't think he had ever been more uncomfortable in his life, even during that weird dinner with Daphne's father. Harry didn't really see the prospect of asking a complete stranger for a date, but then again, he was horrible at that kind of stuff. And there was also the other side effect of his newfound female attention, and that was Daphne's reactions. The blonde entered the balcony with a snarl on her face. "Stupid harlot. Hey, Daph, there's no need to be rude. She knows you have a date. Everyone does." Harry rolled his eyes. "Let's just change the subject. Do you have any news on the blood?" He had given Daphne the blood that he found in the orphanage, trying to see if she had any curse. He could feel it in his bones that there had to be someone special, and why she was chosen as a sacrifice. That kind of magical release was not normal. He thought that a blood curse could have been responsible, and Daphne thankfully had a way to detect those. She couldn't really analyze the curse, or else she would have been able to do the same to her sister's condition, but she could detect the potency of the curse, like the amount of life force used to stabilize it. Magic always left traces and blood magic was no different. The blonde shook her head. The girl definitely didn't have a blood curse, that's for sure. There was something in her blood, something very old, probably the remains of some very old crest, but it's nothing really unusual. You see them a lot in the descendants of squibs or people who were disowned, where they can't activate the crest anymore. It's just an echo, nothing more. Harry frowned. That wasn't exactly bad news, and it wasn't really good news either. One of the few leads they had ended up practically useless. Maybe figuring out who her magical ancestor was could help things out, but that would prove to be very complicated. Daphne must have seen the disappointment on his face since she spoke up. Is this really the time to do this? Especially with what we have planned during the Ule Ball. We ought to focus on that, right? Harry sighed. Yes. I was just so hopeful. It's close. I know it's so close. I can almost feel it. Sometimes you need to let go a bit, Harry. We could pick this up again after the ball. I'm already angry at you for the whole thing and ruining our first date. Fine. I already have the portals set up. It took a bit of effort and a lot of power, but it should allow me to open a gate to Britain and one back without anyone noticing. It had been a challenge, to say the least. Harry opened his portal by morphing space and time, and the further he wanted to go, the more power he needed. He wasn't exactly able to create portals using an artifact. It was probably possible, but it was overkill for what they had planned. What he did was essentially create beacons in space-time, one in Durmstrang and another in Britain, which removed almost half of the energy needed for the spell. Adding in the fact that he made sure that both beacons would absorb magic for a few days, he essentially removed any suitable cost for the portal. He just had to cast the thing. Unfortunately, he only had enough energy for 2 trips to Britain and back at the most. He would need to compensate for any missing energy, but it was the best they could do. Daphne gave him an approving look. Good, I also got the polyjuice. Apparently, there's a small black market for banned potions in Durmstrang. Don't worry, I put up an illusion before buying anything and I checked that the potions were the real deal. Harry nodded. That was the last part of their alibis. Unfortunately, he became known for doing unreasonable things with his magic, and so, just being in Durmstrang wasn't exactly enough of an alibi to prove his innocence. He needed stand-ins for him and Daphne, who would impersonate them under polyjuice. Tracy and Blaze volunteered without any problems. Apparently, going to the Ule Ball would be romantic and they were getting bored out of their minds, alone in Hogwarts without any of the excitement that they experienced in the previous few years. Anyway, that was the alibis done, they needed to deal with the rest. What about our preparations in Britain? The blonde smugly gave him a hair and a small golden key, Dolores Umbridge's hair and Gringotts' vault key. Courtesy of Peter Pettigrew. You know, when you bound that man to serve me, I never expected that he would be so useful. To be honest, my father is the one who uses him the most. A rat animagus is practically made for corporate espionage. Harry stifled a snort. It was an apt punishment for Peter Pettigrew, to live out the rest of his life as a servant of some girl when he had betrayed his parents' location for the chance of being free of Voldemort and Dumbledore. There was something just poetic about it, and at least, now his existence is paying off. And there was also something beautiful about making Dolores Umbridge take the fall for it all in case anything went wrong. What about the wand? He'll be ready to acquire it when I give him a signal, and he'll also put the woman to sleep for the duration of the heist. So, that's my part done. What about you? It took some effort, but I crafted the spell we needed. It should work, but I won't really know for sure without trying it on an actual goblin. They do have a different constitution, but I should be able to change it on the fly just in case. I'll teach it to you after dinner, this way no one will interrupt us. Harry wasn't lying when he said it was hard. The plan was to create a spell that would essentially hypnotize goblins, like a specialized compulsion charm. It wouldn't give them control over the man, just change a few details, in case they started to suspect anything. He had adapted spells made to target goblins during the endless wars between them and mages. There were many of them in the Durmstrang library, which didn't actually have a forbidden section. All knowledge was allowed, but knowing the magic and actually casting the spell were two very different things. He had isolated the sections of the spells made to affect goblins more effectively and mixed it with a common compulsion charm. The spell stabilized enough, and it was theoretically correct. Unfortunately, there weren't any goblins to test it on. I don't get why we need this spell, Harry. Daphne retorted. Because the Lestrange Vault is one of the older ones, meaning that they have custom protections, including the fact that it's a goblin who can open the vault door, no one else. We need one of them to do it. Other vaults were somewhat simple. Stealing the key was essentially stealing the vault. Sure, someone could technically go to the ministry to get some papers to revoke the key, which would be sent to Gringotts to freeze the vault until a new one was issued, but if someone managed to visit Gringotts before the paperwork was processed, then they could enter without any question. To Gringotts, this wasn't really theft, just stupidity on the vault owner's side. Older vaults, which happened to be the most expensive, were more different in that regard. A goblin had to personally verify the identity of the vault owner, and that provided more security. No one could steal the key because there was no key. But that also came to the cost that no one was allowed to know what was there, meaning that it was an artifact vault, not a coin one. A lot of features provided by Gringotts would be rendered useless by using this kind of vault, especially regarding the ease of payment. What most families did was to have two vaults, one that had enough gold to spend for a few lifetimes, whilst the vast majority were in the deeper vault. That gave Gringotts even more gold since the families now rented two vaults instead of one. Anyway, they had most of the preparations ready. There was literally nothing else to do until the day of the Ule Ball, which was why Harry was using this time to focus on the dead girl's blood. It was his only lead when it came to Dumbledore's plan, and it was quickly slipping. He was just so close, and yet he was still stuck. Daphne walked forward and grabbed his arm. "Are you sure about this? This isn't going to be as easy as we thought. This was all planning and something is bound to go wrong. We're acting with a lot of unknown information here." Harry nodded. "Yes, but I've always been good at improvising. You can sit this one out if you don't want to. Hey, you promised that we'd be together during the Ule Ball. Are you going back on your word? Besides, without me, you'd probably end up blowing up the bank or something." He chortled before giving her a sly grin, ready to be the first witch to ever break into Gringotts. "Do you even have to ask?" She returned with a smile of her own. "Let's go rob a bank." Chapter 303, The Ule Ball. December 25, 1994, Dumstrang. The atmosphere in Dumstrang was very different on that fated day. Everyone was excited for the event, strangely, even more excited than for the tasks themselves. At least with that done, there would be a lot less love proclamations and desperate people wanting a date for the ball. It was a bit insane how much a simple ball created so much pressure. Honestly, it wasn't this tense during the tasks. The Great Hall had been completely transformed, taking on a cozy Scandinavian vibe with a touch of Norse mythology. Evergreen garlands with twinkling fairy lights and silver ornaments hung from the rafters, making the place smell like a winter forest. Instead of the usual long tables, there were round ones covered in white tablecloths, set with cool-looking rune-engraved silverware. Ice sculptures of dragons and wolves were dotted around the hall, glowing softly under the enchanted lanterns. The hall had been closed for the better part of the day for the preparations, and Harry could see why. They must not have wanted anyone to mess with their hours, maybe even days, of effort. Harry stood at the entrance hall, patiently waiting for his date alongside many others. Finally, he saw her. Daphne Greengrass stepped into view, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. She looked amazing. Daphne wore a deep emerald green dress that flowed gracefully to the floor, the color making her blue eyes stand out even more. The dress was simple but elegant, with silver embroidery along the neckline and hem that sparkled in the light. Her blonde hair was styled in soft waves, falling gently down her back, with a few strands pinned back with a silver comb shaped like a snowflake. Her makeup was just right, enhancing her natural beauty with a touch of color on her lips and a bit of shimmer on her eyelids. She walked with an easy confidence, smiling warmly at Harry as she approached. She looked beautiful. The blonde turned towards him with a smug smile. "Now, that's the expression I was going for, Potter. Do you still regret that we won't be spending the Ule Ball dancing?" "You look beautiful," he simply stated. "Do you think Tracy will be able to pull off all of this?" She blushed. "We, ladies, have our secrets. Don't worry, she'll be able to pull it off. I already have an extra dress ready, and I left Blaze a copy of your suit as well." Harry snorted. Daphne had also picked out his suit to match her robes. He didn't see the difference, to be completely honest. A suit was a suit, after all, but apparently, she disagreed. Seeing her now, Harry regretted not scheduling the heist to be on another day, but unfortunately, Yule was the perfect time for it. He had, at first, only chosen this date for the alibis it would have given them, but it turned out that the tri-yearly inspection of vaults happened during the least busy day of the year, Ule, and that provided a small vulnerability in their process that he planned on exploiting. Every vault is checked for security reasons every 10 years or so, but they weren't all checked in the same year, after all. They both sat for the feast, ate gracefully, made sure to have as many conversations as they could, and danced for a bit. It would have been a perfect date if they didn't have to leave right afterwards. They both left the ball hand in hand, Daphne having pretended to have hurt her ankle. Harry quickly put on an invisibility illusion the moment they were out of sight and created a portal to his room in the Hogwarts Express. When he arrived, he activated his beacon and used it to create a portal. Tracy and Blaze walked out of the portal, looking excited. The brunette gave them a mock outraged look, "You're late," before bursting into giggles. Harry quickly hugged them. He had missed them a lot more than he expected. "All right, I don't have much time until the portal closes. The polyjuice is on the dresser. We've already put in our hair and labeled the flasks. I enchanted it to vibrate whenever 55 minutes passed without you taking a sip, so don't worry. Anyway, Daphne left some instructions about your makeup and stuff. Have a great time." Blaze gave him a warm smile. "Thank you, mate. We really appreciate this." "Sure, but remember, we don't want anyone to know that we aren't at the ball. It's not our first time dealing with your shenanigans, Harry. We don't want to know what you're planning. We'll just go with the flow." Daphne whispered something in her ear and they both giggled. Deciding not to waste even more time, Harry stepped through the portal and grabbed Daphne with him. They found themselves in an abandoned room in Hogwarts. He had asked them to remain in the castle during the holidays because he needed a place that was rich with magic to power the beacon. The first they did was activate the signal for Wormtail to proceed with the plan. Anyway, they both changed their clothes into casual wear, and he created a portal to Diagon Alley. A few minutes later, they heard a crack of apparition and a familiar balding man walked towards them. "Wormtail. Harry. I got the things you asked for. Dolores Umbridge is asleep in her home." He handed them some hair and Harry quickly put it in the vial of polyjuice. When he handed the potion to Daphne, she grimaced, "Why am I the one who has to drink this?" "Because you're a girl. I don't know how to walk like a woman or act like one, really. If it had been a man, I would have gladly drunk it." "Yeah right," she gritted out before drinking the potion. The transformation looked unsettling, and more than a little disturbing. Still, by the end of it, she did look like Umbridge, meaning that Wormtail didn't screw up. She snarled and grabbed the hideous pink robes that the rat animagus was holding, before casting some privacy charms and changing. As she did so, Wormtail came to him and asked, "Look, I know you don't like me, but I can't help but worry. Why did you ask for this stuff? Did Umbridge do something to you?" Harry snorted, "That's none of your business and it would serve your mistress well not to talk to anyone about it." He saw the magic take effect as the rat animagus glared at him. Yet, he didn't like the man. Outside of betraying his parents, he also threatened Daphne to get him to enter the Gardens of Avalon. The magic that bound him to Daphne was strong and one that could not be broken. Blood oaths were tricky like that, especially when there was no way to dissolve it in the wording of the oath. Still, 5 minutes later, Dolores Umbridge came out and muttered, "Let's just get this over with. Wormtail, the wand, please." The man gave her Dolores Umbridge's wand, a frankly unremarkable one, all things considered. Daphne also made sure that she had the vault key on her before speaking up once more, "Wait here in your rat form until we get back." The man nodded before turning into his rat form and hid there. Daphne then turned towards Harry, "How do I look?" "Exactly like Umbridge. The polyjuice did its job. I think we're ready to do to Gringotts." She nodded and started to walk there. Harry, though, activated his cloak and followed behind her in silence. As they approached the massive marble building, Daphne did her best to mimic Umbridge's stiff, self-important stride. The goblins at the entrance barely gave her a second glance, clearly recognizing the hated ministry official. Inside, the grand hall was bustling with activity, but Daphne stayed focused, heading straight for the counter. "Madam Umbridge," the goblin teller greeted with a sneer, not bothering to hide his disdain. "What can we do for you today?" "I need access to my vault," Daphne replied in Umbridge's simpering voice, holding out the key. The goblin took it, inspecting it closely before nodding. "Very well. Griphook will escort you," he said, summoning another goblin. Daphne followed Griphook to the cart, with Harry trailing invisibly behind. As they sped through the twisting tunnels, Daphne kept her composure. It was impressive in Harry's opinion. He fully expected to have used more than a few compulsion charms on Griphook to avoid suspicion. Still, he reminded himself that this was the easy part. The real challenge would come once they reached the vault. "Here we are, Madam Umbridge," Griphook announced, bringing the cart to a halt. He unlocked the vault door and swung it open, revealing a surprising number of piles of gold. Yet, this woman was either taking bribes or stealing from the ministry, because there was no way a ministry worker, no matter their position, could have this much gold. Still, they weren't breaking into Gringotts to prove Umbridge's possible embezzlement, but to steal from one of the biggest and wealthiest clients in the bank. Daphne entered the vault without saying anything to the goblin, which was honestly something Umbridge would do, and picked up a bit of gold into her bag before turning to Griphook and saying, "I am done. Get me out of here." The goblin sneered at her, closed the door, handed her the key, and waited for her on the cart, and they returned to the surface quickly afterwards. The goblin escorted Daphne back and she exited the bank, but she did so alone. With Harry being still in the bank, he waited for Griphook to return. The goblin was mumbling in gobbledygook, and Harry used this time to cast the goblin compulsion charm on him, where he remembered seeing orders for the inspection of the Lestrange vault. He groaned, kept grumbling once more, and summoned another cart. Harry quickly jumped on the cart, which began twisting and turning far faster than it ever did when Umbridge was a passenger. It glided through the underground labyrinth that was Gringotts, sloping downward all the time. They were going deeper than Harry had ever been, deeper than it should have been possible without magic. It was frankly insane how expanded space had to be to fit all of the vaults in the bank. Of course, that was when Harry noticed the waterfall ahead of him. He cast a spell to slow down his perception of time, then activated the cloak. He phased through the cart and cast a sticking charm underneath it, making him stick to it. The infamous thief's downfall continued, and the best part was that Griphook wasn't even affected. Harry crafted the spell as a way to make a connection at the time and would not persist. Griphook simply remembered something, and felt a single inclination to do a certain action. It wasn't an active enchantment, the mind itself being fooled for a moment, meant that the action would continue. It was a very delicate charm, hence why it took him so long to craft it. And since the enchantment didn't touch him, since he was underneath the cart, nothing happened. To be fair, it was unlikely that it could have messed with the cloak's magic, but to be perfectly honest, there was no reason to risk it, and the water bouncing over him would have alerted Griphook. It was also why he didn't want Daphne to come with him. Polyjuice potion could easily be washed out by the security measures. Any sort of suspicion having been washed out, the cart continued downward until it arrived in front of a giant cavern. Griphook jumped out of the cart and Harry pushed himself up while phasing through it once more. The goblin grumbled, this time using English, "Where the hell are they? I swear if they make me wait." Harry quickly deduced that it must have taken more than a few goblins to perform the vault inspection. He quickly cast another compulsion charm to get him to just do the inspection by himself and complain to his higher-up later, hoping for a promotion. The goblin grumbled once more before stepping forward. The moment he did so, he heard a loud roar and wave of heat coming his way. Right, the dragon. That was also a thing. Well, at least things were going according to plan so far. Surprisingly. However, this was the easiest part of the heist, and he now had to deal with the most troublesome part of the affair, the vault's security. Various security measures were offered by Gringotts and had to be personally selected by the vault's owner. Using dragons was a sign of luxury, but there were hundreds of security measures available too, and the goblins kept a tight lid on the security measures chosen by each family. And they could be very subtle, enough to take anyone off guard. First things first, he cast a compulsion charm on the goblin, getting him to daydream and ignore his task. It wasn't common knowledge, but the vault's security measures were often disabled during inspections. Harry didn't know if Griphook could do it, or if it had to be done remotely. It was better for him to handle them on his own quickly enough and then get Griphook to just open the vault. Harry sincerely hoped that it was just the dragon, but it was likely not just that. The stories in his old life have been wrong before, many times. In fact, Neville Longbottom being the boy who lived was proof enough, and he needed to proceed carefully and not take any needless risks. Hopefully, the odds would be in his favor. After taking a deep breath, Harry slowly walked into the cavern. After all, he had a vault to rob. Chapter 304, Murky and Tabby. December 25, 1994, Gringotts. Hopefully, the odds would be in his favor. After taking a deep breath, Harry slowly walked into the cavern. After all, he had evolved to rob. Harry wasn't a professional robber. He never thought that he would ever have to do anything like this. If he needed gold, then there were hundreds of better ways to do it than breaking into one of the most secure locations in magical Britain. Unfortunately, he had no other choice, so, he decided that if he was going to be a robber, he would be a good one. He had learned earlier that planning a robbery was similar to a stealthy infiltration of a place, something that he was pretty good at. The most important thing was, by far, the preparation. One needed to have a good idea of the place they were robbing, to make an accurate plan. Unfortunately, Gringotts just didn't allow anyone to know the details of what happened in their endless tunnels. Relations between mages and goblins were often hostile, and the goblins were very adamant on anyone studying their secrets. To be fair, Harry had no interest in their secrets, just the damn vault. He had gotten as much information on a small scale during his research on the goblins. He had copied a large chunk of the Hogwarts library before, and more than a few wizards had documented their relationship with Gringotts. There were plenty of small facts that seemed harmless, but they gave Harry a better picture of the processes regarding the bank. But since all entrances were unavailable to the public, he had to exploit the only vulnerability they had, which was to sneak into the carriage of someone visiting the bank. It couldn't be someone Harry was affiliated with, since the vaults were enchanted to remember each time, they were open to be logged for security purposes, and also the goblin was present during the event, which was often reviewed on a weekly basis. This made the prospect of hiding the heist to be pretty unrealistic. The inspection could theoretically happen the next day, or 7 days away, and it wasn't something that Harry could really avoid without taking way too many risks. Anyway, Griphook was up for a bad time when the bank inevitably caught on to the robbery. They would also look at all his dealings, including the fact that he was there when Umbridge visited her vault just minutes prior to the robbery, making her a possible accomplice. Honestly, it was sort of petty of him to do this. Umbridge, while an absolutely horrid human being, hadn't done anything bad to Harry. He hadn't met her since his guardianship hearing, but he still disliked her massively. He also felt bad for Griphook. Unfortunately, Harry needed Goblin to get the cup of Hufflepuff. If there was another way to retrieve it, he would have done it, but a goblin was needed to open the vault. Anyway, the reason why Harry was so focused on preparation was that he found out quickly enough that the biggest threat for his robbery wasn't the dragon, but the actual alarm system that the goblins put in place. Dragons were not used for their physical might, but for the simple fact that their magical sensing was unparalleled. They had the ability to sense even the subtlest of magics and were trained to sound the alarm. Mages were so caught on the fact that they were the protectors of their treasure that they didn't even understand their true purpose. Which was weird because the dragon in front of Harry was pretty pathetic, all things considered. He never expected to feel pity of all things towards a dragon. He knew that it would have been probably mistreated, but he didn't expect things to be this severe. The dragon's scales were dull and patchy, with large spots where they seemed to have fallen off entirely, showing raw, sore-looking skin. Its eyes were cloudy and unfocused, looking more like a tired old dog's than a fearsome creature's. The dragon's wings were tattered and torn, clearly not used for flying anymore, and its claws were chipped and broken. Chains were wrapped around its legs and neck, leaving deep, painful-looking marks. When the dragon breathed, it came out in weak, shuddering bursts, barely producing a flicker of flame. It was painfully thin, its ribs sticking out sharply. He could fully understand why someone would foolishly try to release the dragon out of a sense of compassion. Unfortunately, a dragon, no matter its state, was still a fearsome creature, a possible weapon of mass destruction. Even if this one was chained to be nothing more than a prop and a fancy form of magic detection for the goblins. It was why Harry stayed under his cloak for entire minutes as the chained dragon kept looking around. It was frankly insane that the dragon understood that there was something magically unusual near him, but thankfully hadn't really thought that it was a threat, and he quickly returned back towards the cart when he almost felt detected. To think that a dragon's sense would bypass a deathly hallow. No, that wasn't right, Lily had done it too. The dragon had probably sensed a gap in magic or something similar and was weirded out. Still, it wasn't the time to postulate, he wasn't going to risk entering while the dragon was still conscious. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. That could have made things a lot more complicated. Now, the question was how to deal with a dragon without using any magic. No, that was insane. There had to be an easier way. Harry used his arcane hearing to analyze the magic around the dragon and how it was tied to the wards. It took a bit of time to focus properly. Gringotts was filled to the brim with magic, and it was hard to distinguish anything. It was like trying to listen to the lyrics of a song while 1,000 others were playing at the same time. Anyway, it didn't take long to find the resonance between the dragon and one of the runes. He couldn't really understand the language, but the feeling of alarm was very distinct. After making a quick calculation of the speed of someone sounding the alarm, Harry jabbed his wand to the ground and released a pulse of directed magic, like a modified anti-ward, that went through walls and deliberately deactivated the connection between the dragon and the rune. It was just a small glitch for a few seconds, but it allowed Harry to open a small portal above the dragon and shape his magic once more, casting a stunning charm at the dragon tailored to ignore its magical protection. The spell flew into the portal, hitting the confused dragon's head on the other side. He took a deep breath when that was done. The dragon was knocked out by the spell and fell with a thud. Harry tried to mask any form of possible magical detection by masking the portal with the dragon's magic, which any enchantment would be tailored to ignore to avoid too many false alarms. It had seemingly worked, and now Harry slowly walked deeper into the cavern. He slowly walked with his arcane hearing active. There were hundreds of enchantments being layered, ones that Harry couldn't really decipher without wasting too much time. Instead, he ended the compulsion on Grip Hook, allowing him to enter. It would be better to learn from the goblin directly. As expected, Grip Hook growled when he noticed that the traps were activated and continued, "Fucking incompetent idiots. At least they knocked out the dragon." The goblin pressed his palm into one of the walls and the runes started to glow one by one in some weird pattern. The process took a few minutes, but quickly, Harry could hear the intensity of the magic slowly fade away into its deactivated state. The grumpy goblin walked towards the Lestrange vault. The vault door was massive and impressive, made of thick, dark metal with intricate patterns of interlocking runes. As the goblin approached, the door seemed to shimmer and ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. Slowly, it began to melt away, the metal dissolving into a silvery liquid that pooled at the edges before disappearing completely. And the moment it did, Harry cast a quick compulsion charm, making Grip Hook look to his right, and cast a quick time-freezing petrification spell. The goblin froze in mid-movement, frozen in time, which allowed Harry all the time in the world to enter the vault. Inside, the vault was a dazzling sight. Piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts were stacked high, glittering in the dim light. Precious gems and ornate jewelry lay scattered among the coins, their facets catching and reflecting the light in a mesmerizing dance of colors. Ancient artifacts, each with its own aura of magic, were carefully placed on pedestals and shelves. These included intricately carved wands, shimmering cloaks, and old tomes bound in rich leather. The first thing he did was remove the obvious curses on every item on the vault. He had analyzed them and there were a few disturbing ones. Then, he summoned the gold into an expanded pouch that he made, essentially emptying half the vault, with the artifacts being the only things remaining. And that was when Harry used his arcane hearing to locate the purpose of his visit, the cup of Hufflepuff. It had been an immediate thing, the foulness and unnaturalness of its song could easily overwhelm anything else, like a loud screeching in the middle of an orchestra. Harry warped the space around the cup and levitated it into an especially prepared pouch. He was planning on destroying it as quickly as possible but not in the middle of a bank with hundreds of detection enchantments around him. That was a recipe for disaster. The rest was easy enough. He made copies of each item in the vault, and put the rest in another pouch. By the end, he left only a pile of gold, for the bank fees, and the temporary copies. He was tempted to put in some leprechaun gold, but an amount this large could easily be traced back. To avoid basic detection, he put up a fake illusion which also simulated a similar magical aura of the original cursed treasure, which would trick anyone who wasn't focusing too hard. It wasn't easy but he was able to make it semi-sustainable by using the ambient magic inside the vault to power the enchantment, making it possibly last for months at a time, without leaving any traces of his own magic, which could theoretically be used to track him down. With that done, he left the vault as a happy man and unfroze Grip Hook. The goblin quickly looked around and Harry cast another compulsion charm for him to think that everything was fine and that he had done the inspection. The goblin nodded to himself, closed the vault once more, reactivated the traps, and entered the cart. The ride back was far less stressful, especially since Harry hadn't been swarmed by angry goblins for stealing from them, a scenario that he was fully prepared for. When they arrived at the surface, one last compulsion charm made Grip Hook think that he had already filed any paperwork, and just like that, Harry exited the bank under his invisibility cloak, having probably committed the heist of the century. He walked towards his meeting point with Daphne and removed the cloak. He was immediately hugged by Daphne, who exclaimed, "Harry, You're all right. Yes, I'm fine. Everything went according to plan. I had to improvise a bit with the protections, but we expected that since we didn't know much about them. Other than that, no one suspected anything. I was so nervous. Harry hugged her back. Don't worry, everything went well. What about your side? Umbridge is still asleep. Wormtail put back her key and her wand without any issues. The gold I withdrew is also in her money pouch, so we shouldn't have any loose ends. Harry nodded. All right, let's just go to Hogwarts. The vault took a bit more time than I would have liked, and we need to hurry before Blaise or Tracy get found out. She nodded and Harry created a portal to Hogwarts but near the dungeons. Before Daphne could question him, he put up some very strong privacy charms, took out the cup of Hufflepuff and placed it on the ground. He took out a basilisk fang from his pocket and stabbed it into the cup. There was a moment of intense resistance as if the cup itself were fighting back. A high-pitched scream echoed through the dungeons, the sound of the Horcrux's dark magic being expelled. The cup trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface as the venom from the basilisk fang did its work. Finally, with a shattering sound, the cup split apart, a wisp of dark smoke escaping before dissolving into nothingness. Daphne gave him a horrified look. Longbottom has one of these things in his scar. He simply nodded, grabbed the remains of the legendary cup, put it in his bag, created another portal near their beacon with a wave of his wand, and then with some effort, followed up by creating the final portal to Durmstrang. The both of them landed in his room in the Hogwarts Express turned dragon, and Daphne groaned, "What the hell, Harry? Sorry, we're a bit late." "So what?" she growled. He shrugged, "I wanted to spend the rest of the night together at the ball since we missed most of it." Her features softened before she turned away with her cheeks slightly pinker than usual. Harry took that as a win and just activated the signal to get Tracy and Blaise to return. In the meantime, he changed back into his official clothes, and Daphne did the same in her room. By the time Tracy and Blaise had returned, they looked exactly like they did when they left. Harry opened the portal one last time and they left, looking grateful. They probably had a very nice time together during the ball. With that done, he bowed to Daphne and said, "Lady Greengrass, would you do me the honor of joining me for the rest of the ball?" The blonde snorted, "Stop acting like a snob, Harry. Let's just go." And just like that, they went back to the ball, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that they had essentially pulled off the heist of the century. After all, the night was still young. Chapter 305, Blood and Vines. December 30th, 1994, Durmstrang. And just like that, they went back to the ball, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that they had essentially pulled off the heist of the century. After all, the night was still young. Harry smiled as he remembered the events of the Ule Ball. It was, by far, one of his most eventful days. He had broken into Gringotts without anyone even realizing it, had some great time with Daphne afterwards. If only he could have figured out the trick to Maria's blood, he would have achieved everything in just a single day. Still, he was making some headway with Daphne in that regard, so that was nice on that front. He had worked with Daphne to isolate the source of strange power in Maria's blood. It was very faint and needed a lot of effort, but it was better than nothing. They were planning on going back to the Hogwarts Express after eating their breakfast. The task was in just a few days, and they had yet to have any leads. Honestly, he had missed the announcement of the third task since he was too busy robbing a bank, but from what he had figured out, it was some kind of retrieval of some gem, in a cave at the top of the mountain. If Harry had to guess, there had to be some kind of mountain climbing involved, probably some magical creatures that would attack the champions, nothing really exciting. It wasn't really his problem. He was far more focused on dealing with Dumbledore. The man was bound to do something at the time. Daphne, who was sitting next to him, hit him in the shoulder, breaking him from his musings. "What is it?" "Look, I wanted to ignore it, but do you know why Bones and that Vila from Beauxbatons have been glaring at me for a few days?" "Not really. I'm guessing it has to do with the ball." She snorted, "Of course, it has to do with the ball. What the hell did Tracy do?" "You could just ask Susan, you know. She's a nice enough girl." The blonde motioned to return but coughed as she read the main headline on the newspaper that Diggory, who was sitting next to Bones, was reading. "Gringotts Break-In, the Greatest Heist in History." By Rita Skeeter. In an astonishing turn of events, Gringotts Wizarding Bank has fallen victim to an unprecedented robbery during the Yule celebrations. An inactive vault, which was due to revert to the Ministry of Magic after a period of inactivity, was mysteriously emptied of its contents. This incident marks the first successful breach of the bank's formidable security in its long history, casting a shadow over its once sterling reputation. Authorities moved swiftly and apprehended a suspect, Dolores Umbridge, the Undersecretary to Minister Cornelius Fudge. The involvement of a high-ranking official in such a scandal has sent shockwaves through the wizarding community and raised serious questions about the integrity of Fudge's administration. The vault in question, although inactive, was set to become ministry property, making this not just a robbery of private assets, but an audacious theft of government property, commented an auror involved in the investigation. The implications are severe, given the breach of Gringotts' supposedly impenetrable security. Minister Fudge expressed his shock and dismay at the possible involvement of Madame Umbridge. "I am deeply troubled by these allegations," Fudge stated in an emergency press conference. "If true, this betrayal by someone so close to my administration is unimaginable. I vow to ensure that justice is served, no matter where it leads." A few ministry employees also hinted at the challenges posed by the newfound influence of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, suggesting that their recent involvement might complicate the pursuit of true justice. Upon searching Umbridge's residence, aurors found no trace of the missing gold, leading to speculation that the witch might have been coerced into participating in the crime. "We are exploring all possibilities, including the likelihood that Umbridge was under some form of duress or manipulation," said an insider within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "It's crucial to determine whether she acted alone or was part of a larger conspiracy." In a startling development, Goblin officials have confirmed that the stolen gold was not deposited into any other vault within Gringotts. This revelation suggests that a significant fortune is currently unsecured, making the thief, or thieves, likely targets for anyone seeking to claim the stolen riches. "The absence of the gold within our vaults indicates a high risk for the perpetrators, as they now possess a vast amount of unprotected wealth," noted a senior goblin. "The robbery has significant ramifications for Gringotts, a symbol of financial security in the wizarding world." A representative from the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, expressed grave concerns about the impact on the bank's global reputation. "This incident is a heavy blow to Gringotts. For centuries, it has been viewed as the safest place for wizarding wealth. This breach undermines that trust and will require substantial measures to restore confidence," they stated. However, some citizens are pointing fingers at the ICW itself, blaming their recent involvement in British wizarding politics for the breach. "It's only after all those mandates and bills were put in place that Gringotts was robbed for the very first time," said one concerned witch. "Gringotts has spent centuries without any incident of this kind. The ICW's interference and sudden regulations could have easily created vulnerabilities that made the robbery possible." A ministry employee, speaking on condition of anonymity, revealed that the ICW had also investigated Fudge's entire administration and had vetted Dolores Umbridge. "If she truly is guilty, this doesn't look good on the ICW either," they remarked. "Their vetting process is supposed to be thorough, and this failure could have serious implications." Gringotts officials have remained tight-lipped, citing the ongoing investigation, but insiders hint at possible internal reviews and enhanced security protocols in response to the breach. "We are committed to ensuring that such an incident never occurs again," a spokesperson briefly commented. The scandal has also put Minister Fudge in an uncomfortable position, with calls for transparency and accountability within his administration growing louder. "This is a dark day for the ministry," said a senior official who wished to remain anonymous. "If Umbridge is found guilty, it raises serious concerns about our vetting processes and the overall integrity of our leadership." As the wizarding community grapples with the shock of the robbery and its implications, all eyes are on the ministry and Gringotts. Will justice be served, and can the bank restore its tarnished reputation? Only time will tell. But one thing is certain: this Yule will be remembered for far more than its festivities. For more information about the robbery, view pages 2 to 3. For more information about Dolores Umbridge, view page 4. For more information about Gringotts' statement on the robbery, view page 5. Harry hummed. This was about as much as he expected. He honestly didn't expect the ministry to actually admit that the robbery happened. Then again, Fudge was competent enough to know that hiding something like this was unrealistic. To be fair to the man, the article, while putting him under the fire, also puts the ICW's influence into question. He honestly hadn't thought the man had it in him to do something this underhanded. No one could say anything about him being responsible since he was just as criticized as the ICW was. "A very clever move," especially considering that fudge was usually as subtle as a bull in a china shop. Daphne was visibly flabbergasted by the article, and when people finally noticed what they were staring at, they did the same. Longbottom actually choked on his orange juice when he read the headline, Merlin's beard. How did someone manage to break into Gringotts? And just like that, everyone knew. Seeing that the blonde clearly wanted to speak with him, he quickly put up some privacy charms. Daphne looked slightly pale when she finished reading the article. Oh, thank Merlin. They weren't able to find anything. He gave her a smug grin. Of course they didn't. I'm a professional, after all. I'm surprised they didn't say who the vault belonged to. They probably don't want it known that it was one of the highest security vaults that was robbed. All of the old families in Britain would have been running to take away their gold. I'm already expecting a lot of people to do this, but not the old families. They probably think that having a dragon would help them out. She hummed, that makes sense. Fudge did a good job with the article. I honestly thought that they would have tried to suppress it. They probably couldn't. Since it was an inactive vault, and would have belonged to the ministry in a few decades if someone didn't claim it. Since the Lestrange brothers had no close blood ties, the only way to claim it would have been the Lestrange family crest. I think Fudge was planning on using a bill to hasten the collection of inactive vaults, hoping to fund the ministry and use it to kick out the ICW. Publishing this would pressure the Wisengamot to vote on a bill like this so that gold that would serve the ministry wouldn't be stolen. But that's just me guessing. So, we really did it, hey? The blonde stated, we robbed Gringotts without anyone even suspecting us. Harry snorted, we were sort of overprepared. I fully expected to screw up somewhere and end up fighting an army of goblins. Having an alibi here would have been very helpful if my face was somehow revealed in the fighting. There's very little known about goblin magic, but one of the fields they mastered was the removal of concealment enchantments. And you didn't think to say anything to me. You would have been out of the bank by the time any complication came up anyway, and I didn't see the need to worry you about the worst-case scenario. She looked angry and Harry could see the point. She didn't like it when he kept things from her, but sometimes, separation of duties was just more efficient. Suddenly an idea came up in Harry's head. It was absolutely brilliant. He gave Daphne a bright smile, making her blush slightly. I think I have an idea on getting from Maria's blood. Daphne immediately straightened up. Explain. Let's go back to the express first. It's getting a bit loud in here. Harry was right, of course. In just mere minutes, everyone, including the professors, was talking about the Gringotts heist. As flattering as it was, the countless conversations that started at once were making the hall noticeably louder. Thankfully, the walk back to the express-turned dragon was a peaceful one. He fully expected Daphne to start yelling at him for keeping things from her. Anyway, they arrived in his bedroom, and the blonde spoke up, so, what's your brilliant plan? First try to extract as much of the blood and put it into a vial. I'll explain as I go along. He grabbed a crystal vial and carefully etched runes onto it. While doing so, he spoke up, we were trying to figure out what the magical anomaly in her blood was, but it was diluted by the fact that Maria is dead and that the magic is probably centuries old. So, what if we separate it from the blood completely? How? Life force is intrinsically tied to the blood, you can't just extract it. But is it tied to the whole blood or just a fraction of it? Daphne looked confused and Harry continued, just look. He put the blood into the vial he just enchanted, and made sure that it was securely closed, before charming it to spin around. What the hell are you doing? Harry smirked at her, something new. I enchanted the bottom of the vial to make anything magical gravitate towards it using a variation of the runes used to take magic from the atmosphere. And so, when it spins, the blood is physically being pulled to the bottom of the vial. The magical portion of the blood would have the strongest pull since it's both being pulled by the magic and normal gravity. And since we're trying to isolate the source of magic, hopefully, it will work. He waved his hand and some of the runes started to glow now by removing the magicless liquid from the top slowly as it kept spinning. He sincerely hoped that he hadn't wasted his only lead on Dumbledore's plan. There were dozens of ways things could go wrong. The magic might be completely mixed equally with the liquid. The magical component might be so weak in the blood that it would be overwhelmed compared to the ambient magic. Hell, the theory might be completely wrong to begin with. This was barely more than a hunch that felt right for some reason. Suddenly, the vial stopped spinning and it almost looked empty. His heart leapt into his throat at the idea of failing. That was until he noticed the faintly glowing golden liquid in the bottom. It was barely more than a droplet, but it was very pure and had enough magic to act as a focus to scry its source. He quickly used the golden drop as a focus and channeled the power of the resurrection stone, using it as an anchor. He almost thought it wasn't enough until a shade of a blond man in Roman armor gave him a sneering look. How unexpected. Who are you? Harry asked despite himself. You summoned me without knowing who I am. I wouldn't have asked if I knew. Well, you stand in the presence of Nero Claudius, 5th Emperor of Rome. Now, I wish to know the name of the man who dared to summon me from my rest. Harry's only response was, what the fuck? Chapter 306, The Fated Sovereign. December 30th, 1994, Dumstrang. Well, you stand in the presence of Nero Claudius, 5th Emperor of Rome. Now, I wish to know the name of the man who dared to summon me from my rest. Harry's only response was, what the fuck? The man seemed offended by what he said. I know that it's hard to deal with my magnificence, but there's no need for that sort of language. Wait, Harry said, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. Nero Claudius? The Nero Claudius? The emperor that burned Rome. Harry turned towards Daphne only to see her frozen in time. Ah, right. The resurrection stone didn't exactly summon a shade into the real world, just the illusion of one. A simple way to prove this was the fact that the shade was speaking in English, something that he wouldn't really expect from an emperor of Rome. In truth, Harry accessed something akin to an archive, a repository of the world's memories of people, one that wasn't exactly perfect. It was more akin to a form of scrying than anything. Theoretically, it happened inside his head. Yes, the very same, Nero responded, his sneer deepening. Although I do admit that the fact people remember me for this incident to this day is very upsetting. Still, you seem surprised, wizard. You are the one that summoned me. I'm surprised because this is impossible. Even if you are someone remembered by history, you died almost 2,000 years ago. Whatever imprint you left on the world should have faded in time. You shouldn't have been whole enough to summon as something as defined as you are now. I am not just anyone, wizard. I am Nero, Emperor of Rome. Harry snorted at the man's arrogance. Dude, no offense, but there's been hundreds of other emperors and kings in history. I wouldn't have been able to summon them. There has to have been something else to it. I do admit that my knowledge of the arcane arts is spotty at best, and so I cannot help you in that regard. It matters not how my presence is possible, only that it is. Now, who are you, wizard, and why have you summoned my august self? My name is Harry Potter, and I have summoned you through a connection to a girl who was sacrificed for a ritual. I isolated the magic in her blood and used it as an anchor to find its source. I never imagined it would have reached so far back. The man seemed oddly pleased. So, my line survived all this time. I had hidden my child well, but I fully expected my successors to have killed her to secure their reigns. I suppose that damned witch was right, after all. What witch? The Oracle. She came from Greece, and somehow found her way past an army of mages, just to speak to me. I asked her how I would be remembered. I remember that day as if it was yesterday, the way her voice changed and the world itself thrummed at her words, the moment she proclaimed that I would be overthrown, but that my line would outlive the empire, and rebuild it in fire and blood. I was young back then, barely ascended. I found enemies everywhere, tried to stop anyone from gaining too much influence. I tried to make myself beloved by the people so that the mere thought of overthrowing me would have resulted in riots and massacres. Not that those useless plebeians did anything when I was betrayed and forced to flee Rome. I think I realized then, that I could have done better in that regard, that they overthrew me because of how I made sure to stifle their influence as much as possible. It was funny in a way, I brought my own downfall. As much as the tale was fascinating, there was one main critical detail: you were involved in a prophecy. That actually explained too much and it made everything fit. How couldn't have seen it before? The magical release was too powerful, too raw, to be anything else. The goal of Dumbledore's ritual wasn't to kill Maria but to actually destroy the prophecy she was involved in. Maria, or one of her descendants, was prophesied to rebuild the Roman Empire, and now it couldn't. It explained why Emperor Nero was still relatively intact in the Sea of Souls. He was involved in a prophecy and the world remembered him for it. With that prophecy being destroyed, it was likely that he would start to fade away like he should have when he died. It also explained the dagger during the ritual. It was obviously created to channel the power of every single spectator in the task, because it could, for a fraction of a second, hold enough power to make things unpredictable, to take fate by surprise. It was a safeguard against any potential shenanigans Destiny could have used to save the girl. No wonder it slid through Harry's portal as if it didn't exist. It was blade meant to slice Destiny. He grimaced as he murmured, I got it all wrong. It wasn't 7 tasks, 7 schools. No, it was 7 prophecies. Or more accurately, 7 broken ones. But the energy release that I felt was just the overflow, the loss. What the fuck are they powering? The Emperor stiffened. Did you just say that someone broke a prophecy? Yes. Someone killed the last of your line to break the prophecy. They've been doing it for months. What could possibly need that much power? But fate is absolute. It is, Harry replied with a hollow smile, until it isn't. The world itself protests the idea of a prophecy being void. And if it is, it tends to react violently with a very strong release of energy. How strong? The Shade hesitantly asked. My mother did it once out of desperation. It created a hole in space and time themselves, bypassed the abyss between dimensions, and the spillage vaporized an entire village in seconds. But using 7 prophecies for a ritual. The sheer power alone could wipe out a continent. The former emperor gave Harry a shrug in reply, that sounds like a problem for the living. I'm sure you'll be able to handle it, Harry Potter. And just like that the Shade disappeared and the world resumed. Daphne gave Harry a weird look, you've been staring at the wall for a while now. Are you all right? Yeah, I think I figured out how Dumbledore chooses his victims. We were thinking about it the wrong way. He's not killing people, he's killing prophecies. People are just the unfortunate victims if it pertains to them. There was a prophecy about Maria. The blonde asked. Yes, either her or her descendants was supposed to build an empire or something. We thought that it might have been a curse because of the magical release. We never considered that it might have been a prophecy, but it would have been far greater. Only it seems like Dumbledore is very efficient with his energy. So, what now? Harry smirked. Now that we know how he's choosing his targets, we'll need to follow the same trail. We need to figure out if there are any prophecies regarding Durmstrang. Daphne sighed heavily. To the library then. He nodded, agreeing with her, to the library. Minutes later the two of them stood at the library of Durmstrang, ready to find records of prophecies involving the school. The fact that the entire fortress was hidden meant that Dumbledore had to use the school grounds to perform the ritual. The prophecy had to be local. Either something about the school or something about students who attend the school. Considering that killing a student isn't something one could just brush off, it was probably the former, hence their research. The library itself was very well organized and the books looked in good condition. Rows of towering shelves stretched out in every direction, filled with volumes on dark arts, magical theory, and historical accounts. The best perk, by far, was the fact that every single book was manually translated by someone, and you could access the translation by just powering a small rune matrix on the spine of the book. A large majority of books had English translations, so that saved them a lot of time. However, despite the neat organization, there was no specific section dedicated to prophecies. They found themselves wandering through aisles, pulling out various books that seemed only vaguely related to their search. Hours passed, and the lack of clear direction began to wear on them. The blonde, holding a particularly dusty book on historical predictions, cleared her throat awkwardly. Harry, she started, fidgeting slightly. Harry gave her a questioning look. Did you find something, Daph? No. I just wanted you to know that I figured out why the other girls have been glaring at me so much. Hey, sure. What was it? She looked slightly awkward. During the ball, Tracy and Blaze kissed, while they were pretending to be us. People think that we're in a relationship. Harry sat up, looking Daphne straight in the eye. We did go on one date. The blonde snorted. Robbing a bank does not constitute a proper date, Harry. Fine, we'll go to a restaurant next time. If you want to be boring, that is. Stop being a prat, Potter, she answered while her cheeks reddened. Look, what I'm trying to say is that since we don't want people to suspect anything, would it be so bad that we pretend that we are dating? To shrug off the suspicion, of course. The last Potter gave her a cheeky smile. Are you asking me out on a date, Daphne Greengrass? I swear, you're so not the effort. Harry's smile turned warm. Tell you what. About that dating thing. Look, how about we go out on a proper date after the task, just you and me in some restaurant or having a picnic? I'll think of something, and we'll see where things go. Daphne didn't look that happy by the prospect, and Harry quickly tried to speak up before she could take things differently. I'm horrible at this kind of stuff. Look, if we just jump into this and not ease our way in, then we're risking ruining what we already have now. It's better to be patient now than to not be friends after rushing into things. Daphne's icy glare softened. Fine. I see your point. Moments later, Daphne murmured, I think I have something. She handed Harry an old book with a weathered cover and yellowed pages. Inside, they found a poem that seemed promising. By the heart of the mountain, deep and untamed, lies Gram, the lost sword, in fire's fierce flame. A hero shall rise, Sigurd's heir by deed, to wield the lost blade in time of great need. When darkness encroaches and shadows loom tall, the hero with Gram shall conquer it all. Daphne looked confused. Sigurd. That name is familiar. It's the name of the first hero, the slayer of the dragon Fafnir. This is an old legend, one of the oldest in history. I never knew about a prophecy of someone succeeding him. His blade, Gram, was lost when he died. So, that's the prophecy, that someone would end up finding Gram and wielding it. It seems like something Dumbledore would be interested in. A prophecy like this is bound to be powerful. The blonde gave him an exasperated look. I can see where this is going. Harry gave her an innocent look. Whatever do you mean? We're going to end up looking for this mythical sword. Where you'll try to steal it from under Dumbledore's nose or something. There are hundreds of mountains around the school, Harry. We do not have enough time to look at each of them. I'll figure something out, probably try to craft something to help us locate it. Maybe some sort of tracking spell or a map that shows us the most likely locations. Daphne sighed, but a small smile played on her lips. Of course you will. I suppose we better start gathering supplies then. We'll need food, warm clothes, and some enchanted tools if we're going to search the mountains. Harry gave her a warm look. All right, let's do this. We have a legendary sword to find, after all. I'm not sure about this chapter, to be completely honest. It's meant to expand the lore a bit, but also show Harry's complete obsession with Dumbledore's plans, even without knowing what they are. I've been trying to humanize him a bit, by focusing on his obsession with knowledge as one of his biggest flaws. Generally speaking, writing a flawed main lead is pretty difficult, at least for me, and I think I didn't pull it off in this story. A small update about Daphne as well. She is still researching her sister's cure, but without Lily, she's not making any meaningful progress. Don't worry, I do have a plan on that front. I wanted Daphne and Harry to finally get closer. It's kinda about time, especially considering that she sacrificed a sure way to cure Astoria for Harry's sake when she told him about Lily. Anyway, I'm not sure if it came out like I wanted to. Maybe I should have put an extra chapter about what Daphne has been doing in her free time. Astoria's blood curse is important and will be tied to some pretty important events. Sorry, trying to avoid spoilers. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 307, Tested Patience. January 4, 1995, Dumstrang. The jagged peaks of the Dumstrang Mountains jutted against the grey sky, their snowy tops looking like stern guards over the rough terrain. These mountains were wild and untouched, with rocky slopes diving into steep valleys covered in thick layers of snow. The dark pine forests were weighed down with fresh snow, the branches heavy with the pristine white powder. The air was cold and sharp, with a clean winter smell and a faint hint of pine. In the middle of this rugged range, one mountain looked pretty much like all the others. Its base was covered in snow, softening the rough edges of the rocks and trees. Hardy plants peeked through the snow here and there, and small frozen streams glistened like silver ribbons down their sides. There was nothing special about this mountain, it just blended in with the rest of the imposing landscape. Other than the portal that opened suddenly, of course. Two figures emerged from it, a boy and a girl, specifically, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. Harry looked around the cave they arrived in and immediately waved his wand, turning them both invisible. Seconds later, a vampire thrall ran out and sniffed the air. It shook its head before turning and returning. Thank fuck those creatures weren't very intelligent. He fully expected one of them to sound an alarm and warn Dumbledore. The blonde gave him an irritated look. Harry, this is getting ridiculous. You haven't slept in days and the task is about to start. We're not going to find Gram in just a few days. You knew that it was a slim chance anyway. Even if you did find it, then what? You'll fight off an army while sleep deprived. And don't say that those stupid potions would help you. You've already taken a lot more than you should and I don't need to give you a list of the dangers, right? Harry winced at that. He had bought a few potions that stopped him from needing to sleep. Sure, using it more than 2 days in a row wasn't recommended and he was going to crash pretty badly after it's done, but he needed to find that sword. He didn't even know why he was so obsessed about it. It was some kind of instinct in the back of his mind, probably his fledgling seer powers giving him hints about what to do. Or maybe it was his obsession to find the answer to the puzzle, to figure out what Dumbledore wanted to achieve. He was about to protest only for Daphne to interrupt him once more. Harry, you almost got us found out in seconds. We've searched dozens of mountains, maybe even hundreds. We've found nothing so far. And don't pretend that a vampire being here means anything. The others were full of them as well. Yet, Dumbledore had outsmarted him in that regard, even if Harry didn't want to admit it out loud. He had stationed an army of vampires at each cave in every single mountain around Durmstrang. The former headmaster was far more prepared than he expected. It was funny just how critical of an advantage having more time could bring in a fight. The man had expected that Harry would, at some time, figure out that the swordgram was critical to his plans, and hadn't wanted him to follow Dumbledore's forces to discover where it would be. Harry had been so glad when he saw the vampires in the first cave he explored, only for it to be a dead end. He thanked all the possible gods that he had decided to sneak in and not fight his way in. Alarming Dumbledore was the last thing he needed. This whole thing was a frustrating nightmare. Every single mountain was unremarkable. Each had a small army of vampires and didn't have any particular sort of magic, according to his arcane hearing that is. Not that he expected any obvious traces of magic. People would have found the sword centuries before if they did. Still, the vampire's presence meant that their guess was probably right, that it was the prophecy of Sigurd's heir that Dumbledore wanted to destroy. If only they could just find that fucking sword. The lack of sleep was making him very irritable and forgetting the privacy charms was a mistake he shouldn't have made. Deciding that Daphne had a point, he released a deep sigh. All right, this is the last one. If we don't leave this place with a lead, we'll go back to Durmstrang, and I'll go to sleep. We'll try to figure out if there are any relevant prophecies near Nibelheim and make do. Fine, Daphne replied while rolling her eyes, this is the last one we're visiting today. Harry nodded, and they slowly entered the cave. For the first time since they arrived, he took the time to observe his surroundings. The path inside was uneven, with loose rocks and patches of ice making each step a bit tricky. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like the teeth of some ancient creature, while stalagmites rose from the ground, forming natural columns that cast long, eerie shadows. The walls were rough and jagged, with patches of moss and lichen clinging to the damp stone. All in all, it was exactly like the others that he had visited. He easily walked past the thralls walking around mindlessly and more than a few vampire lords. While he did so, he subtly tagged them with a special runic matrix that he created. He had created them in a whim, to make fighting vampires even easier. The rune absorbed magic and stored it, only to transform it into a conceptual form of sunlight. It wasn't anywhere as effective as actual sunlight, but after storing a lot of magic, the inefficiency was made up by the sheer amount of it. It wasn't perfect, but it was a great way to deal with a lot of vampires at once. Once tagged, Harry could activate the rune at any time, and they were dead vampires walking. Well, deader than they were. Did vampires count as undead? He didn't know for sure. They searched for any signs of the sword, but Harry couldn't find any. There was no ritual and to be honest, there was nowhere near the same number of vampires as there was back in Italy. He had almost given up until he noticed the leader of this pack of vampires. It was an elder vampire, a female one, which was a first for him. He supposed that it did make sense that there would be female elder vampires. Still, this was an inconsistency since all of the other caves were led by groups of vampire lords. He motioned to Daphne to freeze all the entrances and exit to the section of the cave. Before she could even do anything, the vampire elder ran towards her, with her claws raised. Harry summoned Daphne towards him, and she finished her spell trapping them all inside. The vampire elder froze with a smile on her face and loudly chuckled, "Dearie me! What do I have here? Your magic is quite exquisite, but there is nothing that is hiding your souls from me. I'd recognize them in a heartbeat." Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. What a pleasant surprise. For some reason, I don't think you mean it. He replied with a sarcastic tone. Now, there's no reason to be more sensitive. When Albus Dumbledore said that there was a chance you'd search the caves around Durmstrang, I couldn't help but be curious. I volunteered, of course. After all, you have probably killed more vampire elders than anyone in history. They do fear you, not enough to refuse to fight you, but enough not to actively seek out a fight. I suppose you should be proud to have such a fearsome reputation. I can't help but wonder how you killed us. We're supposed to be able to regenerate from just a drop of blood. And yet you killed your fair share of our kind. Yet, I'm not telling you how I'm killing your kind. That sounds like a bad idea on my part. The vampire pouted and it looked so wrong on her face. That's too bad. I can't help but ask why you're going so much out of your way to go after Dumbledore. Sure, at the start, he was the instigator, but he hasn't really made any moves against you in a while. It's like you're aching for his attention despite saying that you hate it. Harry rolled his eyes. What are you getting at? I'm trying to understand you. You see, you're one of the most fascinating humans I've ever met. Oh, I've seen countless Light Lords and Dark Lords fighting. It's always been just the two of them going at it, creating armies, wreaking havoc, then the winner undoing the loser's life's work, and the circle goes on again and again. It was stable, it was predictable until it wasn't. That fool Drackle and his friend Flamel tried to make it so the Light and Dark champions would work together, and Europe burned for it. The whole thing would have been a lot tamer if there weren't actual feelings involved, but whatever. Aren't Dumbledore and Grindelwald working together now? The vampire's grin became even wider. Oh, what a clever boy, you are. They are, but it's obviously against their nature. And why is that? Why are they working together? What ritual are they powering? He asked very quickly. Now, I can't tell you that. It would be far too easy. Harry growled, I could make you. She snorted, you'll do what exactly? Kill me? I'm old, Potter. I've experienced everything there is to experience, seen everything there is to see. You're a curiosity, something new, which is why I'm here. And if you kill me, then you do kill me. I'm not really bothered. After all, it's just one new thing for me to experience. You're insane, Daphne exclaimed. No, my dear. You're thinking of life as a mortal would. Vampires, especially elders, have a different view. Your first 1,000 years of life are, by far, the most exquisite one. You could travel the world, see new things, but that's the problem. The world is not infinite and eventually, you run out of new things to experience and after that, you just, exist. Some find meaning in isolation, some just go to sleep, hoping to wake up centuries later and experience new things, some try to find meaning in servitude and it is fun, seeing the schemes and plans you humans come up with, but it gets boring quickly too. Harry turned and gave the vampire a curious look. So, let me get this straight. You're here because talking to me is curious and new. You want to figure me out. She snorted, of course I do. It's not every day you see someone challenge a champion of light and be actually effective against them. They often just die, quickly if they're lucky. You see, I have seen two kinds of challengers. They're either idiots with delusions of heroism, and you're not that, or they're just suicidal, which you're not either. I was so curious to see what made you tick, and I think I figured it out. Harry froze and she continued, it's not about Dumbledore at all, is it? If Dumbledore was waging war, you wouldn't have cared as long as no one you know would have been hurt. Sure, Dumbledore being involved is what made you curious, but you're obsessed with the answer, the puzzle. You can't stand the idea of not knowing something. Tell me, how right am I? The last Potter growled, all right, I haven't slept in days. I'm tired, I'm frustrated, and I'm just one little snap away from doing something very drastic. So, I'm not going to get into an argument with you. Instead, I'm going to ask you one last time and you won't like the consequences if I answer you. Where is the ritual taking place? I told you, child, you have no leverage here. Harry gave her a blank look and sighed, well, don't say I didn't warn you. The vampire didn't even have the time to react before she was petrified in time. Harry walked towards her casually and touched her stomach. A large rune matrix appeared and started glowing. Then he waved his hand, and 4 large ice pillars appeared, each one covering the vampire's limbs. He enchanted each of the pillars to freeze whatever it held through time as well. It was almost impossible for someone to even get out of this place. He created a portal underneath Daphne, taking her back to her room in the Hogwarts Express. He did not want her to see this. With that done, he removed the temporal petrification and tried not to wince when the vampire elder started to thrash around and scream. He deactivated the rune slightly and she shuddered, looking afraid for the first time since this confrontation. What did you do? Just a rune I came up with, or a variation of it, really. It uses ambient magic to channel conceptual light in your body, and as resistant as you are, it won't kill you, it'll just feel like you have fire in your veins. Harry neglected to say that he also channeled a bit of the resurrection stone to make it so that the light wouldn't be overpowered by her nature. Whoever made vampires had used some form of soul magic to make them, and it was what made them stronger the more thralls they had. The woman thrashed even more. I'm going to kill you. Harry waved his hand and silenced her. Let's just stop the threats right now. You see, you caught me in a bad mood. So, I'm giving you a choice. I could keep you here, reactivate the rune, keep you bound in this cave, silenced and alone. You would be in the dark, feeling nothing but pain, for eons. Your mind would fracture from the constant pain while you yearn for the sweet release of death even more with every passing moment. However, since I am a nice person, I'll spare you this pain. As long as you tell me where the ritual is taking place, that is. The vampire was trembling in fear. However, after a few seconds without an answer he shook his head. All right then, I guess you made your choice. As Harry began to turn away, she thrashed harder, her voice growing desperate. I'm not afraid of pain. You think this will break me? Harry paused, his back still to her. Maybe not now, but give it time. You have eternity, after all. The vampire's defiance wavered. I've endured centuries of torment. Your tricks won't work. Harry turned back, his eyes cold. You've endured physical pain, but this is different. This isn't just pain, it's isolation, it's helplessness, it's an endless void of suffering. And the worst part? No one will come for you. Not even death. She looked into his eyes, searching for a sign of weakness, a hint that he might be bluffing. But she found none. Harry's expression was as unyielding as stone. Harry took a step closer, his voice low and menacing. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. And I know exactly how to make you talk. He activated the rune briefly, and the vampire screamed, her body convulsing in agony. Harry deactivated it just as quickly, her cries echoing off the stone walls. Ready to talk now? He asked calmly. She panted heavily, her eyes filled with a mix of fury and fear. Fuck you. Harry activated the rune again, this time for a longer duration. The vampire's screams were ear-piercing, her body writhing in pain. When he finally deactivated it, she lay there, gasping for breath, but she still wasn't talking. You know what, Harry mused, I think you're right. I'll never be able to make you talk. Unfortunately, that means that you wasted my time, which is something I have very little of. Maybe it's better to just leave you here alone. Don't worry, I might be back, probably, sometime in the next decade possibly. I guess this is goodbye. He activated the rune once more and was motioning to walk away until she loudly yelled out, please don't. Please I'll talk, just don't leave me here. He motioned her to continue, the sword. Grindelwald found it when he was a student here. Dumbledore somehow moved the thing in the cave underneath Durmstrang for better access to the crowd's magic. You'll find it there. There aren't any caves underneath Durmstrang. I checked myself. She was rasping now, it's a secret one. Grindelwald used it as his personal laboratory back then. There's an entrance in the school, near the symbol of the Deathly Hallows is carved. Please. I told you what you wanted. Harry nodded and released the woman from her chains. She snarled at him, you're a fucking monster. You, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald deserve each other. She leapt at him and Harry conjured a blade of ice and channeled the resurrection stone through it. He activated the cloak making her go through him and stabbed her in the heart with the ice sword. In all this time, his expression did not change for 1 second. He then activated all of the runes that he put on the vampires he encountered in every cave. With a wave of his wand, he created a portal to Daphne's bedroom, only to see her glaring at him. I got a location. Dumbledore moved the sword from the mountain. He put it in a cave underneath Durmstrang. What happened to the vampire? She's dead, he simply stated, so, the cave underneath Durmstrang. Are you in or out? Chapter 308, Race Against Time. January 4, 1995, Durmstrang. With a wave of his wand, he created a portal to Daphne's bedroom, only to see her glaring at him. "I got a location." Dumbledore moved the sword from the mountain. He put it in a cave underneath Durmstrang. "Are you in or out?" The walk to the fortress was a silent one. Daphne hadn't said much other than agreeing to come with him, and the expression on her face was a worried one. She was probably apprehensive about the fight ahead. So far, he had only faced the vampires on his own, meaning that this was technically her first real mission since the tournament began. A small part of him was worried too, but not about the fight ahead. It was more about the way he had behaved inside the mountain. His lack of sleep had made him very irritable, and his actions were very rash. There were probably better ways of getting information out of the elder vampire. He didn't really have to torture the woman. Unfortunately, he was quickly running out of time, and that frustrated him to no end. The woman's behavior and games with her knowledge didn't help. He couldn't deny the effectiveness of it all, but he had to control himself better next time. However, he could see why Dark Lords tended to prefer this method. It was just more efficient and faster. They walked down to the dungeon near one of the abandoned classes of Durmstrang. The air got colder with each step, and the dim light from their wands cast creepy shadows on the damp stone walls. The corridor was narrow, the ceiling low, and the smell of mildew and age was almost overpowering. Harry and Daphne's footsteps echoed, a constant reminder of how empty and eerie the place was. The walls had old, rusty sconces that probably hadn't held a torch in decades. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling like ghostly curtains, and the occasional rat scurried away, its tiny claws making scratchy noises on the stone floor. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, the silence almost deafening. This was technically a banned place, but with everyone being busy with the task, no one really cared about it. Honestly, the reason it was banned was mostly just superstition, that Gellert Grindelwald would have cursed the place before he was expelled, or that he had hidden some very dangerous dark artifacts which could cause mayhem. For all the fact that mages had learned how to manipulate the fabrics of reality, to peer into the future and past, they were strangely superstitious. Finally, they reached a heavy, iron-bound door that led to the dungeon. It creaked open reluctantly, revealing a large, dark room lit only by the faint glow of their wands. The air was even colder here, like the room had frozen over from years of neglect and dark memories. At the far end of the dungeon, carved into the rough stone wall, was Grindelwald's infamous mark. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows was etched deeply, its lines precise and deliberate. The vertical line of the Elder Wand, the triangle of the Invisibility Cloak, and the circle of the Resurrection Stone were all perfectly proportioned, forming a hauntingly symmetrical emblem. Time hadn't worn it down, if anything, it seemed more pronounced, the stone around it darker and rougher in contrast. Daphne was looking at the mark in a daze. Grindelwald's mark. "That's not exactly right," he responded, happy that the blonde had finally spoken up since they left the Hogwarts Express turned dragon. "It's the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Grindelwald was obsessed with them, so much so that he used it as his own personal coat of arms." "Are you talking about the children's story?" she asked, "the one about the three brothers beating death?" It was then that Harry finally realized that he had never actually told Daphne about the Deathly Hallows. "I don't know if the story itself is real, but the objects are. The three brothers were Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peveril. And you know this how? I'm a descendant of the youngest brother and the current user of his invisibility cloak." That seemed to have struck her dumb, and Harry could tell that she wanted to ask more about this. Not wanting to waste too much time, he spoke up, "All right, we need to find the secret entrance around here." Harry used his arcane hearing to locate traces of magic around the place. The entire location was saturated in dark oppressive magic, but there was something connected to the symbol carved in the wall. Some kind of recognition charm between it and a section of the wall. It could be anything, really. An object with a distinct signature, a person, or even just a passcode. The magic on the symbol wasn't one that he could decipher properly. He hadn't really seen anything like it before. But this was probably also a beginner's work, since while the symbol itself was something new, the enchantments on the wall weren't as well obscured. Grindelwald must have just started to master his magic as the champion of the dark at the time. Which was good news to Harry. He only needed to craft a quick spell to trick the wall into opening without dealing with the overpowered crap that was Grindelwald's magic. While he was creating the spell, Daphne spoke up, "Harry, what did really happen with the elder vampire?" "She was trying to stall us. I convinced her to speed up a bit." "How?" "I don't think she would have done this willingly." Harry nodded. "Of course, it wasn't willing. I just threatened her a bit. I bound her and said that I would keep her there for an eternity, chained without any sound, any light, or any sleep. She treasured new experiences, and I threatened that she wouldn't have any for thousands of years, trapped in this place. She caved in quickly afterwards. He told her an edited version of what happened. Torturing that woman wasn't exactly something that he was proud of. It had been a mistake. Not that the monster didn't deserve the pain, but that Harry had gone so far. He knew that, instinctively, and promised himself that he would not allow himself to lose control like this again. He was glad that Daphne hadn't seen him like this, even if she was obviously suspecting that he hadn't told her the entire truth. Daphne continued her questions, then why did you kill her afterwards? She tried to kill me when she was free. Look, Daphne, you shouldn't really feel pity for someone like her. I don't think you know just how horrible elder vampires are. She was a monster, one that had probably killed thousands of innocent people, and that's me lowballing things. Fine, but we're going to talk about this later. Harry agreed, after the task. With a final calculation, Harry cast a spell at the connection between the symbol and the wall, which slowly dissolved into mist, revealing a passageway. Harry entered, his wand raised, and Daphne followed after him. He whispered to her, "Try to remain hidden. You're my backup in case something goes wrong. The main priority is protecting the sword." The moment he said this, a loud gong spread all over the fortress. Shit, the task has started. We're quickly running out of time. He ran forward, deciding that subtlety wasn't useful anymore. The small army of thralls was killed in seconds with a blast of fire that he spread around by warping space. He quickly followed with the sunlight spell to weaken the rest. The vampire lords at the end of the tunnel were trying some kind of shadow spell, but Harry had none of it. He warped space all over the tunnel to turn and twist, causing them to stumble and fall. He followed up by making the room fall down on them, squashing them into red mist. With a wave of his wand, the tunnel returned back to normal, and the blood faded away. He turned and saw Daphne gaping at him. What was that? Oh, right. Daphne hadn't really seen him fight seriously for years. She hadn't really seen him really fight when the Hogwarts Express was attacked, and she wasn't there when he fought the vampires in Rome. She knew that he was powerful, especially considering that he often won duels without really trying very hard. Maybe, at most, she had seen him fight off the vampires during the Quidditch World Cup, but he hadn't been going all out until the elder vampire showed himself. Harry quickly cast a wind cutter, killing a vampire lord that tried to sneak behind them, just applications of space manipulation and a bit of elemental magic. To be fair, someone who had mastered space magic like him was bound to have some great advantage in closed places. Really, a tunnel was his ideal scenario. The blonde looked slightly shaken. This is way beyond my pay grade. A tad, yes. There's a reason why I try not to involve you in major fights. But you were the one who asked to not hide things from you. Yeah, I didn't think it would be like this. I haven't even cast a spell. Harry gave her a sympathetic look. You could get back if you want. I wouldn't think any less of you if you do. She nodded. I'll do that. Daphne turned towards the exit and then back to Harry. She quickly ran towards him, kissed him on the cheek and murmured, "Don't do anything stupid." Before leaving quickly. He decided to put that aside until he was finished with the mission. Shaking his head, he walked out of the tunnel and found himself around a giant cavern. In the middle, a ritual was taking place, where a vampire elder was raising a glowing dagger. In front of him was a small boulder with what seemed like a mundane sword stabbed into it, like some kind of caricature of the legend of Excalibur. He noticed that the dagger still hadn't been charged as much as the previous task. It was close, but he still had time. Encircling him were 7 vampire elders, dozens of vampire lords, and an entire sea of thralls. They noticed him the moment he stood out, and Harry didn't really care about that. He wasn't going to bother with stealth with this one. He had to let off some steam. The first thing he did was conjure a giant magic circle which spat out a giant wave of fire. Harry used his wand to also warp space around the flames, making it turn around the cave in a circle, burning everything in sight. The circle got smaller and smaller with time, as more and more thralls were burned to ash, unable to escape the firestorm. Finally, a group of vampire lords was able to conjure a shadow shield to protect them, only for Harry to use this to pierce a small hole that he widened with his space magic. He manipulated the fire to enter through the entrance, taking most of them by surprise. Harry quickly ended his assault and warped space in front of him to jump to the other side of the cave. He pointed his wand into the ceiling, which started to spit out giant spikes of stone. He warped space in front of each projectile, making them underestimate how close they were. The vampire elders conjured a beam of shadows that cancelled the spell, but that was exactly what Harry needed to warp space near them and stab 5 of them with blades of ice that channeled the power of the resurrection stone. He activated the invisibility cloak enough phase through a vampire elder trying to impale him with a blade of blood. He followed up by creating a portal in front of the last attacking elder vampire, which got him to hit himself with his own attack, and Harry followed up by just killing the beast with another enhanced blade of ice. Harry turned towards the ritual and noticed that the ritual dagger was complete. The man was about to stab the sword with it, only for the last Potter to send an ice spear enhanced by the resurrection stone into his heart, killing him. He looked around and gasped. He had done it. He had stopped the ritual. Now, just to make sure, he only needed to either wield the sword, which would fulfill the prophecy, or just hide it if he couldn't. He also needed to hide the ritual dagger. To say that it was dangerous would have been an understatement. He walked towards the sword, seeing if he would be able to pull it out, only for his arcane hearing to warn him just in time to shield against an incoming spell. From the shadows, a familiar woman emerged with a sad look on her face. He gasped as he recognized her, Lily. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't let you do this." Chapter 309, A Hero's Journey. January 4, 1995, Dumstrang. This was his moment. At least that was what Neville Longbottom thought as the cannon fired, proclaiming the start of the third task of the tournament. This was the moment where the entire magical world would start to acknowledge him, not for his fame, not for the fact that his parents sacrificed themselves for him, but for his skills as a wizard. Oh, sure, it was, pretty much, a gamble on his part, but it was one that he was confident in making. He wasn't the most skilled of mages out there, especially considering the competition, but he had more than enough raw power, and he could match a few of them from the whole thing with his scar. Adding in the fact that Hermione was very good, probably from skills learned in Riddle's diary, and Diggory being one of the best wizards in Hogwarts, things were really looking up. The 3 of them were definitely motivated and had trained together ever since the Ule Ball. They learned spells that were useful in mountain climbing and dealing with the cold and researched the magical creatures common to this place. They were as ready as they could be. Well, they were as ready as they could be without Harry Potter's help, and that was a glaring fact. It was something that was at the back of everyone's mind. This was the first task in the tournament that the last Potter had no intention of being involved in. He was a competitor in the first one, somehow tricked the champions into drawing in first place during the second task, and now it was the third. It was somewhat amusing to hear the spectators saying that they were looking forward to seeing what else Harry would come up with this time. Too bad for them. Harry hadn't been involved in the task in any way, and interfering during the task or doing anything to the environment would be considered blatant cheating and would be a good way of disqualifying Hogwarts. Neville shook his head. This wasn't about Harry Potter. He wasn't there, and there was no use thinking about him. No, he needed to focus on the task. Neville shook his head. He needed to focus on the task. It was a pretty straightforward one and didn't have as many rules. They needed to get to the cave at the heart of the mountain and get a large blue magical gem. There was only a winning team, no second place or anything like that. Dumstrang was like that, simple and direct. He sort of liked that about it. There weren't a lot of rules for the task, only that they were only allowed their wands, some enchanted clothes, and 5 potions for each competitor. If they could find an easy way to the gem without assistance from outside the task, then there were no rules against them. Honestly, Neville couldn't help but think that if Harry had participated, he would have won the thing in seconds. The air was sharp and cold, breaking him from his musings as it bit at his face. He adjusted his enchanted cloak, which he was very grateful that the judges allowed. It would have been horrible to walk up a mountain while constantly casting warming charms to not freeze to death. Hermione was already scanning the snowy landscape with a determined look in her eyes, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. Cedric was next to her, his expression serious but calm, a reassuring presence in the face of the daunting challenge ahead. "Did you figure out what this is yet?" Cedric asked, his voice steady. The older boy was talking about the giant blizzard that was just in front of them. It was obviously magical. The wind whipped around them, fierce and unrelenting, carrying snow that stung their faces and made it hard to see. The cold was intense, even with their enchanted clothing, making every step a struggle. The snow swirled in chaotic patterns, creating a whiteout that made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Hermione cast Lumos Maxima, her wand emitting a bright light that cut through the snowstorm. "It's not a trick or a riddle," she said, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "We're just supposed to shield ourselves and deal with it." That was such a dumb thing that Neville couldn't help but snort. Hermione must have understood his train of thought as she gave him a faint smile as well. "Neville, you're probably the more powerful of us, cast a shield. Cedric, lock the path forward, that's where the mountain is, and make sure we don't veer off. You'll also be in charge in case something attacks us." "I'll keep the light on so that we can see where we're going," she instructed. Neville cast a shield, protecting them from the storm, and Diggory cast a navigation charm, projecting a faint, glowing arrow in front of them, locked to look at the mountain. They moved slowly but steadily. Thankfully, nothing attacked them, which was a bit unexpected. Nevertheless, after a while, the wind died down, and their visibility improved. They had done it. The Hogwarts champions looked at the daunting mountain. Oh, they had barely passed the first step. Luckily, it didn't seem like the other champions had gone through the blizzard yet. Of course, that was when the ground shook and a giant wave of snow came down crashing at them. Thankfully, Hermione was able to cast a giant shield protecting them from the impact, but it was definitely a very near thing. By the time the avalanche was over, the Muggleborn was panting in exertion. Diggory gave her a warm smile, quick thinking, "Hermione." She smiled back at him and waved her wand once more. Their shield started to push the snow back, creating a small path that they could walk to. Funnily enough, the avalanche had helped them immensely. It created a giant path that they could walk up, making them skip a portion where they would have probably had to climb up the mountain. This was some extraordinary luck. It was almost worth the scare. Almost being a very critical word. Still, they walked up the snow path without any issues until they found themselves in front of a pretty flimsy wooden bridge, which would take them to the cave's entrance. The bridge creaked ominously as they approached, swaying slightly in the wind. "That doesn't look too sturdy," Neville said, eyeing the bridge warily. "No, it doesn't," Hermione agreed. "We'll need to reinforce it with some spells. Let's use a combination of levitation to keep it up and strengthening charms to make sure it doesn't break from our weight." Cedric nodded, stepping forward. "I'll go first. If it holds, you two follow." With a flick of his wand, Cedric cast a strengthening charm on the bridge. It was a pretty useful spell, also commonly known as the reinforcement charm. It temporarily made things stronger. While far less effective than the unbreakable charm, it was also far less complex and pretty easy to cast. Hermione followed Cedric's spell with a levitation charm to make it more stable. Cedric stepped onto the bridge, testing its stability with each step. It held firm, creaking less with the added magical support. "All right, come on," Cedric called back, reaching the other side safely. Hermione and Neville followed, with Hermione looking oddly calm, which Neville just didn't understand since his heart was pounding with each step he took. Thankfully, the bridge held firm. Once across, they faced the entrance to the cave, partially covered by thick ice and snow. "We need to clear this," Hermione said, already waving her wand. "Diffindo." She cast, slicing through the ice with precision. It revealed a large stone door with some weird glowing runes carved into it. Norse runes, he recognized that, at least. Unfortunately, it was also a language that he hadn't really learned. He focused on hieroglyphs the previous year. Back when he thought that he and Harry had an actual friendship. No, this wasn't the time for this crap. Thankfully, Hermione took one look at the runes and quickly traced a rune in the snow in front of it. Just like that, the stone door melted away, revealing the path. Diggory gave her an incredulous look. "What the hell was that?" "Just a riddle. I wrote the answer in the snow." "I didn't even get to read it," he complained. "It's not my fault that you're slow," she teased back. The older boy grumbled but decided to just go with the flow and just enter the cave. Inside, the air was colder, and their breaths formed clouds in the icy air. They walked carefully, their footsteps echoing off the frozen walls. After a couple of minutes of walking forward, they found themselves in front of a lake, with dozens of chunks of ice floating around. Neville grinned, "Remember the task last year?" Diggory snorted and summoned one of the ice platforms. One by one, they stepped onto the floating ice. They cast some sticking charms at their shoes to avoid slipping. Neville followed him by conjuring a gust of wind, propelling them to the other side. Halfway across, the water began to ripple, and dark shapes moved beneath the surface. "Something's down there," Hermione warned, gripping her wand tightly. As if on cue, several tentacled creatures burst from the water, their eyes glowing. They jumped out of the water, trying to bite them off. Hermione quickly conjured a shield, protecting them, but somehow, they stuck to the shield with their tentacles and started freezing it. Hermione was quickly able to pulse the shield, sending them away, and Diggory quickly followed up by sending fireballs at the creatures, with Neville quickly following his lead. Hermione then yelled at him, "Neville, conjure the shield, I have a plan." He followed her lead and watched as she waved her wand in complicated patterns and conjured a glowing red ball that she banished into the water. An underwater explosion followed, but they all managed to stay upright, which showed them how useful the sticking charms were. And just like that, dozens of those weird ice squids floated to the surface, dead. They barely had time to celebrate, when a giant tentacle came out of nowhere and started batting at them. Neville reacted by overpowering the wind charm, sending them all at blinding speed towards the other side of the lake. Diggory cast a giant fireball at the tentacle, and Hermione cast some cushioning charms on the surface, making them land somewhat gracefully. Neville groaned as he got up. What the hell was that? How did that thing even fit here? Did they seriously bring a kraken in this place? Cedric commented, "The giant squid has been tamed for centuries. This thing really wanted to kill us." Hermione quickly retorted, "This mountain is filled with magic, and has been for thousands of years, probably. One of the ice squids might have mutated and grown very large. I don't think it was supposed to be part of the task. I think I woke it up with the explosion and it didn't like me killing the other squids." Cedric groaned, "Let's just finish this thing. I'm craving a warm bath, right about now." The trio continued through the icy tunnels, their breaths visible in the frigid air. After a few more twists and turns, they emerged into a giant clearing. In the center was a pedestal, and atop it sat a giant blue glowing gem, casting an eerie light around the cavern. "Is that it?" Neville asked, looking at the gem. He didn't know what to really feel about this. He expected more. In the first task, 2 entire schools ended up injured. In the second one, every school had essentially clawed their way, trying to survive for as long as possible. As a spectator, he could see their struggles, their plans, their desperation at winning. This wasn't like that. They just shielded themselves from a snowstorm, then the avalanche. Walked up a cave, solved some riddle, got past a lake, only attacked by some ice squids. Where were the yetis, the mountain lions, the mountain trolls? Where were the rumors of inferi and cursed locations? Where were the natural wards, the ice giants, the enchanted blizzards that turned people into ice? Cedric ran forward, "I guess so." They walked towards the pedestal, the air almost crackling with energy from the gem. Just as they were about to reach their goal, Hermione yelled out, "Stop!" Neville did so immediately, but Diggory ignored her. "Look, Granger, Longbottom, you're nice people, but I'm the one grabbing that gem." The former Longbottom didn't really care about that, it was a team task, and they had gone through the challenges together. It didn't really matter who was the first to take the gem. "Diggory, you bloody idiot!" Hermione yelled at him, only to be interrupted by the ground shaking. With a deafening roar, a giant white serpent with ice spikes all over its body burst from the ground. The damn thing was almost as big as the basilisk that Neville fought in the Chamber of Secrets. Its scales shimmered with frost, and its eyes glowed with a cold, menacing light. The serpent lunged at Diggory and Neville summoned him back, stopping him from being impaled. He rolled as spikes of ice were being sent at them and conjured a shield, stopping them from reaching him or Diggory. Hermione had gone to the other side of the cave, somehow, and sent a blasting charm at the serpent's head. It roared and sent a blast of ice at her, which Hermione countered with a blast of fire of her own. Both of them struggled for a fraction of a second until the serpent tried to sneakily attack her with her tail, which conjured spikes of ice at her. "Stupefy!" Neville shouted, but the spell barely fazed the serpent. He dodged as an ice spear shot past him, narrowly missing his head. Hermione, thankfully, waved her wand, and the ground raised up into a wall which started to send spikes of stone at the serpent. Hermione sent some kind of red spell at the distracted reptile, hitting it in the eye. The beast roared in pain and thrashed around, breathing beams of ice all around it. Diggory, who had tried to reach the pedestal, was hit with its tail and was knocked off his feet, sending him sliding across the icy ground. He had evaded being severely hurt, but he now held a large shallow cut across his chest. Neville ran at him and raised a shield enough to block the volley of ice spears coming at them. Ow! Cedric groaned, scrambling to his feet. This isn't going well. No kidding. Neville shouted, trying to get up. The serpent lunged again, this time headbutting his shield, breaking it in a single hit. They were saved when the ground morphed and brought them near Hermione. The serpent was preparing to attack them once more and Hermione was preparing another spell. Whilst it was leaping, Neville couldn't help himself and yelled, "Stop!" Amazingly enough, the snake actually froze and hissed at him, "You speak." Oh, right. Sometimes, Neville forgot that he was a parcel mouth. He really should have tried to talk to the snake first. He really was an idiot sometimes. Yes, we need to get the blue gem. I am the guardian of the heart of winter. It is my duty to protect it from the unworthy. I'm a speaker. Isn't that enough? The serpent froze and then nodded. Neville slowly walked towards the pedestal while making sure not to make any sudden movements. Diggory tried to walk beside him only to scramble back when the ice serpent hissed at him, "The speaker only." Neville turned towards Diggory and spoke up, "He says only parcel mouths are allowed to get the gem." The older boy grumbled but didn't say anything. He walked forward and Hermione spoke up, "Neville, wait. Something doesn't feel right about this." "What is it? Don't you think it's a bit far-fetched that the final protector of the stone would be a snake? The fact that you're a parcel mouth isn't a secret. They'd know that you would be able to talk to it." It did make a disturbing amount of sense. The encounter with the ice serpent was the only time they had struggled in the task and Neville could have just started by just speaking to it. Unfortunately, this realization came a bit late, as he was pulled suddenly towards the pedestal and grabbed the glowing jewel by reflex. Just like that, he felt a pull in his navel. A porte-cait. The last thing he felt before passing out was intense pain in his scar as well as dread at the familiar red eyes gleaming maliciously at him. Chapter 310, Strained Family. January 4, 1995, Dumstrang. He walked towards the sword, seeing if he would be able to pull it out, only for his arcane hearing to warn him just in time to shield against an incoming spell. From the shadows, a familiar woman emerged with a sad look on her face. He gasped as he recognized her, Lily. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't let you do this." Harry gave her an incredulous look, "Are you seriously doing this? After all the talk about me wasting my talents, about using Dumbledore, here you still are, doing his bidding." Instead of being angry at him, she seemed to be prouder for some reason. "Oh, look at you. You figured out that Dumbledore was using broken prophecies for his ritual. You definitely got that from me. James would have never figured that out even after 1,000 years. You also figured out which prophecy it would be and beat the vampires fighting them. You were so good, Harry. Absolutely spectacular. It really is a shame that I have to stop this." Harry couldn't help but get his temper to rise. "Why then? Why do you have to stop this?" "Because you don't know what you're messing with and Dumbledore is actually in the right, for once." "How is he in the right then?" The older woman hesitated for a second before answering calmly, "All of this is a giant ritual, one that both Dumbledore and Grindelwald are setting up. Something spooked them, enough for Dumbledore to abandon his designs for Britain, for Grindelwald to put aside his conquest. They worked together on this. Do you seriously think that they don't have any backups for one of the prophecies failing? You're fighting something that was at least decades in the making. You're not going to win. Not this time." Harry snorted, "Is that it? Dumbledore and Grindelwald are preparing for some great danger by using a ritual on a scale the world has never seen, with enough energy and magic to blow up a continent. And you're not questioning any of it. I know you wouldn't have cared about any of this. What made you join Dumbledore?" "I never joined him or Grindelwald. And you're right, I don't give a damn about his stupid ritual. My only deal with Dumbledore was that I would stop you from interfering in his plans, in exchange for him not trying to kill you. You really haven't made things easy, you know. I tried to remove traces of the girl's disappearance, try to keep you off the trail of Dumbledore's messes. But you're like a blood-chasing hound when it comes to that man. You're so obsessed with Dumbledore's motives that you forget the most important thing. It's not about you. It was never about you. So, please, leave this place, go watch the task or something. Enjoy yourself. I couldn't be there as your mother when you grew up. At least, let me help you with this." Harry lowered his wand for a fraction of a second only for his arcane hearing to warn him. He ducked underneath a bright blue spell that was coming from behind him. He conjured a quick shield to see where it was coming from, only to barely block a giant beam of darkness from Lily. Of course, this was going to happen. That woman was really like him. It was what he liked doing as well. Talking while preparing an assault to take the enemy off guard was essentially his signature move at this point. Harry quickly raised his hand and transmuted the beam into a ball of pure darkness which exploded between them, sending the both of them flying back, slightly. Harry landed on a magic circle he conjured, and Lily just landed on her feet. She followed up with a volley of spells that Harry weaved through easily enough. For the first time since the duel started, he decided to take the initiative. He conjured spikes of ice at his opponent who skillfully weaved through them. Funnily enough, she was running towards him, and it was only then that Harry noticed that her hand was bleeding. Right as he was prepared to banish her, a red glowing sword materialized in front of her. He was barely able to dodge at the blade's edge extended suddenly like a whip, but the platform he was on wasn't so lucky. The blade cut through the magic circle as if it wasn't there and Harry warped space to avoid being hit with the following slash. She ran forward with some very unnatural speed and Harry barely dodged once more. He conjured a large shield to protect himself from the following attack, but that blade of hers broke it in a single hit. Instinctively, Harry conjured an ice sword while channeling the resurrection stone and tried to use it to block the next attack. When the two swords met, there was this unnatural loud high-pitched noise, as if the world itself was screaming at the unnaturalness of it all. However, it seemed like the ice sword held up enough against Lily's blade. He relished the look of shock on the woman's face before he wandlessly sent her flying back, giving him enough space to think ever since the fight began. First thing first, this was definitely some kind of blood magic involved. Lily was faster, far faster than it was humanly possible. She was also stronger, his arms still hurt from blocking her attack. Her sword had some kind of anti-magic property, considering that it cut through magic. So, physical enhancements and a magic sword, and that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. It was probably the best mage killer equipment. The enhanced speed and strength to get close while the sword would cut through most shields and spells. Lily could also fight normally in case it didn't work, but there was no reason it wouldn't. Now, how to deal with it? Magic circles were out. They were too fragile for something like Lily's weapon. He probably wouldn't beat her hand to hand. He didn't have the sword skills and while he could try to match her with his magic, it wouldn't do to fight her on her own terms. No, he would do it on his own. He knew his advantages and it was time he leveraged them. Right as Lily was coming at him with her blade raised, he prepared and waited for her. He conjured a portal in front of her, trying to send her as far away as he could. Unfortunately, she swung her blade at the edge of the portal, destroying it. She made her way towards him, only for Harry to slow down time for him. With unnatural speed, he took her off guard by breaking her rhythm. She was barely able to conjure a small shield to protect herself from being impaled, which ended up breaking by the impact. His sword was able to make a small cut near her cheek. Lily touched her cheek, looked at the blood and smiled very widely. For the first time in months, Harry could finally see the madness in her eyes. It reminded him of the ones that were on Sirius Black's face. It was madness born of obsession and loneliness. It was a madness born of loss. Of course, that was when she started giggling like a madwoman. That was a very clever trick, Harry. So clever. Lily, please just stop. She didn't seem to listen to him, to think I would actually be hurt. After all this time. You're proving to me that I was right to come here. I need this. It's funny, I had my doubts before this. You only just made me sure that I'm on the right path. Thank you, for that. Harry didn't have time to digest what she said, the redhead was already leaping at him with her unnatural speed, and he was barely able to morph space to avoid the blow. He sent a ball of concentrated space, which she cut through with her damn sword somehow. For the first time since the start of the fight, Harry truly used his arcane hearing on the sword. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Because it wasn't really a sword. It wasn't a magical weapon. He didn't know how he instinctively knew that, but it was something else. A weapon created by the world itself, a shard of life force given form, that imposed its will on the world around it. Was this because it was crafted purely using blood magic? Before thinking of a way to exploit this, Harry had to dodge once more, and followed up by carving quick runes on the ground which would petrify whoever stepped in it. The sword carved through it easily enough, but it wasn't able to react to the destruction clause, which released the stored magic as an explosion if the rune was destroyed. It was definitely not a good thing to put in a normal rune, but he couldn't deny that it was effective. Lily was taken off guard by the explosion and tried to conjure a shield to no avail. When the explosion settled down, Harry noticed a humanoid figure walking towards him. She was burned to bits, to say the least, but she was weirdly regenerating. He wanted to watch the scene, it fascinated him to no end how she did that, but he used the distraction to run towards Graham and tried to lift it. The sword simply would not budge. He tried again and it just wasn't working. Damn it! So much for an easy way to fulfill the prophecy. The damn thing didn't choose him. He didn't even have time to study the artifact to figure something out. Damn it! Harry heard something attacking him using his arcane hearing and conjured a space pulse, which sent Lily back, but she landed gracefully on her feet. When he finally took a look at her, he was stunned by the lack of injuries. She had recovered from everything. Except for that cut on the cheek he had given her before. So, the resurrection stone stopped her regeneration somehow. She conjured spears of darkness and sent them at him. He was able to meet them with spears of ice. He channeled the resurrection stone and conjured an ice blade to meet Lily's own once more, stopping it, only to conjure another one in his left hand, stabbing it into her right leg. She winced at the injury and Harry finally channeled his family crest into the blade once more. The ice blade started to darken, and the room grew colder. Lily tried to swing her sword at him, only for her sword to smash into pieces as it touched Harry's own. To be fair, so did Harry's for that matter. The two swords shattering created a violent pulse of magic that sent them both flying back. Harry had ended up hitting his head on the cave walls, disorienting him slightly. When he stumbled up, he tried to walk and stun Lily somehow, maybe even make a portal away. Only to see a bright red shield appear in front of him. Lily walked towards him, her arms dripping once more. He tried to get a portal to get away, but it didn't work. She gave him a dry look, "It's no use, trying to get out. I'm sorry, it came to this. But I can't allow anyone to stop me. Not even you, Harry. Maybe one day, you'll understand." Lily knelt towards the charged ritual dagger, only for it to break down when she touched it. She had a confused look on her face for a fraction of a second before she snarled at him. He had rolled into it in the middle of the confrontation, getting it to stumble into his pocket while conjuring an illusion of the copy that would radiate a similar magical aura. It was logical to secure the artifact that could destroy the damn sword, even if it came with some pretty severe drawbacks. For example, he couldn't exactly make a portal out. He remembered what happened to his portal back in Rome. Really, fighting with unknown variables was really annoying. Harry quickly took out the dagger and used the dagger to stab the shield, destroying it, before giving her a wide grin. "You were saying?" Right as he said that, the dagger started to heat up and burned him. Before he could react, a white pulse of magic sent him flying to the other side of the cave. Damn it, Dumbledore must have put some kind of safeguard to stop Harry from stealing the dagger. He really should have seen this coming. Harry thought he was an idiot for not considering this. He didn't have time to contemplate this little fact as Lily was quickly running towards the dagger, which had fallen from Harry's hand. She grabbed it and ran towards the impaled sword. "Lily! No!" he yelled out. But she gave him a tearful look. "I'm sorry." As she swung her sword, Harry channeled his family crest, asking it for anything to stop the dagger. A beam of pure darkness, pure entropy, flew towards Lily and hit her dagger right as she was swinging it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dagger hit Graham and shattered it to pieces. And in response, the world screamed.
Thanks for listening.